Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 101, I'm Your Teacher. 2 months ago, the day the trial land opened, deep in the trial lands, in a hidden chamber, an old man could be seen sitting in a meditative state. His heart rate was moving at an extremely slower rate compared to normal, with one beat every 10 minutes. If one didn't observe properly, they would think he was just a lifelike statue. His skin was white, like he was frozen in this state, which also gave the feeling of the body being a corpse. Suddenly, his heart rate slowly started beating faster. The pale white skin of the old man slowly started regaining some color. His outer appearance also experienced a change. At first, he looked like someone around the age of 100 who was also at death's door, but now he looked 30 years younger with a sage appearance. His closed eyes slowly started opening. If one stared at his eyes for too long, one would get the feeling as if they were staring at the boundless universe. Why do I sense him?" the old man said while looking at the walls. The old man suddenly disappeared from where he was sitting and appeared on top of a mountain peak. Standing with both hands behind his back, he looked ethereal. He gave off the feeling like he was there, yet he also wasn't. The man gazed in the direction of the formation Gray and the others passed through in getting here. Looking closer, he focused his attention on Gray particularly. Why do I sense his aura on him? Could they be related in some way? The old man placed his hands on his chin, trying to think of something. I don't remember him having any offsprings before he died. He shook his head. He sent out his spiritual sense to study Gray closely, while still in doubt. One has to know. The distance between both parties was immense. If Gray was told to head to where the old man was, even at his greatest speed and without stopping, it would take him at least 1 month to get there. Gray, who was with his friends at that time, didn't have any idea he was currently being studied. They are two different people, but why does he give off the same aura as him? Sigh. I really miss that rascal, the old man said with a sad look. Shifting his attention from Gray, he looked outside the formation and stared straight into the magical beast's forest. It was like he left his previous position and went there personally, given how well he was seeing the forest. Deep in the forest, a huge seal could be seen under a temple. None of the inhabitants of the Azure continent would ever think something like this existed in the depths of the magical beast's forest. Inside the temple was the statue of a refined-looking young man, with a bright smile on his face. The old man stared at the young man for some time before looking at the seal. The seal is slowly being damaged from the other side. Sigh, guess the war will start sooner than expected. These old bones of mine haven't had any action for a long time. Hehe, the old man laughed lightly. While the man was laughing, another figure appeared by his side silently. I see you sensed it too, said the old man. Yes, the figure nodded. Could it really be brother? The figure asked in a low, hopeful voice. No, I've inspected the young man, and other than having the same aura, there's nothing else, said the old man. After saying this, he looked at the young lady by his side. I know it's selfish of me saying this, but did he really have to go to that extent? We would have still been able to hang on even till this day, said the young lady. How many lives would have been lost? The old man asked while staring deeply at the young lady. Hearing his question, the young lady averted his gaze while staring at the ground. Had your brother not did what he did, even if we didn't lose, the world would have almost been destroyed, said the old man calmly. You're not the only one who hated his decision, but he did what he thought was right. He didn't want to continue seeing people dying, families crying because of the loss of a loved one, the old man continued. Then what about his family then? What about me? The young lady asked with tears-filled eyes. It's already been so long, there's nothing we can do about it. Now what we need to focus on is the seal, the old man sighed before telling her the matter at hand. What happened to the seal? The young lady asked confusedly. According to my current estimations, it shouldn't last up to 15 years, it might even be shorter, the old man said. Then we should start preparing. I'll go wake the others, the young lady said urgently. No, it's still too early. Had I not sensed my student's aura from that kid, I wouldn't have woken up this early, the old man said. Okay, teacher, the young lady nodded. So what do we do now? She asked. You should go back to sleeping. I'll watch the seal more closely. I'll wake everyone a year before the seal is completely destroyed. The old man stared in the direction of the seal once again. Understood, teacher, the young lady bowed, before disappearing. The old man was left alone standing in the mountain peak. How come there's no one who seems to have a good elemental grade among these youths? The old man suddenly said, while observing all the youths who entered the trial land. Since, at their age, most of the kids in the faction were already at the Overlord plane at the very least. The old man shook his head in disappointment when he realized the plane all the kids were. Only the Darkness Elementalist impressed him, but it was only by a little. Ah, Mince, I remember now. Student cut off this part from the rest of the world so he could isolate the seal, hence the smaller essence the people here have, and also, this gave birth to lower grades. The old man said with a hint of realization, "It's been so long that I even forgot it was the reason I opened this place to them in the first place. Let me check how far this part of the world has grown." The old man sat down in a meditative position and sent out his spiritual sense to inspect the Azure continent. If the people of the Azure continent knew a single person cut off the entire continent from the rest of the world, they would be dumbstruck. Although there were some records about the War of Gods, as they claimed, there wasn't any about there being another part in the world. Since during the first time they were cut off, they thought the battle destroyed the other parts of the world, and only they were left. Soon, information about the other parts of the world started slowly disappearing, until it got to the state they were now, where they do not know of the existence of a larger continent. While the spiritual sense of the man was studying the continent, he paused and studied someone in particular closely. That rascal. Since, when it was his time to close the formation, he had an offspring. I'll break his legs when he wakes up. The old man fumed on seeing Chris. Chris was the exact copy of one of his students who woke up 200 years ago. He strictly told them no one was allowed to leave this place for the time being. Yet he not only left but had a kid also. This kid is quite special. He even has the light element. I'll take him in as a student once this place is opened officially. Since for now, I'll just take him away and train him here. The old man stood up from the mountain peak and disappeared. At the valley close to the Lunar Academy, Chris, who was sitting leisurely outside his house, suddenly saw a man appear in front of him. "Who are you?" he asked lazily. He didn't even bother to stand. The man who appeared in front of him was stronger than him, so even if he wanted to run away, he couldn't escape. So why bother? "I'm your teacher," the old man replied with a smile. "I think you have the wrong person," replied Chris. "No, you're the one," said the old man. "I'm not. You can leave now." Chris closed his eyes once again. "They're so alike, guess I'll also have to use the same method on him," thought the old man with a smile. "Get your hands off me, you old man," Chris yelled. "Shut up and come with me." The old man disappeared along with Chris. And so Chris was dragged to an unknown place. "At least take Brown along," Chris yelled from the void. Present day, where is this? Gray looked at the unfamiliar scene in front of him. Chapter 102. You shall not pass. Chapter 102. You shall not pass. Where is this? Gray looked at the unfamiliar scene in front of him. Ahead of him was a vast expanse of water. He turned around to see what was located in the land he was currently standing on, and to his surprise, he was currently standing on an island, in the middle of the ocean. There were no trees on the island, and the only thing visible was the huge volcano which was situated at the center of the island. Is this place connected to that door, he thought. He still had some doubts about everything that happened, though. For example, why was he the only one who felt the weirdness of the rock? Or could it be others who felt it but didn't think it was anything special? But if others felt it also, at least one of his friends should have also felt it too. The entire event seemed strange. Hopefully my disappearance doesn't disturb their search for treasures. Gray felt a little worried about how his friends might react to his sudden disappearance. He didn't want to be the cause of them delaying in their search for treasures. Guess I'll have to head to the top of the volcano to see what this place has in store for me, he thought. Since there was nothing else to do, he started walking towards the volcano. He had looked around and didn't see any strange rock that might be able to send him back to where he came from. Other than the volcano, there was only the water he could enter, and there was no way he was going to enter the water. When he got to the foot of the volcano, he didn't delay and immediately started ascending it. Given the height of the volcano, it might take up to at least 2 hours if he walked, but if he decided to use his movement techniques, it would take him 20 minutes tops. But being in a strange place, he had to be cautious since he didn't know what he might encounter. It would be strange if he got to the top of the volcano without encountering anything, given how weird this place was. And just as he predicted, within 5 minutes of the climb, he saw what looked like a golem with lava running on the cracks of its body. Its eyes were made of lava and it stood at a height of 3 meters. Well, this was expected. Gray smiled lightly. Since he was already prepared mentally for anything that might happen, he wasn't too shocked seeing this golem. Without further delay, he charged at it. The golem was already coming his way when it caught sight of him. Boom, bang, meant a lightning spear hit the golem on its upper body. And contrary to Gray's expectations, it exploded. That weak? The surprised Gray asked. He initially thought the golem would be able to give him a tough time, but who knew it would explode on the first attack? Well, that's unexpected. If this was all he had to face, then this journey might be easier than he thought. From the strength of this golem, he estimated it was around the peak of the fusion plane. Although the first golem he faced was weak, it didn't mean he'll drop his guard. It even made him increase it. Given the mysteriousness of the trial land, he was sure there was a catch to this. He could already guess this place was a trial of some sort also, so he had to ensure he was ready for whatever might come his way. When he had climbed to about 10% of the volcano, the strength of the golem started increasing. And unlike the first 10% of the volcano now, he would usually see the golems in groups of at least 2, but because they were still only at the first stage of the arcane plane, it didn't take much of an effort for him to destroy them. After climbing to about 20% of the volcano, the strength of the golems saw a rise as it went to the second stage of the arcane plane. Although the strength of the golems increased to Gray, they were still a bunch of assembled rocks waiting to be scattered by an attack. He waltzed through this part of the volcano without much difficulty. The strength of the golem also increased a single stage every 10% he ascended. By the time he climbed to 50% of the volcano, an unexpected change occurred. According to the previous order of things. The golems were supposed to be in the 5th stage, but they unexpectedly skipped a stage and were at the 6th stage of the arcane plane. Gray couldn't complain much since they were still not a threat to him. The golems were always in groups of 4s and 5s. I can still handle this, somewhat. Without any other choice, he started his battle while ascending the volcano. Now, unlike before, each battle was not as swift as it previously was, and he had to expend a little energy. Given his strength, he should be able to easily deal with these golems. But the golems were unexpectedly, not blockheads, meaning they always attacked him in groups and some even performed sneak attacks. Luckily, he was always vigilant. This is starting to get complicated, Gray thought after defeating this batch of golems. He once again started ascending the volcano. Luckily, the order went back to the previous format, and each 10% he ascended gave an increase in 1 stage for the golems. When he was 90% up the volcano, the golems were all in the 1st stage of the origin plane. The only good thing he could take out of this was that at least they were only 3 in a group. But he couldn't celebrate since this was the first group he met. What if they increased as he continued further? He had currently spent almost 4 hours ascending the volcano. When he started the battle with the first group of the golem, he was quickly put on the defensive. These things were faster, stronger, and smarter than the ones in the arcane plane. It took Gray almost 30 minutes to completely destroy all of them, but it was not without some slight injuries. Just like the time he was injured when facing the group from the Azure Empire, the egg was slowly absorbing his blood. Gray decided it was best to rest and heal up before he continued on the journey. The battles could be said to be exhausting since he had been battling for a long time now with little rest. After resting for 30 minutes, he once again started climbing. He would usually meet a group every 2.5% he ascended according to the previous order, but after facing one more group, he didn't encounter any other. He was currently in the last 5% of the volcano. I should rest here, Gray thought as he stared ahead of him. He didn't know what he might face during this last 5% of the volcano. Maybe something stronger, or maybe he might not even face anything at all. But he wouldn't head forward without preparing himself for what might come his way. Sitting in a cross-legged position, he entered into a semi-conscious state. 2 hours later, he was feeling energetic and pumped up. There was a chance he might face his strongest opponent to date. He had never fought against an opponent above the 1st stage of the origin plane. He vigilantly headed into the last 5% of the volcano. How come there's no golem? Asked the confused Gray. He had already prepared himself for the battle he would have with the golems, but surprisingly, there was none. He continued to ascend. 96%, nothing yet. 97%, still nothing. 99.5%, still nothing. Seems like there's no other challenge. Since he hadn't encountered any golem yet, he guessed maybe he wouldn't see any, but he didn't drop his guard though. In a place like this, if he dropped his guard even for a second, then he might die without knowing what killed him. Just as he was about to get to the top, he paused and stared ahead of him with a serious expression. Third stage, he said slowly. Ahead of him was a single golem. It was in the third stage of the origin plane. Compared to the other golems, this one was smaller, standing at a height of 2 meters. The surprising thing about this one was that it wielded a weapon, a mace to be precise. Unlike the other ones, when it saw Gray, it didn't charge towards him. It just stood at its spot waiting. Seeing the golem wasn't making any movements, he didn't charge at it recklessly, nor did he send out an attack. Since the golem was being so kind, then he would make an inscription first before attacking. 2 minutes later, a silver symbol became visible above Gray's head. The golem silently watched all this without making any movements. It also raised its head and stared at the symbol in the air. Okay, I'm ready. Gray sent out a lightning attack with the symbol. Then he followed up with ice arrows as well. But what Gray saw next stunned him. The golem casually raised its hand, and an earth wall blocked the ice arrows, while it swung its mace at the lightning attack which destroyed it. He never expected the golem was also an elementalist. This just keeps getting harder and harder. Gray complained before charging at it. If he didn't defeat this thing, then there was no way he would be able to get off this place. 10 minutes later, boom, bang. The sound of attacks clashing against each other and something, or someone, hitting the ground heavily sounded out. And just as expected, it wasn't the golem who hit the ground, rather, it was Gray who was already bleeding on different parts of his body. He hastily stood up in case the golem followed up with another attack. But luckily, after it repelled Gray, it stood at its previous location once again. Its message was clear: you shall not pass. Chapter 103, I'll see how it survives. Chapter 103, I'll see how it survives. Seeing the golem wasn't making any other movements, Gray spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, this thing is stronger than expected, he complained. From the battle he just had with the golem, he was confident it was stronger than someone at the third stage of the origin plane. Even though he knew his chances against someone in the third stage of the origin plane wasn't high, there was no way he would have been beaten this badly. I'll recover first, then think of what to do. With this thought, he quickly sat cross-legged. But just as he sat down, he stood up again. What if it suddenly decides to leave that spot and attack me while I'm trying to recover? I'll move further. Although he was injured, his healing ability is quite higher than others, and he still had some healing tonic left with him. After moving a considerable distance he felt was safe enough, he sat cross-legged and immediately used the tonic before entering into a semi-conscious state to heal himself properly. While Gray was bleeding, the egg was absorbing his blood silently, and it even went on to secretly absorb his blood essence. But since Gray was already very weak, he didn't notice it. 2 hours, 30 minutes later. Whew. A white gas came out of Gray's mouth as he breathed out heavily. Just a little more, and I'll break through to the origin plane, he said excitedly. The battles he had fought today had squeezed out his potential, which in turn increased his cultivation. Although it was by a little, if he had decided to cultivate for an entire day or two, then he would definitely break through to the origin plane. But the fight still isn't over. He still had to defeat that last golem, or else he wouldn't be able to get to the peak. Charging at it is completely stupid, since all I'll get is being pummeled once again. It doesn't seem like something that has exhausted its energy, so its strength will most likely be the same. But what if it isn't? If its strength drops, then I'll have a chance of defeating it. Well, there's only one way to find out 1 minute later. No. Its strength is basically still the same. Gray gently massaged his shoulder, which was slightly hit by the golem during the exchange. When he just started the battle, he noticed there wasn't any difference in its strength, so he quickly escaped. He had been beaten once. He didn't want to get beaten to that stage once again. This time he didn't retreat far and just stood at a distance where the golem was still visible to him. The golem had once again stood in its spot. After a while. That's it, Gray exclaimed excitedly. Heh, I'll see how it will survive this. Thankfully, as long as I don't get 20 meters close to it, it doesn't attack. He had studied the distance he gets to before the golem attacks, and noticed it was only after he gets within 20 meters of it does it attack. Once he was out of that range, it wouldn't attack but just stare at him. When he first noticed this, the thought of going around crossed his mind, and he executed it. It was just that. After walking 50 meters from where that golem was located, he found another one standing there. And behind him was a group in the first stage of the origin plane. The first golem followed him till he got to a particular spot. Then it stopped. From this, he was able to deduce that the golems were all placed in a particular territory away from each other, and they only attack once someone drifts into their territory. He didn't bother to fight it out with those golems and just retreated back to where he came from. Now he was struck with a great idea: elemental fusion. After the first time he tried it back at the Lunar Academy, he had only tried it once during his time here, but he didn't allow the orb to form fully since he noticed he still wasn't able to control it. Now he's about to try it once more. His cultivation is stronger, the grade of some of his elements has seen an increase, and he also got a new element. He was quite expectant towards the outcome of the explosion. Would the strength be stronger than what he expected, or would it be lower? He couldn't wait to find out. Staring at the motionless golem, he walked to the edge of the 20 meters mark. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and his lips curved upwards to reveal a smirk. This thing is in for the surprise of its life. Wait, is it even alive? Who cares? I'm going to blow it up anyway. He shrugged. The golem looked at him with its listless eyes. It didn't care what the human was doing, but if it tried to get within 20 meters of it, then it would attack without mercy. Gray's expression turned into one of seriousness as he slowly started sensing the elemental particles in the air with his spiritual sense. Now, unlike the previous time, he had to guide 4 different elements to make the orb, so the process will require more concentration from him and also more effort. But he didn't forget to take a peek at the golem once in a while to confirm if it was still in the same spot. Soon, he started slowly guiding the elements towards himself. Lights made of brownish, silver, greenish, and bluish color could be seen slowly concealing at the top of his outstretched hand. Slowly, an orb started taking shape. It was made of 4 different colors intertwining perfectly in it. As time went on, the orb started to grow bigger. First, it was the size of a table tennis ball, then it slowly grew to the size of a fist. This was the largest he could grow the orb to without it exploding in his hand immediately. The orb currently had a mixture of 4 different colors, and it looked beautiful. The golem looked at the orb taking shape in Gray's hand, and a hint of danger flashed across its previously listless eyes. It could tell the thing the human was creating had the capability of killing him. Compared to the other golems, the ones which are situated at the peak of the volcano have a sliver of consciousness, so its senses were telling it to escape as far as he could, but its order was telling it to stay put. Its order was to stop anyone who tried to reach the peak through its territory. It didn't care what happened in the other territories, but it was supposed to stop whoever or whatever came its way. The orb soon started trembling. This was a sign of Gray losing control. Looking at the orb, he couldn't complain because at least he was able to keep it stable for almost 5 seconds. Besides, he didn't create it with the purpose of controlling it anyway. Here's a gift for your hard work, Gray said before throwing the orb at the golem. The orb was already close to exploding, and any other contact would make it explode faster. The second the orb left his hand, he immediately dashed as fast as he could in the other direction. He didn't want to experience the strength of the orb in any way. The golem, seeing the orb coming its way, instinctively wanted to run, but because it couldn't defy its orders, it stood still and swung its mace at the orb coming its way. Boom! The fleeing Gray already expected the explosion. When he snuck a view over his shoulder, his pupils dilated. The explosion was catching up at a faster pace. Had the golem not swung its mace at it, it wouldn't have exploded this early and might have given Gray an added precious 1 or 2 seconds. At the sense of danger, his speed increased to a new level, and he dashed towards the foot of the volcano as fast as he could. Since he was descending, his speed was also given a major boost. He managed to escape from the blast range by a hair's breadth. 10 minutes later, wow, this place is really sturdy, Gray exclaimed at the sight of where the blast took place. After the blast died down, he came back to the site of the explosion. The golem was nowhere to be seen, obviously. But what amazed him was that the ground of the volcano didn't even have a single scratch on it. Gray estimated the strength of the explosion was at least at the power of someone in the 5th stage of the origin plane. No one would believe someone in the arcane plane was able to dish out such a strong attack. After getting to the peak of the volcano, he saw an entrance that led inside the volcano. At the side of the entrance was a message written on a fiery red stone slab. Fated one. If you're reading this, then it means you have passed the 1st stage of the trial. Gray read the words carefully before he walked into the entrance. According to the words, an expert kept his greatest treasure inside the depths of this volcano. The golems he fought were all adjusted according to his stage, so if someone with a higher stage came here, the strength of the golem would also see an increase. The stage of the last golem was created to be 3 stages ahead of the person entering the trial. And unsurprisingly, he would also battle a creature inside the volcano. It was an elemental warrior, and it will be a stage ahead of the last golem he fought. At least I was given a heads up. With this, he disappeared into the volcano. Chapter 104. Life and Death. After walking through the entrance, Gray saw a flight of stairs that led further down the volcano. Mintz, observing carefully, he slowly stepped on the stairs and started his descent. Although the text said the last challenge would appear close to the treasure, he didn't want to recklessly charge straight down. What if the text was wrong? Or maybe it wanted to test how prudent he was. He slowly started going downwards. The stairs were carved out of the side of the volcano. Given how hard it was, Gray couldn't even start to imagine the strength of the expert. Although the light entering the volcano wasn't much, he could still unexpectedly see properly. The inside of the volcano wasn't as wide as he expected. Given how big the volcano was outside, he expected to see a huge space inside. At the entrance, the wideness was about 10 meters. It only started increasing as he went deeper. 30 minutes later, Gray stared downwards from where he was standing, and he still couldn't see where he was headed. All he saw was unending darkness. Without any options, he continued on his way. From all the points, the only way he could get out of here is by reaching where the so-called treasure was. He still didn't know what to expect. Also, he was thinking about the elemental warrior he would have to face. This wasn't the first time he was hearing about elemental warriors. He knew they were a higher grade of summons. But he still wasn't aware of Reynolds being able to summon an elemental warrior yet, because the time he met up with them, they were about to walk towards the door, and Klaus was talking about his tales. I wonder how they are doing, he thought. 1 hour later, Gray stood in front of a passage. After getting to the ground, he was faced with a single passage that was open through the volcano walls. He couldn't see the inside of the cave as it was dark. He warily walked towards the passage. This was his only ticket back to where he came from. There was no way he could miss it. After getting into the passage, some stones embedded in the walls of the passage suddenly lit up, showing him what was ahead. What a strange stone, Gray muttered under his breath as he walked closer to inspect it. Even after inspecting for almost a minute, he couldn't figure out why the stones lit up only after he entered the passage. Spence with no other choice. He brought out his trusted blades and tried removing one. This is something precious. I'm not going to leave without acquiring any, he chuckled lightly. Although he still didn't know what it was, he was not leaving without acquiring some. The path was long and he couldn't see the end of it. So he once again started walking cautiously, after removing some stones, that is. He was told he would face one more opponent, so he had to be ready in case of a sneak attack. The elemental warrior is stronger than the last golem he fought. Well, the last golem that beat him up. If he were to be attacked unaware by this opponent, he might die. 5 minutes later, he walked out of the passage and was greeted by a huge room that spanned over 300 meters wide and over 500 meters long. At the center of the room was a pool of lava, and at the middle of the lava pool was a floating blue lotus. The lotus was closed. Well, there's the treasure. Gray looked at the floating lotus curiously. Now, where's the guardian? He asked, as he stared around. He stood at the passage for some time. He looked around if he might find what might likely take him back to the valley. If he could find it, then he knew he had the opportunity of escaping with his life, even if he didn't acquire the treasure. Although he wanted this treasure, his life mattered more to him. He wouldn't risk his life for a treasure, unless maybe it was a life-saving treasure that someone very close to him needed. As Gray was looking around, all his hair suddenly stood on end. An attack, his heart raced. He quickly moved to the side and set up an earth wall. Bang! The earth wall exploded and a fire arrow shot towards Gray. Seeing his defensive wall was destroyed, he quickly retreated to the side. Boom! The arrow struck the ground and exploded, sending bits of fire in all directions. Gray used his water element to stop the fire coming towards him. Staring in the direction of the arrow, he saw a fire elemental warrior floating 20 meters above the ground. Well, there it is. Gray's face turned sour. He looked back at the passage he used in coming here, and just as he was about to retreat towards him, bam, a wall dropped from the top of it and closed it. He was stuck. There was no way he could destroy the wall since it was made from the volcano itself. He remembered how his elemental fusion blast didn't even damage it outside. This is bad. When he was walking through the passage, his initial plan was to first find the elemental warrior, head back to the passage, use elemental fusion, come out, and toss it at it. But now, his plan was totally ruined. Due to not spotting the elemental warrior sooner, he is caught in a tough predicament. He couldn't even beat the golem that was in the third stage of the origin plane. Even if he broke through to the first stage of the origin plane right now, his chances of victory were still very low, 30% max. All his hopes were previously placed on elemental fusion. Now that opportunity was gone. He tried thinking of what to do, while also creating an inscription. Even if he couldn't beat the warrior, it didn't mean he'll not attempt to fight back. Only cowards wait for death. Even though the elemental warrior was stronger, he will not be intimidated. The elemental warrior didn't give him much time to think. It shot out 3 fire arrows towards Gray. With no other option, Gray started battling the warrior. 3 minutes later, bang! Gray slammed the wall heavily. The attack he received from the warrior was too fierce for his defenses to take. After it destroyed his defenses, it sent him flying. Luckily, the strength of the attack was halved by his defenses. Fresh blood could be seen dripping from the side of his mouth. His clothes were in tatters, and for the first time in a while, his bag was on the floor. One of his blades was damaged, and he wasn't sure if it could be fixed. Now, he was left with only one. The elemental warrior only gave him a few seconds before it once again attacked him. He wiped the blood off the side of his mouth and once again started battling with the elemental warrior. The elemental warrior switches between close-range combat and long-range combat perfectly. Since it was equipped with a sword, it didn't have any problems with fighting against Gray, who was using his blades. If Gray retreated, it would use its bow and send out multiple arrows. Another 2 minutes went by and Gray was currently on his knees, supporting his body with his blood-stained hands. Drip! Drip! The blood dripping from his mouth slammed the ground and the sound echoed out. There was a long slash that ran through his back, which was also gushing out blood. He was struggling for breaths, panting heavily. He managed to raise his head and looked at the elemental warrior, and for the first time in his life he felt true despair. This thing had only one thing in its mind, and that was to kill any intruders. He couldn't escape. There was no hope in beating his opponent. No one was going to appear and save him. I can't die here. He clenched his aching fists. The blood flowing from his head had already gotten into his eyes, and it was currently dampening his vision. Given his current defenseless state, another attack from the elemental warrior would be fatal. Swoosh! An arrow shot towards Gray at a breakneck speed. He wanted to crawl out of the way, but his body didn't allow him. He tried using his inscription to send out an attack to block the attack, but his consciousness was almost at the brink of fading, and he missed it. Poochie! The arrow pierced right through Gray's back and came out just below his chest. Splat. He coughed up a mouthful of blood once again. His vision was starting to fade. The only thing keeping him awake was his willpower. He didn't want to die here. Thinking back to everything he went through. From not being able to awaken his element, his 3 years of loneliness, his mother, his father, his friends. He still wanted to see them. Swoosh, another arrow was sent towards him. It was able to once again easily pierce through the defenseless Gray. The hands he was using to support himself couldn't hold him up anymore and gave way. Thud! He fell headfirst, and the side of his face slammed into the ground, before the rest of his body followed along. His inscription, which was still in the air, slowly started flickering before it finally faded away. The elemental warrior, which was about to send out another attack, paused on seeing the motionless Gray. Gray was currently lying on the ground without any movements. His consciousness was slowly fading away. I can't give up, he thought. Just as this thought flashed through his head, an unfamiliar technique appeared in his mind. Chapter 105, Fusion State. Fusion State. This was the name of the technique that appeared in Gray's mind. Just like when he got the technique for elemental fusion, this technique also appeared in his mind. He was sure this had something to do with the pearl he absorbed in the chaos element. When he got the technique for elemental fusion, he just broke through to the arcane plane. From the details of the technique, it seemed like he was supposed to acquire it when he broke through to the origin plane, but he unexpectedly acquired it sooner because of his current predicament. The technique was similar to elemental fusion in some ways since it also involved fusing the elements, only this time he had to fuse them inside him. Unlike elemental fusion, the fusion state required him to fuse each of his elemental beads into one. According to the technique, for every element, his cultivation stage will increase by a single stage. This means, since he currently has 4 elements, he could increase his stage by 4. After entering the state, he could use elemental fusion instantly since all the elements were already fused inside him, and he could also use each element separately. It was just that he couldn't keep the state for long. After entering the fusion state, all his injuries will start healing automatically, just like the time he accidentally entered against the mercenaries. Only at that time, he had no control over the state. But now, he will be fully conscious of everything, and can also exit the state whenever he wants to. He wouldn't need to pay any price for using the technique, nor will he enter a weakened state after using it. Once he enters the state, all his injuries will heal up almost instantly. What more could he ask for? But unfortunately, his body was still too weak to maintain the state for long. Given his current body strength, after 1 minute, his body will start cracking up from excess energy. If he still doesn't exit the stage after 2 minutes, there's a high chance his body might blow up. With a renewed hope, he used his willpower to keep himself awake and study the technique properly. Now, he was faced with a major issue. The technique explained the process of fusing his elemental beads, but because he was still in the arcane plane, he still hasn't formed his elemental beads yet. Now he had to come up with a way to use the technique on his chaotic essence orb. The essence orb was currently divided into 4 parts. He tried using the same method for the elemental beads on it, but it failed. Still lying on the ground. He started trying various methods he could think of to fuse the elements in his essence orb. After 2 minutes, there was a slight change. The elements in his essence orb trembled slightly, but then they stopped after some seconds. Seeing this, Gray's heart was filled with joy and his previously motionless body twitched. Swoosh! Bam! Another arrow was shot towards Gray's body. When the elemental warrior noticed the movement from the previously motionless body, it didn't hesitate to shoot out another arrow. The arrow pierced Gray's leg and pinned it to the ground. What was worse about all this was that since the elemental warrior was of the fire element, each of its weapons was made from fire, so whenever the weapons came in contact with Gray's body, the fire burns his flesh. Gray steeled his mind and endured the pain. He didn't try to make any more movements, hence he will be on the receiving end of more arrows. The fire arrow extinguished after 30 seconds to the relief of Gray. He was already having a tough time keeping himself awake, added with the pain from the arrow piercing his flesh and the fire burning his flesh at the same time. Some people might have fainted from the pain. But fainting now would be fatal, since it might lead to death due to blood loss. The technique he was using to fuse the elements in his essence orb was almost exactly the type for the elemental fusion, and that was by slowly guiding the elements into one. This process is more tiresome and was longer. He had to be extra careful, so there wouldn't be any mistakes, compared to when he was fusing the elements outside his body. This one was almost 3 times harder. He managed to get the elements to start fusing after 3 minutes. But the attempt failed. He didn't give up. It wasn't like he was going anywhere. The only thing that gave him a sense of urgency was the loss of blood, which was already starting to take effect. Another 5 minutes went by, and this time, he was already halfway through fusing the elements. He had failed in 2 other attempts before this one. As the seconds slowly ticked on, the elements merged bit by bit. After another minute, it was already 80% fused. In 1 more minute, he will be able to fuse it completely and then heal. The fact that after entering the fusion state, he could heal almost instantaneously excited him. This was like having an instant healing ability, and in his opinion, it was nothing less of an overpowered ability. With this, he wouldn't need to fear any injuries. As long as he wasn't dead, he could heal up. But that didn't give him the idea of just standing still, and not protecting himself though, or tanking attacks, so he could use the opportunity to hurt his opponent. This was because before he could heal up, he would have to first feel the pain of being hurt, which isn't something anyone would want to feel. After a minute went by, boom, with Gray's body at the center, a force shot out in all directions. The elemental warrior was pushed back by the force. The previously motionless Gray slowly started standing up. The injuries on his body were healing at an unbelievably fast rate. Standing up, Gray looked at the elemental warrior calmly. Boom. Another force spread out in all directions with Gray at the center once again. His stage was increasing by the second, the first stage, second stage, third stage, and lastly, fourth stage of the origin plane. In 5 seconds, Gray went from a 9th stage arcane plane elementalist to the 4th stage origin plane elementalist. This was unheard of. Now he was in the same stage as the elemental warrior. Gray gently floated upwards and stopped at the same height as the elemental warrior. Unlike other Origin Plane elementalists, he could fly. Looking in the face of the elemental warrior, he attacked without hesitation. The time he could stay in this state was limited. He had already spent almost 10 seconds already, so time was not on his side. Boom. The elemental warrior blocked the attack but was pushed back by it. The strength of Gray's attack was almost in the 6th stage of the Origin Plane since he was using elemental fusion in his attacks. Boom, bam, bang. Gray and the elemental warrior started fighting midair with Gray obtaining the upper hand. Within 30 seconds, he had slammed the elemental warrior into the ground a total of 4 times. Its fire wasn't as bright as it was previously, and it couldn't fly properly anymore. Gray stretched out his hands, and 10 inscriptions instantly manifested in the air. When he used the fusion state, his stage wasn't the only thing that saw an increase. His spiritual energy also saw an increase, which in turn boosted the time he would spend in making inscriptions. Swoosh! Swoosh! And all 10 inscriptions sent out ice spears, which shot towards the elemental warrior. The elemental warrior raised its flaming sword, and the size of the sword increased, from 35 inches in length and a width of 3 inches. It went to over 80 inches in length and over 30 inches in width. Boom, boom, boom. After managing to fend off 3 of the spears, the elemental warrior was first pushed back from the force of the attacks before the other 7 came at it. One of the spears exploded at a close range because the elemental warrior sent a fist towards it. The effect of the explosion sent the elemental warrior towards the ground. Bang! It slammed heavily into the ground, and for the first time since Gray came here, a pit formed on the ground of the volcano. The other 6 spears, like they had eyes of their shot straight into the pit. Bam! 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 All 6 made contact with the elemental warrior. The elemental warrior slowly started dissipating. Gray heaved a sigh before calmly floating down and exiting the fusion state before the 1-minute time was up. The entire battle took Gray a total of 43 seconds. Added, with the first 10 seconds spent in healing and upgrading his stage, he spent 53 seconds in the fusion state. The elemental warrior that almost killed him had died under his hands in such a short time. Seems like I can't use this state as frequently as I thought Gray. Months after exiting the stage, he noticed some energy was still left in his body. This meant that if he were to use the state in a short period of time, the energy in his body will be too much. Although it can't be said to be a side effect since it wouldn't affect me if I don't use the state anytime soon. I guess it's more of a limitation, so I won't depend on it in every battle, or use it for its healing purposes without reservations. He sighed at the thought of not being able to heal whenever he was injured. He couldn't really say he felt bad about the limitation though. Besides, he rarely got in this sort of situation where he would need a massive increase in strength. Now, he had a major trump card. With this, he wouldn't need to fear anyone in this place, well, till he could use it again, that is. After settling his thoughts, he looked around but still didn't see any way to exit this place appearing. Maybe I'll acquire the treasure first before the exit will appear. Thinking up to this stage, he first walked towards his bag. He wanted to get his bag before going towards the floating lotus. Picking it up, he froze. Why is it lighter? He asked with a confused expression. There were no items on the ground, so there was no way the items in the bag fell out of the bag. Gently opening the bag, his expression changed. What the hell? Gray stared at his bag in total astonishment. More than 80% of the plants left that he acquired from the garden were gone. There was a time he accidentally acquired 2 essence stones. Those were also gone. The only thing he still found complete was the stones he dug from the passage wall when he was coming here. He looked deeper and noticed pieces of the black egg he stole from the prince's group previously. Did it hatch? But why are there no movements inside the bag then? Or could it be that it left? Thinking of what might be inside the egg, his attention changed from why the plants were gone to where the creature might be. One has to remember that this was a creature that had been inside an egg in this place for at least 1,000 years, so he was quite expectant towards what it was. If he knew the egg had been absorbing his blood for some time now, he would be dumbfounded. Because the inside of the bag was black, he failed to quickly notice the little sleeping furry creature at the end of it that is most likely the culprit of his missing items. Just as he was about to retract his gaze from the bag and start searching around for any strange creatures, he noticed a slight movement at the end of the bag. This is? With a confused look, he stretched his hand towards the creature. The moment his hand came in contact with the creature, he felt a sudden connection with it, and also a sense of familiarity. He was confident he had never seen this creature before. Due to the sense of familiarity, his curiosity towards the creature increased, and he picked it up. "A cat?" he unconsciously exclaimed. In his hand was a cat that was 7 inches long. Its pitch-black color is unique due to how dark it was. Gray had seen cats that were black before, but none could compare to this one. Feeling the movement from when Gray picked it up, the cat opened its eyes and stared straight at Gray. Looking at the eyes of the cat, Gray felt stunned. Just like its body, the eyes were also pitch black, and for the first few seconds Gray made eye contact with it. It felt like he was looking at the boundless space. Wait, why is there a cat? Thought the confused Gray. This was not in his bag previously. He didn't recall seeing it here when he entered. Else the elemental warrior would have killed it also, and looking at its little bulging stomach, Gray was certain it just finished eating. But how can something so small eat so much? And where the hell was the thing that hatched out of the egg? Or could it be that the cat ate it? But the cat wasn't here previously, and there are no signs or smell of blood inside the bag. Gray's head suddenly ached at the thought of so many questions. Don't tell me this cat was what hatched out of it. But how can a cat hatch out of an egg? It doesn't make sense. Gray started scrutinizing the cat. He looked at the side, back, head, tail, almost every possible thing he could. He even shook it at one time. Looking closely, he could tell that the cat seemed like it had just been born. Hey, can you stop doing that, please? It feels creepy. A small voice suddenly rang in Gray's head. Huh, who said that? Gray looked around, but found no one. Then his gaze came back to the cat. I must be hearing things. How can this small cat speak? Even if it can speak, there's no way it will be inside my head. Gray felt maybe the beating he received from the elemental warrior was starting to affect his mind. Put me down, the small voice once again exclaimed. No, this is definitely not me hearing things. This thought flashed through Gray's head. You can speak? He asked while still holding the cat. Of course, the cat nodded while the small voice rang inside Gray's head once again. How come I'm only hearing it in my head? Gray asked again. Because we're connected. Don't tell me you don't feel the connection? The cat looked at Gray strangely. This is so strange. How are we connected? And how can a cat hatch out of an egg? Asked Gray. He found the entire experience strange. First, a cat came out of an egg, which was something unheard of. Then, he suddenly felt a connection with the unknown cat. Then, he could hear the cat in his head. Could things get any stranger? Just as these thoughts were running through his head, his expression changed because things got stranger. The cat which he was previously holding firmly had somehow disappeared into thin air. Okay, I think I'm going crazy. Sigh, looks like the hit I received to my head is affecting me. I need to rest to help alleviate the stress I went through, said Gray after not being able to see the cat anywhere. He sat down cross-legged and tried to calm his mind. You're not crazy, I think. The small voice once again spoke in Gray's mind as the cat appeared on his shoulder. How did you do that? Asked Gray. What? This? The cat asked before disappearing once again and appearing on his lap. Gray nodded after the cat reappeared. It's easy. One of my elements is the space element, although for now I can't go far, the cat explained. Space element? There's a space element? Asked Gray. This was the first time he was hearing about the space element. He only knew of 7, but now, according to this cat, it seems like there's also a space element. This made it 8. Of course there is. The cat looked at Gray like he was weird. Gray was astounded. This was new knowledge for him, and one has to know that he had read a lot of books about the elements. So how come it was never stated in any of them? Or could it be that space elementalists were even rarer than light and darkness elementalists? That seems to be the possible explanation. He had decided to ask his teacher when he went back. But he was quite curious about it after seeing the cat use it. One has to know this was different from moving fast. The cat literally disappeared from one spot and appeared in another within a second, and it seems it could also regulate the time before it appears. Doesn't that mean I could have it also? Gray thought excitedly. But he quickly calmed down and focused his attention back on the cat. Okay, but you still haven't answered my previous questions, said Gray. Well, we're connected because only after absorbing your blood and part of your blood essence was I able to be born, explained the cat, my blood and blood essence. When did you do that? An expression of shock appeared on Gray's face. I think when you were fighting and injured previously, the cat said. Just so you know, I didn't do it on purpose, it said again after seeing the change in Gray's expression. But that doesn't explain why a cat would hatch from an egg. Since cats are mammals. They are normally given birth to, said Gray. I don't really know why or how that happened either, the cat said truthfully. Gray looked at the cat. He didn't know if everything the cat said was true, but he knew the cat was right about the connection part. Okay, we'll put that aside for now. How did you eat almost everything inside the bag? He looked at the cat curiously. There wasn't much in the first place. Besides, they don't even contain that much essence. And since I'm just born, I need a lot of energy to sustain myself. The cat spoke as if eating so much on its little body was natural. Gray looked at the cat stunned. Today would most likely be at the top of the weirdest days he had experienced. Not that much? Has it seen its size? Thought Gray. There was a particular fruit he had in his bag, that he was certain one of them weighed more than the entire body mass of the cat, and the fruit was 3 in total, and all 3 were currently gone as well. If he only used those fruits, it meant the cat ate more than 3 times its body weight, just from those 3 fruits alone, yet it said there wasn't much. Gray rubbed his head to try to calm down. Today has been an unforgettable day for him. First, he nearly died, then he survived now. He was talking to a cat that hatched out of an egg. He looked around and realized he still didn't know how to leave this place. He picked the cat from his leg and dropped it on the ground, before heading in the direction of the lotus. And initially, when he saw how strange the egg was, he expected to acquire a rare mount, like a griffin or something. But looking at the cat, if he were to accidentally step on it, there was a chance it would die. How can something that small be a mount? Shaking his head disappointedly, he walked towards the lotus. The cat hurriedly followed Gray towards the lava pool. At the center of the lava pool was a small piece of earth that spanned a radius of 5 meters with the lotus floating at the center. The distance from where he stood to the land at the center of the lava pool was almost 15 meters long. But it wasn't a challenge to him as he was able to easily jump to the land. The cat, though, arrived before him. With its curious eyes, it stared at the lotus greedily while licking its lips. It could sense an immense amount of energy radiating off of it. But it wisely stopped itself from moving towards the lotus, as it knew this was what Gray came here for. It had already eaten most of Gray's items. If it dared to eat this as well, then it might truly offend him. Gray felt the cat wanted the lotus because of the energy inside it. He didn't know how he was able to feel it. Maybe it was because of the connection. He nodded when he noticed the cat didn't try to snatch the lotus, or else he might have had to toss it in the lava. Well, if he could catch it first, though, he slowly walked towards the lotus. When he was 1 meter away from the lotus, an ancient stone slab appeared in front of him, and some words appeared on it. Faded one, the text spoke about the lotus and what was inside it. Inside the lotus was a rare heaven and earth flame that only forms after tens of thousands of years. The lotus was one of the few rare natural fire treasures that could hold the flame without burning. According to the expert, he was only able to acquire a very small amount of the flame. If a fire elementalist refines the flame, they would not only see an increase in their cultivation and elemental grade, but there's also a chance they might acquire the unique blue flames. The lotus could also be refined as well, since it was a rare natural fire treasure. The expert said these were his greatest treasures, and after acquiring this treasure, an ancient path would open that led to his other treasures as well as his legacy. When Gray was done reading the text, he changed his attention back to the floating lotus and walked towards it. Seems like I can finally awaken my fire element, he thought. With the awakening of his fire element, he would have 5 elements. Had it been previously, he would have thought he would only need to comprehend the light and darkness element to have all elements. But now, he didn't know how many elements there were. I remembered you said the space element was one of your innate elements. Which other one do you have? Asked Gray, who stood a few inches away from the lotus. I have 4 in total. Space, darkness, lightning, and fire, the cat replied. Oh, 4. That's quite a lot, Gray replied. Although the fact that the cat had 4 elements was quite shocking. He didn't brood too much over it. After all, he was about to acquire his 5th element. Actually, I think there might still be one more, but it seems like I'm not strong enough to awaken it yet, the cat said while placing its little paws on its face like a human does when thinking. Oh, how strong are you currently? Asked Gray curiously. Around late rank 3, I think, said the cat. Rank 3? Magical beasts have ranks? Gray asked. He had never heard of beasts having ranks. They had always used the same system as humans. Well, according to the books he had read, and also from how everyone in the Empire calls their system. Of course. Are you from a small town or village? The cat suddenly asked. It felt Gray knew lesser compared to it that had just been born. Meant since Gray had been in the world for a while now, it was unexpected. He knew nothing about the space element, and now he didn't know how magical beasts were ranked. Gray almost tripped when the cat asked him this question. He also felt like someone from a backwater place due to what was happening. It was quite embarrassing that he had to learn about these things from a cat that had just been born. But he couldn't be blamed. This was the first time he was hearing about them, and he couldn't pretend he knew about them just so he wouldn't embarrass himself. As long as it was something new, he always wanted to learn, even if it meant learning from a newborn cat. How are beasts ranked? He averted the cat's question and asked his own. It's just like the human cultivation system, only, unlike you humans, we have ranks instead of planes, explained the cat. There isn't much difference in the cultivation system then. It's just a change of name. This means according to your rank, you're at the late stages of the arcane plane, said Gray. Arcane plane? Is that the third plane for humans? Asked the cat. Gray nodded. Yeah, you could say that, the cat said. So do you have a name? Asked Gray. Other than what the cat told him, the only thing he knew about it was that it was male. And he only found out when he was studying it the first time. It's Void, said the cat. Void? Who would name himself Void? Gray chuckled. He knew this was the name. The cat gave itself, that's a great name. It fits my magnificent features perfectly, Void said proudly while sticking out his little chest. Gray laughed seeing how the little guy stuck out his chest trying to show his features. What's your name? Void asked after some time. Gray, replied Gray. Gray, who names himself after a color? And to think you had the guts to laugh at my name. Void laughed on hearing Gray's name. Gray looked at Void speechless, shaking his head. He once again placed his full attention on the lotus. Time for an upgrade, he laughed lightly. He was quite expectant towards acquiring a new element. His strength will not only increase, but his plane also. And there was a chance he might acquire the rare blue flame the expert spoke about. Since this wasn't the first time he was hearing of blue flames. Compared to normal red flames, it was almost 2 times stronger. It was just like the black lightning the crocodile he fought had. It was stronger than the normal silver lightning he had. He stretched his hand towards the lotus, and the lotus suddenly opened up. The lotus had 9 petals. At the middle of it was a nail-sized blue flame. Gray was shocked by how small it was, but he could also feel how strong its energy was. Compared to the lotus, it was almost 4 times stronger. I don't think I'll be able to fully absorb the energy in one cultivation session. I'll just refine it now, and not only awaken my fire element, but also break through. I'll slowly absorb the rest of the energy later, he thought before reaching for it. When he made contact with the flame, its warmth spread across his hand before moving to the other parts of his body. He took it and sat cross-legged, looking at Void, who was staring at him with pleading eyes. He sighed before waving for him to take the lotus. Although if he were to be the one to refine the lotus, his strength will increase further, it didn't hurt to allow the little guy to take it. Besides, he had already taken the best treasure, which was the flame. Also, from the looks of it, the little guy will be staying with him from now on. Getting the go-ahead, Void happily leaped towards the lotus, opened his mouth, and swallowed it instantly, like he was afraid Gray might change his mind. He laid down close to Gray, snuck a glance at him, and spat out a single petal which he slowly started absorbing. Gray, who was still staring at him, was surprised when he saw Void spit out one of the 9 petals. He thought Void swallowed it completely. Seems like this guy has somewhere he stores things, but where? I'll ask him after I break through, thought Gray. He also went into a semi-conscious state and started refining the flame. Even Void had started cultivating, so why delay any further? And so, 1 human and 1 cat started cultivating. While Gray and Void were cultivating, things had started heating up at the ancient paths. The paths intersected with each other, so the people were starting to meet up as time slowly went on. They had all been on this path for almost 5 hours now, but still hadn't reached the end. Some of them had gotten great treasures, such as rare plants, essence stones, elemental weapons, and even techniques, but most of the techniques were of the fire element. At one of the paths, a youth could be seen running quickly towards what looked like a castle. It's stronger here, the youth thought, while staring at the castle. The youth was none other than Jonas. Since he entered into the ancient paths, he had not stopped for 1 minute and had been following a call. From the time he saw the light, he suddenly felt a sense of calling from it. This was why he hurried towards it as fast as he could. Even after the light had died down for some time, he could still feel the call. After entering the ancient paths, he didn't bother about any other thing and just focused on where the call was coming from. Since now he had finally found it. It was from this castle. Why is it calling me? Jonas asked himself. This was a question he had asked himself over and over again, but he still couldn't come up with an answer. He didn't know what he might find in this place, but he knew it wasn't something that would harm him. Steeling his mind, he slowly disappeared into the castle. People are fighting up ahead, a soft voice said. Hence, the owner of the voice slowly walked towards where the sounds of battles were coming from. It was ahead anyway, so there was no way the figure wouldn't see who was fighting unless the figure decided to turn around. Boom, bang. A figure slammed into the wall by the side. So this is his full strength, the soft voice said. The owner of the voice was Alice. Ahead of her was the darkness elementalist, and he was facing off against two youths, one in the third stage and another in the second. He had injured the one in the second stage, and was currently in a heated battle against the one in the third stage. The fact that he could fight against two people of this caliber and not only gain the upper hand but was about to kill them was nothing less of a testament to how strong he was. Alice initially had no plans of stepping in, but looking closer, she recognized both youths. They were from the Lunar Academy. Although she was still in the second stage of the origin plane, her true strength was no weaker than those at the third stage, and she is even stronger than some of them. Sensing someone else walking into the battle scene, the darkness elementalist turned and looked in her direction. I'll advise you don't interfere with this, little lady, he said coldly. I don't meddle in other people's affairs, but you see, they're my friends. Alice smiled lightly as she walked towards both youths. Now it was 3 against 1. Although one of the youths was injured, it didn't mean he still couldn't fight. The darkness elementalist looked at them with an icy gaze, and the path fell into silence. Alice was waiting patiently for his decision. If he wanted to fight, then she had no problem with that. She hadn't fought someone this strong anyway, so it will be a test for her. Both parties faced off without anyone showing any signs of backing down. Chapter 108. To think you would dare, do you really think even if you join them, you can defeat me? The darkness elementalist asked. Alice shrugged but didn't give a reply. She wouldn't bother answering him. She was just as confident in her strength as he was. Even if she couldn't defeat him alone, there was no way he could kill her. They have something I want, the darkness elementalist said again. Alice looked at both youths by her side. They then recounted what happened. According to them, they found a fire elemental weapon, and just after obtaining it, the darkness elementalist came in and asked for it. Even though they knew he was strong, there was no way they were going to give it to him. They had to go through a tough battle just to acquire the weapon in the first place, and they felt they were strong enough to fight him together. But the reality was far from what they thought. The darkness elementalist not only completely overpowered them, but it also seemed he had the ability to kill them. Luckily, Alice came. You can't have it, Alice said lightly. She had never backed down from a fight, and she probably never will in a situation like this. The only time she'll ever back down is when the power difference between both parties has gotten to the stage where numbers have no meaning, or if she was outnumbered. Adjustments, the darkness elementalist snorted coldly and attacked. If not for the fact that he felt Alice, in addition to the other two youths, was going to take too much of his time, he wouldn't have spoken to them and would have attacked immediately. But now, since they were not coming to an agreement, it was best he dealt with them instead of wasting his time talking. The path wasn't that wide, it had a width of 15 meters max. Seeing the darkness elementalist's attack, Alice's expression turned serious, and she also immediately attacked with her lightning element. Boom! With both attacks clashing against each other, both parties retreated a couple of steps backward from the impact, with Alice retreating 5 steps more. She's stronger than even the youth in the third stage. This is going to be harder than I thought. The darkness elementalist reevaluated Alice. Just from this first exchange, he was able to estimate Alice's strength. Although he had only used one of his elements, which was his trademark darkness element, the difference in strength wasn't that much. Had Alice been in the same stage as he was, then the difference would be almost negligible. He's strong, Alice squinted her eyes. Had she been alone, she would have definitely not been his match. Attack together, she said to the others. Both youths nodded. Bang. All 4 people got into a heated battle in the path. Due to the width of the path, it limited some of their attacks, especially for the trio, because they couldn't use any large area of effect attacks. But the Darkness Elementalist had no such limitations, and was attacking without restraints. 5 minutes later. Huff! Huff! All 4 fighters were panting heavily, with sweat dripping from their faces. Since she's a dual elementalist, if I want to acquire the weapon, then I'll have to eliminate her first. If not, then I'll have to leave and focus on reaching the end of the paths. I can't waste my time here, the Darkness Elementalist thought while once again reevaluating Alice. Alice was like a thorn on his path. She was stronger than most people in the 3rd stage of the origin plane. He felt there was even a chance that she might be able to defeat dual elementalists in the 3rd stage, even though she was still in the 2nd stage. The injured youth was protected mostly by Alice and the other youth. Although he could be said to be a distraction sometimes, he had still made some notable contributions to the battle. There was a time the Darkness Elementalist was about to attack the other youth after pushing Alice back, but his attack was what stopped him. Adjustments, other than the youth injured previously, none of the others had sustained any strong injuries. They once again engaged in a battle. The Darkness Elementalist was a great fighter and could easily switch between attack and defense. He knew the right time to attack, and also when to fall back. He was like a well-seasoned fighter. This was the first time Alice was fighting someone this experienced. Although she felt the teamwork between her and the other youths was the cause of the Darkness Elementalist still being fine. Sigh, had it been me and the boys, then this guy would have been dead by now if he didn't escape. Well, I don't think he could have been able to escape though. Those guys are like a pack of hyenas. Alice smiled gently at the thought of her friends. Given how well they knew each other, their teamwork was almost flawless. There's no way they would team up against someone and the person will survive. Another 2 minutes went by with no one gaining the upper hand. The Darkness Elementalist was on the defensive during these past 2 minutes, but other than pushing him back a few times, they hadn't been able to do anything to him. Now, squinting his eyes, he charged straight at the injured youth. After bidding his time, an opportunity finally presented itself. Seeing the Darkness Elementalist charging towards him, the youth prepared himself to welcome the attack. Although he wasn't as strong as him, it didn't mean he'll be overwhelmed by fright. Oh no, Alice exclaimed and dashed towards the injured youth to help just like she had been doing during the battle. She knew if the Darkness Elementalist got to him, the chances of him surviving was not much. Since both of them had the lightning element, they were pretty fast. Bang! A figure was sent flying before hitting the wall. When the other youth looked closer, he was stunned on seeing Alice on the floor. Due to the speed of Alice and the Darkness Elementalist, he didn't see their movements properly. How? He blurted out unconsciously. He remembered seeing the Darkness Elementalist charging at the injured youth, so how come Alice was the one he attacked instead? The Darkness Elementalist didn't bother with the other two and slowly walked towards Alice, who was trying to stand up. Her shoulder was already bleeding heavily from the attack. With a pale face, she struggled to stand on her feet but couldn't. It was a fatal strike. If not for her reacting quickly, then the attack would have taken her life. Looking at the young man walking her way, she realized he tricked her. His initial target was her, but he only dashed towards the injured youth as a feint to draw her closer to him. Once you're out of the picture, these fries wouldn't be a problem? The Darkness Elementalist chuckled lightly. The youth in the 3rd stage rushed towards the Darkness Elementalist, trying to protect Alice. Go! I'll hold him back! He roared and attacked the Darkness Elementalist. Compared to other academies, the Lunar Academy ensured the relationship between each student was good. Even though they might not be close friends, but as long as they saw a fellow student in danger, they have never hesitated to rush in, even if it cost them their lives. This was also the reason Alice stepped into the battle. Even the injured youth didn't refrain from attacking. As long as they could protect Alice successfully, they were satisfied, even if it meant death. He also felt guilt, because if not for him being weak, then Alice wouldn't have been in this situation. This was the first time they were having any exchanges with Alice. Even at the academy they never spoke. And now, she was about to die because she helped them. They couldn't accept it. Alice looked at the two youths rushing to what looked like their deaths with a sad look. The Darkness Elementalist was not only strong, but he was also scheming as well. These were the toughest people to deal with, smart and strong people. Boom, bang. Within 1 minute, the Darkness Elementalist was able to easily defeat both youths. Since you want to save her so much, I'll keep you alive so you can watch me kill her, he said towards both injured youths. The two youths looked at each other with despair. Even after sacrificing themselves, due to how severe Alice's injury was, she couldn't escape. Don't worry, your death will be swift. I don't have any more time to waste. The darkness elementalist laughed lightly and raised his hand. Boom, an attack rang out. Both youths closed their eyes because they couldn't stand and watch Alice die. Hearing the sound, they just waited quietly for their deaths. After some seconds, they heard an arrogant voice. To think you would dare to attack her. Chapter 109, Sub-Zero. To think you would dare to attack her. On hearing the voice, Alice smiled lightly. Her friends were here. Klaus and Reynolds walked towards her slowly. The attack that connected previously was done by Klaus, who instantly attacked the darkness elementalist on seeing he was about to strike Alice. He heaved a sigh on seeing they came in time. Had they faced the path Reynolds chose, they would have never come here. After spending almost 4 hours here, he met up with Reynolds on one of the paths. They had been traveling together since. When they got to an intersection, Reynolds said they should head to the path on the right, but he was adamant they followed the path on the left. According to him, it was his gut feeling. After they argued like usual for some time, Reynolds finally agreed to follow his lead. Who knew they would see something like this? The darkness elementalist, on the other hand, was fuming currently. At first he wanted to kill both youths, then Alice showed up. Now he wanted to kill Alice, then 2 others showed up as well. Being pushed back by Klaus's attack annoyed him even more. Hey Ray, what do you think this guy deserves? Klaus asked while giving Alice some tonic to help with her injuries. Death, Reynolds said, clenching his hands. He was angry, really angry. Not just him, even though Klaus was still showing a smiling face, beneath it was a terrifying demon waiting to explode. The life of the only girl in their group was being threatened. They will not accept it. Sigh, if only Gray was here, then killing him wouldn't be a problem. Klaus sighed softly. He was angry, yes, but not stupid. For someone to be on the verge of killing Alice and 2 other youths who were in the 3rd and 2nd stage respectively wasn't a fluke. It meant he had the strength to suppress them, even though the fact that he was able to injure Alice to this extent was quite surprising. It also showed how strong he was. Ray, full power, Klaus said before turning serious. I know, Reynolds nodded. More fries seeking death. The darkness elementalist snorted coldly. Although he was pushed back by Klaus's attack, he only attributed it to the fact that he was attacked unaware and had to defend quickly. His disdain for them increased further when he noticed their stages. One on the 2nd stage and the other on the 1st stage. This is going to be easier than those buffoons, he thought. But his expression changed the next second. An elemental warrior, he said in a small voice. His head was currently aching. How can these people be a group of friends? One was a dual elementalist whose strength was insane for her stage. Another was a summoner who can summon an elemental warrior. Now, he didn't dare to look down on Klaus for him to be part of such a group. There was definitely something terrifying about him also. Had he known there was an even more terrifying fellow who wasn't present, he would definitely curse his bad luck for clashing with such a group. Given how vengeful Klaus and the boys were, they will definitely never let the matter rest. The battle started off quickly, boom, bam. 1 minute later, bang. For the first time since he was battling previously, the darkness elementalist slammed into the wall by the side. The elemental warrior wasn't giving him any chances and was attacking him from both a close distance and far distance. Added to Klaus's insane attacks, he was quickly put in a passive state. I can't delay any further. Although I can't defeat them, they can't keep me here if I want to leave. He quickly made up his mind to escape. Had he been facing the elemental warrior alone, he would have been able to hang on without fearing he might sustain any injuries. But with Klaus around, there was no way he could. Klaus was like a terrifying monster. He attacked so ingeniously that defending his strikes means creating an opening for the elemental warrior most of the time. Klaus also attacks just after he had finished defending or dodging the attack of the elemental warrior, which makes defending harder. He hadn't acquired the Great Earth Essence liquid yet. If he were to be injured fatally in this battle, his chances of acquiring it would reduce greatly. That was his initial goal. If not for taking a fancy of the elemental weapon, he wouldn't have wasted so much time here. Coming to a decision, he quickly retreated but was met by an evil grin from Klaus. Hee, I knew you would take this decision, but I won't let you leave without any injuries. Klaus laughed evilly. After the battle started, he had guessed the darkness elementalist would try to escape the moment he realizes he was in a difficult position. He knew too well they shouldn't engage in a prolonged battle since Reynolds couldn't keep the summon for too long, so he had been brainstorming on how to ensure even if the darkness elementalist escapes, it wouldn't be without any injuries. And the idea came to him quickly. It was a technique he acquired in one of the ancient paths. It was a water technique, but it was quite difficult to execute. He had to congeal a small ice needle while storing a terrifying amount of ice in it. After the needle comes in contact with the human body, it dissolves before releasing a bone-chilling cold into the body, causing hypothermia. If congealed to an even more terrifying state, it will freeze the target instantly from the inside out, causing death. But Klaus can't get it to that stage yet. The name of the technique was Sub-Zero, swoosh. The needle pierced through the air at a terrifying speed. The retreating darkness elementalist who had just used a movement technique to escape from the barrage of attacks from the elemental warrior was left with no way to dodge the attack. Piuchi. The ice needle pierced into his shoulder and dissolved in his body. The second the needle dissolved in his body started going numb. I knew this guy wasn't simple, he thought while trying to remove the effects of the cold. Having the fire element as one of his elements made things easier. He quickly circulated it around his body, which reduced the effect of the cold effectively, while he was also retreating completely from the path. He didn't dare to stay any longer. It's a shame he also has the fire element, or even if he escaped, it would be hard to rid himself of the cold so quickly. Klaus shook his head in disappointment. Reynolds, on the other hand, quickly dissipated his summon before it drains him completely of his elemental essence. "Are you okay?" he asked while walking closer to Alice. "Yeah, better than before," Alice nodded. "You see, never doubt my gut feeling," Klaus said arrogantly while glaring at Reynolds. "Yeah, right, and we nearly died because of this so-called gut feeling of yours previously," Reynolds scoffed before replying. "That was coincidental. Who knew that beast would accidentally walk there?" Klaus retorted. "You moron, how can a sleeping beast walk? The beast had been sleeping there before you decided to choose that path, waking it in the process because of your loud voice." Reynolds didn't back down. The two youths from the Lunar Academy who had managed to stand up were about to thank the duo when they started arguing. They were stunned. They never expected the two guys who they felt were powerful to have such traits. Alice, on the other hand, didn't even bother with them, and just laughed lightly while focusing on healing herself. This wasn't her first time being around, Klaus said Reynolds, so she knew their characters all too well. After almost 2 minutes of cursing at each other, Reynolds finally praised Klaus's gut feeling, because if not for it, then they might have lost Alice. "Have you guys seen Gray?" Alice asked after feeling a little better. Compared to the first time they arrived, she was better now and could stand on her own properly. Her bleeding shoulder had also stopped bleeding. "No, the chances of meeting at these paths is quite low. It's already a miracle, and thanks to my gut feeling, we are able to reunite," Klaus said, not forgetting to praise his gut feeling as well. Alice and Reynolds both rolled their eyes on hearing his answer. "You should heal up. We can't delay any further. We need to reach the end of the paths as soon as possible," Reynolds said to Alice. While they were still speaking, the other two youths came over. "Thank you," they both bowed in appreciation. They even offered to give them the elemental weapon, but they were refused by the group. After staying for some time, they left the group and continued on their journey, back at the volcano. "I'm finally about to break through," Gray thought excitedly when he noticed the changes happening in his body. Chapter 110, Reborn from Fire. After refining the flame for almost 1 hour, he had refined almost 40% of it and had finally acquired the fire element. Now, his previous chaotic essence orb was undergoing a change with the acquisition of a new element. With the addition of the fire element, he currently had 5 elements. This, in turn, made his essence orb have 5 different colors, with the fire element unexpectedly dominating it. But Gray couldn't bother about the reason for now and focus fully on breaking through. He had currently reached the critical point of his breakthrough. That was forming his essence beads. Although over 50% of the people who attempt to form their essence beads succeed, since there's a failure rate of almost 50%, it showed forming the beads was easier said than done. Compared to single elementalists, the failure rate among dual elementalists was lower due to having higher spiritual energy. Then, for multi-elementalists, their success rate was a whopping 80%. Because forming each bead required a delicate procedure, and if dual elementalist succeeds in forming the first bead, given the experience from the first one, they shouldn't have any problems when forming the second one. But on some rare occasions, they fail to do so. But for most elementalists, their failures occur when forming the first bead, and once one fails in forming the essence beads, they would be stuck at the arcane plane, and only a few natural treasures could help them. Hence, only dual elementalists and multi-elementalists have it better, since even if they failed in one element, they could still succeed in the other. Although their strength wouldn't be what it was supposed to be, it was better than not advancing at all. Being fully aware of this, Gray knew there was no room for errors. Rushing into forming any of his beads might spell disaster for him, but once he completes the process, then he would become an origin plane elementalist. Hence, he was slowly getting to the pinnacle of the Azure Empire. Calming his mind, he decided to form the essence bead for his wind element first. The reason was quite simple. Among the other elements in his essence orb, it occupied the smallest mass, so he would use it to get familiar with the technique of creating his beads. The technique for creating the beads was by using his spiritual energy to form a sphere around the element and slowly start compressing it. Hence, if he rushes while compressing it, there was a chance he might lose control over it. If this occurs, the best-case scenario was failing to break through and being stuck in the arcane plane, while the worst-case scenario was death due to the essence exploding inside the body. Also, if one's spiritual energy isn't strong enough, they might not be able to hold the elemental essence for too long, so they will not be able to compress it properly. Hence, if these type of people even manages to break through to the origin plane, their overall strength will just be slightly better than an arcane plane elementalist. And geniuses like Gray and Alice could beat them easily, even if they were still in the 8th plane of the arcane plane. Gray slowly used his spiritual energy to first isolate the wind element from the others before forming a sphere around it. After successfully forming the sphere, he slowly started compressing it, given his strong spiritual energy. He had no issues with holding the element in the sphere. It took him almost 15 minutes to compress the sphere to more than 1/5 of the previous size of the wind element, while it was still in its previous matter state. While the wind element was still in a matter state in his essence orb, it occupied a space of at least 25 centimeters. I can still compress it a little further. Gray pushed it to the limit. Although this seemed rash, there was a reason for it. The smaller you compress your essence beads, the thicker your elemental essence. This would then increase the boost in strength, speed, and defense it gives the user. This is also one of the reasons why, if Gray or Alice was still in the 8th stage of the arcane plane, there were a few people in the origin plane they could defeat. But they had not battled any of such people, though. Hence, these such people are only origin plane elementalists in name, and there was also a chance their beads might collapse, reducing them back to the arcane plane. Another 3 minutes went by, and Gray was able to compress it to 1/8 of its previous size. But after getting to this level, it didn't budge anymore. When he tried to force it once more, he realized it was already at its maximum, and trying any further would make it unstable, so he ceased his actions immediately. Hence, with the knowledge from the first one, he started compressing the second element. Although he had done it once, he still didn't dare to act rashly. But compared to the first time, his speed and compression was faster while forming the first bead. It took him almost 20 minutes, but during the second one, he didn't take up to 15 minutes. After it got that the same size as the first one, it also stopped. He went on to the third element. 30 minutes later, boom. An incomparably strong aura shot out of Gray's body, but he quickly retracted it when he remembered Void was still cultivating beside him. After breaking through, another change started taking place. His body started growing stronger by the second. When he came to the trial land 2 months ago, the strength of his physical body could only rival a 3rd stage arcane plane elementalist, and because he hadn't trained his body since arriving here, it only improved by a single stage. But at the speed it was increasing, there was a chance it might get to the stage where it can rival the strength of an 8th stage or 9th stage arcane plane elementalist. Just as the strength of his body was increasing, an idea struck him. What if he used the rest of the flame to strengthen his body? It was a natural treasure after all, and doing this was different from honing his body with elemental essence. Hence, there was a difference between strengthening the body with the elements when cultivating and what he was about to do. He would literally have to use the flame to refine his muscles, tissues, and flesh, thereby improving their strength. Compared to refining with the elemental essence, this process was going to be painful. Since he had already decided to do it, he didn't delay any further and struck the iron while it was hot, guiding what was left of the flame. He tried to use it to envelop his body, and to his surprise, the flame was able to easily cover his entire body. But unlike when he was using it for his cultivation, the heat of the flame increased exponentially. Void, who was still cultivating, felt the sudden increase in temperature and quickly exited his cultivation to find out what was going on. The scene of Gray being enveloped in blue flames nearly threw him off his little feet. What the hell is he doing? Even though it hasn't been long since I was born, I'm confident they don't absorb flames this way, he thought to himself. He saw how Gray was refining it previously and knew he's absorbing the flame. But now, how did it turn out like this? Looking at Gray's face calmly, he could see it was distorted from pain. He could even feel Gray was in a tremendous amount of pain from their connection. Why would he put himself through this pain just to grow stronger? He asked himself. When studying Gray some moments ago, he realized the strength of his body was increasing at a dramatic rate. In fact, his body contained so much explosive energy that it was terrifying. How could the human body contain so much strength? Void asked himself in disbelief. Beasts are known for their tough bodies, but not humans. The body of a magical beast in the same rank as a human is far stronger compared to the latter. Gray's mind was currently a mess. The pain was stronger than he expected. It was even 3 times stronger than his expectations. It was like the flame was slowly eating away his flesh, tissues, and muscles, and slowly remolding them, making them stronger. It's almost like being reborn from fire, he thought jokingly, while still in pain. Being strong-willed, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain of feeling his body being burnt and remolded. Due to the speed at which his flesh, tissues, and muscles were remolding, Void couldn't see it. It was only after 25 minutes of constant suffering did the flame slowly start to die down. Gray had cursed in his mind so many times already because of pain. What was left of his clothes after the battle with the elemental warrior were burnt to nothingness. Luckily, he still had a spare. If I were to engage in another tough battle that might destroy my clothes, then I'll have to walk around looking like a beggar. That can't happen. Looks like I'll have to be careful when fighting next time. Gray shook his head wryly. When he stood up, all his bones made cracking sounds, his skin was smooth, and one wouldn't find even a single blemish on it. Finally, I'm at the origin plane, he breathed out heavily. Observing his body properly, his essence orb had long disappeared. In its place were 5 rotating beads. It took him almost 15 minutes to compress the sphere to more than 1/5 of the previous size of the wind element, while it was still in its previous matter state. While the wind element was still in a matter state in his essence orb, it occupied a space of at least 25 centimeters. I can still compress it a little further. Gray pushed it to the limit. Although this seemed rash, there was a reason for it. The smaller you compress your essence beads, the thicker your elemental essence. This would then increase the boost in strength, speed, and defense it gives the user. This is also one of the reasons why, if Gray or Alice was still in the 8th stage of the arcane plane, there were a few people in the origin plane they could defeat. But they had not battled any of such people, though. These such people are only origin plane elementalists in name. And there was also a chance their beads might collapse, reducing them back to the arcane plane. Another 3 minutes went by and Gray was able to compress it to 1/8 of its previous size. But after getting to this level, it didn't budge anymore. When he tried to force it once more, he realized it was already at its maximum, and trying any further would make it unstable, so he ceased his actions immediately. With the knowledge from the first one, he started compressing the second element. Although he had done it once, he still didn't dare to act rashly. But compared to the first time, his speed in compression was faster. While forming the first bead, it took him almost 20 minutes, but during the second one, he didn't take up to 15 minutes. After it got that the same size as the first one, it also stopped. He went on to the third element. Boom! An incomparably strong aura shot out of Gray's body, but he quickly retracted it when he remembered Void was still cultivating beside him. After breaking through, another change started taking place. His body started growing stronger by the second. When he came to the trial land 2 months ago, the strength of his physical body could only rival a 3rd stage arcane plane elementalist, and because he hadn't trained his body since arriving here, it only improved by a single stage. But at the speed it was increasing, there was a chance it might get to the stage where it can rival the strength of an 8th stage or 9th stage arcane plane elementalist. Just as the strength of his body was increasing, an idea struck him. What if he used the rest of the flame to strengthen his body? It was a natural treasure after all, and doing this was different from honing his body with elemental essence. There was a difference between strengthening the body with the elements when cultivating and what he was about to do. He would literally have to use the flame to refine his muscles, tissues, and flesh, thereby improving their strength. Compared to refining with the elemental essence, this process was going to be painful. Since he had already decided to do it, he didn't delay any further and struck the iron while it was hot, immense guiding what was left of the flame. He tried to use it to envelop his body, and to his surprise, the flame was able to easily cover his entire body. But unlike when he was using it for his cultivation, the heat of the flame increased exponentially. The scene of Gray being enveloped in blue flames nearly threw him off his little feet. What the hell is he doing? Even though it hasn't been long since I was born. I'm confident they don't absorb flames this way, he thought to himself. He saw how Gray was refining it previously and knew he's absorbing the flame. But now, how did it turn out like this? Looking at Gray's face calmly, he could see it was distorted from pain. He could even feel Gray was in a tremendous amount of pain from their connection. Why would he put himself through this pain just to grow stronger, he asked himself. When studying Gray some moments ago, he realized the strength of his body was increasing at a dramatic rate. In fact, his body contained so much explosive energy that it was terrifying. How could the human body contain so much strength? Void asked himself in disbelief. Beasts are known for their tough bodies, but not humans. The body of a magical beast in the same rank as a human is far stronger compared to the latter. Gray's mind was currently a mess. The pain was stronger than he expected. It was even 3 times stronger than his expectations. It was like the flame was slowly eating away his flesh, tissues, and muscles, and slowly remolding them, making them stronger. It's almost like being reborn from fire, he thought jokingly while still in pain. Being strong-willed, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain of feeling his body being burnt and remolded. Due to the speed at which his flesh, tissues, and muscles were remolding, Void couldn't see it. It was only after 25 minutes of constant suffering did the flames slowly start to die down. Gray had cursed in his mind so many times already because of pain. What was left of his clothes after the battle with the elemental warrior were burnt to nothingness. Luckily, he still had a spare. If I were to engage in another tough battle that might destroy my clothes, then I'll have to walk around looking like a beggar. That can't happen. Smint's sigh looks like I'll have to be careful when fighting next time. Gray shook his head wryly. When he stood up, all his bones made cracking sounds. His skin was smooth and one wouldn't find even a single blemish on it. Phew, finally, I'm at the origin plane. He breathed out heavily. Observing his body properly, his essence orb had long disappeared. In its place were 5 rotating beads. After refining the flame for almost 1 hour, he had refined almost 40% of it and had finally acquired the fire element. Now his previous chaotic essence orb was undergoing a change with the acquisition of a new element. With the addition of the fire element, he currently had 5 elements. This, in turn, made his essence orb have 5 different colors, with the fire element unexpectedly dominating it. But Gray couldn't bother about the reason for now, and focus fully on breaking through. He had currently reached the critical point of his breakthrough, that was forming his essence beads. Although over 50% of the people who attempt to form their essence beads succeed, since there's a failure rate of almost 50%, it showed forming the beads was easier said than done, compared to single elementalists. The failure rate among dual elementalists was lower due to having higher spiritual energy. Then for multi-elementalists, their success rate was a whopping 80%. Because forming each bead required a delicate procedure, and if dual elementalist succeeds in forming the first bead, given the experience from the first one, they shouldn't have any problems when forming the second one. But on some rare occasions, they fail to do so. But for most elementalists, their failures occur when forming the first bead. And once one fails in forming the essence beads, they would be stuck at the arcane plane, and only a few natural treasures could help them. Only dual elementalists and multi-elementalists have it better, since even if they failed in one element, they could still succeed in the other. Although their strength wouldn't be what it was supposed to be, it was better than not advancing at all. Being fully aware of this, Gray knew there was no room for errors. Rushing into forming any of his beads might spell disaster for him. But once he completes the process, then he would become an origin plane elementalist. He was slowly getting to the pinnacle of the Azure Empire. Calming his mind, he decided to form the essence bead for his wind element first. The reason was quite simple. Among the other elements in his essence orb, it occupied the smallest mass. So he would use it to get familiar with the technique of creating his beads. The technique for creating the beads was by using his spiritual energy to form a sphere around the element and slowly start compressing it. If he rushes while compressing it, there was a chance he might lose control over it. If this occurs, the best-case scenario was failing to break through and being stuck in the arcane plane, while the worst-case scenario was death due to the essence exploding inside the body. Also, if one's spiritual energy isn't strong enough, they might not be able to hold the elemental essence for too long, so they will not be able to compress it properly. If these type of people even manages to break through to the origin plane, their overall strength will just be slightly better than an arcane plane elementalist, and geniuses like Gray and Alice could beat them easily even if they were still in the 8th plane of the arcane plane. Gray slowly used his spiritual energy to first isolate the wind element from the others before forming a sphere around it. After successfully forming the sphere, he slowly started compressing it. Given his strong spiritual energy, he had no issues with holding the element in the sphere. I can still compress it a little further. Gray pushed it to the limit. Although this seemed rash, there was a reason for it. The smaller you compress your essence beads, the thicker your elemental essence. This would then increase the boost in strength, speed, and defense it gives the user. This is also one of the reasons why, if Gray or Alice was still in the 8th stage of the arcane plane, there were a few people in the origin plane they could defeat. But they had not battled any of such people, though. These such people are only origin plane elementalists in name, and there was also a chance their beads might collapse, reducing them back to the arcane plane. Another 3 minutes went by, and Gray was able to compress it to 1/8 of its previous size. But after getting to this level, it didn't budge anymore. When he tried to force it once more, he realized it was already at its maximum, and trying any further would make it unstable, so he ceased his actions immediately. With the knowledge from the first one, he started compressing the second element. Although he had done it once, he still didn't dare to act rashly. But compared to the first time, his speed in compression was faster. While forming the first bead, it took him almost 20 minutes, but during the second one, he didn't take up to 15 minutes. After it got that the same size as the first one, it also stopped. He went on to the third element. 30 minutes later, boom. An incomparably strong aura shot out of Gray's body, but he quickly retracted it when he remembered Void was still cultivating beside him. After breaking through, another change started taking place. His body started growing stronger by the second. When he came to the trial land 2 months ago, the strength of his physical body could only rival a 3rd stage arcane plane elementalist, and because he hadn't trained his body since arriving here, it only improved by a single stage. But at the speed it was increasing, there was a chance it might get to the stage where it can rival the strength of an 8th stage or 9th stage arcane plane elementalist. Just as the strength of his body was increasing, an idea struck him. What if he used the rest of the flame to strengthen his body? It was a natural treasure after all, and doing this was different from honing his body with elemental essence. There was a difference between strengthening the body with the elements when cultivating and what he was about to do. He would literally have to use the flame to refine his muscles, tissues, and flesh, thereby improving their strength. Compared to refining with the elemental essence, this process was going to be painful. Since he had already decided to do it, he didn't delay any further and struck the iron while it was hot, guiding what was left of the flame. He tried to use it to envelop his body, and to his surprise, the flame was able to easily cover his entire body. But unlike when he was using it for his cultivation, the heat of the flame increased exponentially. Void, who was still cultivating, felt the sudden increase in temperature and quickly exited his cultivation to find out what was going on. The scene of Gray being enveloped in blue flames nearly threw him off his little feet. What the hell is he doing? Even though it hasn't been long since I was born, I'm confident they don't absorb flames this way, he thought to himself. He saw how Gray was refining it previously and knew he's absorbing the flame. But now, how did it turn out like this? Looking at Gray's face calmly, he could see it was distorted from pain. He could even feel Gray was in a tremendous amount of pain from their connection. Why would he put himself through this pain just to grow stronger? He asked himself. When studying Gray some moments ago, he realized the strength of his body was increasing at a dramatic rate. In fact, his body contained so much explosive energy that it was terrifying. How could the human body contain so much strength? Void asked himself in disbelief. Beasts are known for their tough bodies, but not humans. The body of a magical beast in the same rank as a human is far stronger compared to the latter. Gray's mind was currently a mess. The pain was stronger than he expected. It was even 3 times stronger than his expectations. It was like the flame was slowly eating away his flesh, tissues, and muscles, and slowly remolding them, making them stronger. It's almost like being reborn from fire. he thought jokingly while still in pain. Being strong-willed, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain of feeling his body being burnt and remolded. Due to the speed at which his flesh, tissues, and muscles were remolding, Void couldn't see it. It was only after 25 minutes of constant suffering did the flame slowly start to die down. Gray had cursed in his mind so many times already because of pain. If I were to engage in another tough battle that might destroy my clothes, then I'll have to walk around looking like a beggar. That can't happen. Sigh, looks like I'll have to be careful when fighting next time. Gray shook his head wryly. When he stood up, all his bones made cracking sounds. His skin was smooth and one wouldn't find even a single blemish on it. Phew! Finally, I'm at the origin plane, he breathed out heavily. Observing his body properly, his essence orb had long disappeared. In its place were 5 rotating beads. Chapter 114. After refining the flame for almost 1 hour, he had refined almost 40% of it and had finally acquired the fire element. Now his previous chaotic essence orb was undergoing a change with the acquisition of a new element. With the addition of the fire element, he currently had 5 elements. This, in turn, made his essence orb have 5 different colors with the fire element unexpectedly dominating it. But Gray couldn't bother about the reason for now, and focused fully on breaking through. He had currently reached the critical point of his breakthrough. That was forming his essence beads. Although over 50% of the people who attempt to form their essence beads succeed, since there's a failure rate of almost 50%, it showed forming the beads was easier said than done. Compared to single elementalists, the failure rate among dual elementalists was lower due to having higher spiritual energy. Then for multi-elementalists, their success rate was a whopping 80%, because forming each bead required a delicate procedure, and if dual elementalist succeeds in forming the first bead, given the experience from the first one, they shouldn't have any problems when forming the second one. But on some rare occasions, they failed to do so. But for most elementalists, their failures occur when forming the first bead. And once one fails in forming the essence beads, they would be stuck at the arcane plane, and only a few natural treasures could help them. Only dual elementalists and multi-elementalists have it better, since even if they failed in one element, they could still succeed in the other. Although their strength wouldn't be what it was supposed to be, it was better than not advancing at all. Since being fully aware of this, Gray knew there was no room for errors. Rushing into forming any of his beads might spell disaster for him. But once he completes the process, then he would become an origin plane elementalist. He was slowly getting to the pinnacle of the Azure Empire. Calming his mind, he decided to form the essence bead for his wind element first. The reason was quite simple. Among the other elements in his essence orb, it occupied the smallest mass, so he would use it to get familiar with the technique of creating his beads. The technique for creating the beads was by using his spiritual energy to form a sphere around the element and slowly start compressing it. If he rushes while compressing it, there was a chance he might lose control over it. If this occurs, the best-case scenario was failing to break through and being stuck in the arcane plane, while the worst-case scenario was death due to the essence exploding inside the body. Also, if one's spiritual energy isn't strong enough, they might not be able to hold the elemental essence for too long, so they will not be able to compress it properly. If these type of people even manages to break through to the origin plane, their overall strength will just be slightly better than an arcane plane elementalist. And geniuses like Gray and Alice could beat them easily even if they were still in the 8th plane of the arcane plane. Gray slowly used his spiritual energy to first isolate the wind element from the others, before forming a sphere around it. After successfully forming the sphere, he slowly started compressing it. Given his strong spiritual energy, he had no issues with holding the element in the sphere. It took him almost 15 minutes to compress the sphere to more than 1/5 of the previous size of the wind element, while it was still in its previous matter state. While the wind element was still in a matter state in his essence orb. It occupied a space of at least 25 centimeters. I can still compress it a little further. Gray pushed it to the limit. Although this seemed rash, there was a reason for it. The smaller you compress your essence beads, the thicker your elemental essence. This would then increase the boost in strength, speed, and defense it gives the user. This is also one of the reasons why, if Gray or Alice was still in the 8th stage of the arcane plane, there were a few people in the origin plane they could defeat. But they had not battled any of such people, though. These such people are only origin plane elementalists in name, and there was also a chance their beads might collapse, reducing them back to the arcane plane. Another 3 minutes went by, and Gray was able to compress it to 1/8 of its previous size. But after getting to this level, it didn't budge anymore. When he tried to force it once more, he realized it was already at its maximum, and trying any further would make it unstable, so he ceased his actions immediately. With the knowledge from the first one, he started compressing the second element. Although he had done it once, he still didn't dare to act rashly. But compared to the first time, his speed in compression was faster. While forming the first speed, it took him almost 20 minutes. But during the second one, he didn't take up to 15 minutes. After it got that the same size as the first one, it also stopped. He went on to the third element, 30 minutes later. Boom! An incomparably strong aura shot out of Gray's body, but he quickly retracted it when he remembered Void was still cultivating beside him. After breaking through, another change started taking place. His body started growing stronger by the second. When he came to the trial land 2 months ago, the strength of his physical body could only rival a third-stage arcane plane elementalist, and because he hadn't trained his body since arriving here, it only improved by a single stage. But at the speed it was increasing, there was a chance it might get to the stage where it can rival the strength of an 8th stage or 9th stage arcane plane elementalist. Just as the strength of his body was increasing, an idea struck him. What if he used the rest of the flame to strengthen his body? It was a natural treasure after all, and doing this was different from honing his body with elemental essence. There was a difference between strengthening the body with the elements when cultivating and what he was about to do. He would literally have to use the flame to refine his muscles, tissues, and flesh, thereby improving their strength. Compared to refining with the elemental essence, this process was going to be painful. Since he had already decided to do it, he didn't delay any further and struck the iron while it was hot. Guiding what was left of the flame, he tried to use it to envelop his body, and to his surprise, the flame was able to easily cover his entire body. But unlike when he was using it for his cultivation, the heat of the flame increased exponentially. Void, who was still cultivating, felt the sudden increase in temperature and quickly exited his cultivation to find out what was going on. The scene of Gray being enveloped in blue flames nearly threw him off his little feet. What the hell is he doing, even though it hasn't been long since I was born? I'm confident they don't absorb flames this way, he thought to himself. He saw how Gray was refining it previously and knew he's absorbing the flame. But now, how did it turn out like this? Looking at Gray's face calmly, he could see it was distorted from pain. He could even feel Gray was in a tremendous amount of pain from their connection. Why would he put himself through this pain just to grow stronger? He asked himself. When studying Gray some moments ago, he realized the strength of his body was increasing at a dramatic rate. In fact, his body contained so much explosive energy that it was terrifying. How could the human body contain so much strength? Void asked himself in disbelief. Beasts are known for their tough bodies, but not humans. The body of a magical beast in the same rank as a human is far stronger compared to the latter. Gray's mind was currently a mess. The pain was stronger than he expected. It was even 3 times stronger than his expectations. It was like the flame was slowly eating away his flesh, tissues, and muscles, and slowly remolding them, making them stronger. It's almost like being reborn from fire, he thought, jokingly while still in pain. Being strong-willed, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain of feeling his body being burnt and remolded. Due to the speed at which his flesh, tissues, and muscles were remolding, Void couldn't see it. It was only after 25 minutes of constant suffering did the flame slowly start to die down. Gray had cursed in his mind so many times already because of pain. What was left of his clothes after the battle with the elemental warrior were burnt to nothingness. Luckily, he still had a spare. If I were to engage in another tough battle that might destroy my clothes, then I'll have to walk around looking like a beggar. That can't happen. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to be careful when fighting next time. Gray shook his head wryly. When he stood up, all his bones made cracking sounds. His skin was smooth and one wouldn't find even a single blemish on it. Phew, finally. I'm at the origin plane, he breathed out heavily. Observing his body properly, his essence orb had long disappeared. In its place were 5 rotating beads. Chapter 115, Spatial Storage. Chapter 115, Spatial Storage. Hey, why did you use the flame to refine your body? I'm almost certain only a magical beast will do that, Void asked Gray, who was walking to get his last pair of clothes from his bag. Oh, that? Well, it's kinda weird, but I like training my body. So on seeing this chance, I decided to further improve the strength of my body. Gray hesitated before replying. He couldn't just tell Void about the pearl and his ability to fuse elements or gain comprehension of other elements. Even though there was a connection between him and Void, he would not trust him recklessly. What if Void left him after they left this place? Wouldn't that mean his secret would be exposed? I can't tell him about it for now. I didn't even dare to tell Klaus or teacher yet. There's no way I'll divulge my secret to him so easily, Gray thought seriously. Only his parents knew about this, well, so he thought for now. And according to what the senior told him, he should keep it a secret until he was strong enough to protect himself from the greedy eyes of others. There were a lot of people that wouldn't hesitate to kill him because of it. This he is well aware of. Well, you're one weird human. Void looked at him weirdly. Gray shrugged before putting on his clothes. There was no need for him to explain further. After putting on his clothes, he suddenly remembered something. "Where did you store the lotus?" he asked while staring at Void. "I have a spatial storage in my body where I keep things," replied Void. "Spatial storage? What's that?" Gray couldn't help but ask. He looked at Void in surprise. It hadn't even been up to 3 hours since he hatched. Yet he knew so much. "Don't tell me you don't know that as well?" asked the stunned Void. How the hell does he not know even about spatial storage when he has one? Thought the flabbergasted Void. Although he didn't know how it was made, he was able to clearly feel the space element in the ring Gray had. Gray stared at him blankly. "If I do you think I'll waste my time in asking?" Gray asked with a tinge of annoyance. It wasn't like he knew what Void was talking about. He knew what a storage was, and from the word spatial, he could deduce it was related to the space element, but he couldn't use just that and start assuming things. As long as he isn't 100% sure about it, he would definitely ask. Other than his strength, he also enjoyed improving his knowledge, so these foreign words always pique his interest. It's like a separate space where you store things. Watch this. Void decided it was best to demonstrate it to him on seeing that Gray still wore a weird expression on his face. Gray looked at him seriously like a student taking lectures. One of the few things he enjoyed was actually learning. When it got to new and mysterious things, he wanted to know the why and how it was possible. Void walked to where Gray's blade was on the ground and touched it. The next scene made Gray stare wide-eyed. Yes, he had seen Void store the lotus previously, but seeing it again was still intriguing. After Void touched the blade, it disappeared into thin air. Wait, is this an ability for space elementalists alone, or can others use it? Gray inquired. This was quite a fascinating ability, storing things in a separate space without others seeing where you stored them. This means, if he were to acquire a treasure, he wouldn't need to be scared of others seeing it. Also, if the space was large, then he could even keep the entire body of some of those rare beasts he had killed here. Naturally, it should be an ability for only space elementalists. But it seems like there are storage items which others could use as well, replied Void with some uncertainty. He was just born. So there's no way he would know about everything? Other than things related to him, he knew nothing else. There are storage items others can use? Gray's eyes lit up when he heard this. How amazing would it be if he had one? He wouldn't need to bother about his bag anymore. It was quite tiresome to carry it sometimes, although it was light. He had to ensure he was always careful with it, especially when fighting. Because of the fear of his items being stolen, he always keeps his bag close to him at all times. But if he had such storage items, he wouldn't be bothered about that anymore. Void nodded. It looks like he has no idea there is one with him, he thought internally. Gray calmed himself. He was excited about the prospect of obtaining such items, but thinking more about it, he knew the chances of getting one was low. He didn't even know about the space element previously, so how would he know if those items existed? How did you know there were spatial storage items others can use? Asked Gray. From the first reply he got from Void when he asked about it, he was able to sense the slight uncertainty in his voice, so he knew Void wasn't 100% sure about it. Because I've seen one, Void answered casually. What? Where? Gray exclaimed in excitement. From Void's tone and expression, he was sure he wasn't lying to him. That ring on your bag? Void pointed his paw at Gray's bag. What ring? Asked the stunned Gray. Because it had been quite a while he collected the ring, and after he studied it and didn't find anything about it, he had forgotten he even had it in the first place. Void looked at Gray speechless. Do I really have to show him everything? He asked internally. If a stranger overhears their conversations, they would think Gray was the newborn while he was the one who had been in the world for long. Seeing the look on Void's face, Gray knew how foolish his question was. The bag is right there with him. All he had to do was search for it. It didn't take long for him to spot the ring in his bag. The bag wasn't as occupied as it used to be due to Void eating more than half of what was inside. It's the ring. I knew it was special. But what can fit into this small ring? He asked himself. That's it, Void said after Gray took out the ring. I acquired it by chance, to think it was a spatial storage item, but given its size, can it store a large object? Gray asked doubtfully. I don't really know. It all depends on the space created in it. I also think the quality of the material can affect the size of its space, Void answered truthfully. Gray nodded before once again studying it. Even after some time passed, he still couldn't figure out how to use it. Do you know how to use it? He decided to ask Void for help, but Void shook his head. He was just as clueless on how they can access it as he was. Although he had a spatial storage in him, it was something he was born with. He didn't learn how to use it, he just knew how to. Both man and cat started studying it carefully, and after making multiple deductions, Gray was finally able to access the ring. And he was stunned by the size of its space. But after the initial shock, a surge of excitement enveloped him. "Ha, this is great," he laughed gleefully. Chapter 116, Cyan. Chapter 116, Cyan. On seeing Gray's joyful expression, Void curiously took the ring and checked it out. When he saw the space, he threw it back to him in disdain. How can you be happy over such a small space? He asked disapprovingly. At first, he thought the space was huge, given how excited Gray was. But when he saw it, he found out its size. It wasn't even close to 1/10 of his spatial storage. The storage ring had a space of 10 square meters in total. That was like the space of a room in some places. What do you mean, how can I be happy? Have you seen the bag I'm carrying? Asked Gray, showing Void the bag. For someone who used to carry a bag that wasn't even close to 1/20th of the space in the storage ring, he should be happy. In fact, he should celebrate because of the upgrade he just received. It was like moving from a single tiny room apartment to a huge mansion. The difference was just too vast. Now, all he had to do was wear a ring, and all his items would be stored there. How could he not be happy? You do have a point though, but compared to my storage space, it's quite small, replied Void. I'm happy with what I have. This thing is going to help me a lot, said Gray. He wasn't bothered or jealous because compared to Void's space, his own was small. Only ungrateful and greedy people would feel that way. He was grateful for this one he had. After he has awakened his space element, then he would create a bigger space. But for now, this will do. After calming down, he asked Void how to store things in the spatial storage, which Void quickly taught him. After keeping everything there, he focused his attention on the ancient path ahead of him. He had stayed here for over 5 hours now. It's time to leave. And he also remembered the expert said something about a legacy. He couldn't wait to find it. But even if he didn't find it, he wasn't bothered since he already got the greatest treasure according to the expert. And just as he was about to step into the path, he suddenly recalled something, flipping his palm. A blue flame lit up at the top of it. "Ha, I got the blue flame," he laughed in exhilaration. Having a blue flame meant his firepower is higher compared to other fire elementalists. But this wasn't what he was more concerned about, though. He recalled when he was forming his essence beads, the fire element was the most dominant element in his essence orb. So he was curious what its grade was. Void was surprised that Gray, who was about to enter the ancient path, stopped in his tracks and started playing with his fire before he sat down, crossed leg all of a sudden and went into a semi-conscious state. What's he up to now? He thought while looking at Gray strangely. Inside the chaos space. Gray slowly walked towards the stone he uses to check the grade of his elements. The last time he used the stone was after he acquired his water element some days ago. Now he was about to use it again. Where the stone was located in the chaos space was a place built like a temple on top of a mountaintop. Being the owner of the chaos space, although it was vast, he could travel it instantaneously. Looking at it, he couldn't help but reminisce about when he first came here. At that time, he just fulfilled the requirements needed to stimulate the pearl in his body. Now, within just 2 years, he had gone from having a single element to having 5, from an ordinary person to someone who was almost at the peak of power in the Azure continent. Thinking about all this, he suddenly recalled his mother. Why hasn't she contacted me yet? He thought worriedly. Calming his mind, he placed his hand on the stone, just like it usually does. An unknown energy seeped out of the stone and entered his body before circling around it. After going a circle, it returned to the stone. 5 colors first lit up to represent each of his 5 elements, then in the center of each color, another color was visible. This was the color for the grade of each element. He already knew the grade for his previous elements, so he didn't focus on them and just stared at the red-colored part of the stone that represented his fire element. Cyan, he blurted out in confusion. At the center of the fire-red part of the stone was a vibrant, pale, greenish-blue color. He had read about the violet grade from books, so he knew there was a grade higher than blue, only it was hard to come by. But he had never heard or read about a cyan grade before. Looking at it. He was certain the cyan grade was higher than the violet grade, only he didn't know by how much since there were records of the violet grade but not of the cyan grade. It showed it had not appeared in the Azure continent before, or maybe it was just like the space element, unknown to them. He left the chaos space after checking the grade. Since he didn't know about it, he'll inquire about these new things from his teacher. Maybe Chris knew about them, but didn't say because they were too rare. Let's go, Gray gestured before taking a step to enter the path. Tisk, I thought you had fallen in love with this place and wanted to die here. I was already planning on how to conduct a burial ceremony for you after I've left this place, said Void. Fallen in love your head. Who would fall in love with this place? Gray rolled his eyes at Void before stepping into the ancient path and disappearing. Hee, I'll finally see new things. Be prepared, world. For I, Master Cat, is coming. Ha ha ha, Void thought in elation while running into the ancient path as well. This was the only place he had seen since coming into the world. Now, he would get to see new things. Is this where the legacy is located? A voice asked while staring at the castle ahead of him. The owner of the voice was none other than Gray. On his shoulder, a black cat sat lazily there. After stepping into the ancient path, he was transported to the front of a castle. Looking behind him, he realized the path also led somewhere else. If one looks at the castle clearly, they'll realize it was the same castle Jonas entered some hours ago. There's only one way to find out, said Void. Gray nodded. He knew what Void was talking about, and that was entering into the castle. When he enters, he'll know what lies in it. The path he was currently on led to somewhere else, so if there's nothing in the castle, he'll just head towards the other side of the path. Taking a step forward, he slowly pushed the door and walked inside it. Chapter 117, Touch It. Chapter 117, Touch It. Gray slowly observed the castle after closing the door. He was currently in a hall that had 4 pillars that acted as a support. There were some seats placed at the side with a throne at the other side of the hall. The hall was at least 150 meters in length, and it was 70 meters wide. That throne was obviously the seat the owner of the castle previously used. Seeing there was nothing of interest here, he changed his attention to the 2 doors by the side of the throne situated on the other side of the hall. I'll quickly check them out, then leave this place. I still have no idea where this place is. Gray muttered while randomly choosing the door on the right and walking in. Void, on the other hand, was looking at everything curiously. He had never seen these things before, but he was able to deduce what they were, obviously. 10 minutes later, Gray came out of that side of the castle and faced the other door. After passing through the door, he entered a hallway. There were only 6 rooms there, and other than beds, chairs, and desks, he found nothing else. So he didn't delay and quickly came to the other door. Maybe he could acquire something nice here? Another 10 minutes passed, yet he still couldn't find anything. Strange? Could it be there's nothing here? Oh well, guess I'll have to leave then. Gray muttered under his breath. He sensed there was something here, but even after searching all the rooms, he still couldn't find anything. He found the feeling quite strange since he was clearly sensing there was something here. Shaking his head, he headed towards the door. Wait, there's something here? Said Void. You can feel it also? He stopped in his tracks while observing everywhere once more. Yes, but finding the location of it is another story, Void nodded. Just like Gray, he could also sense there was something here, but couldn't locate where it was. Let's search this hall thoroughly, gestured Gray. Void nodded before jumping off his shoulder and looking around. 3 minutes went by and the duo still hasn't found anything. Although Gray wasn't impatient. He wouldn't spend his entire time searching for what he didn't even know. There were still things he had to do. Just as Gray was about to leave, one of the pillars caught his attention. On the pillar there were weird inscriptions on them. When he observed them clearly, he knew they were arrays, but due to how complex they were, he had no idea what type of arrays they were. Following the inscriptions, he noticed the lines ran into the floor before moving in a particular direction. He traced the lines with his eyes and noticed it headed to the throne at the other end of the hall. He went to the other 3 pillars to confirm if they had it too, and just like the first one, they also did, and they all connected at the throne. Seeing how Gray was studying the pillars, Void realized Gray had found some clues about what was here. "Did you find anything?" Sments, he asked. "Yes, I think. I'm not too sure about it yet, though," Gray replied truthfully. He once again focused on the throne before walking towards it. When he got close to the throne, he studied it properly before trying to figure out what the array was. Although it took him quite some time, he was able to find out what it was. "It's just like that stone teacher placed in front of the valley," he thought in realization. And now, all he had to do was find the spot he needed to touch before the secret opening appears. "Come here." He gestures towards Void. "What?" Void asked while walking in Gray's direction. "Touch any suspicious part of the throne," Gray instructed. Void exclaimed unconsciously. He didn't expect Gray would tell him to do that, but before he could question any further, he realized Gray had already gotten to work. Since there was nothing else for him to do, he also started touching everything he could find. The first thing he touched was the armrest of the throne, but when he noticed nothing happened, he started touching other places. In 2 minutes, they had molested the throne so much that there were only a few places left. Rumble, the sound of something opening up, rang out in the hallway. "Ha ha! I knew there was a secret opening," Gray laughed happily. Yeah, after molesting the throne. That is, Void mocked while looking at him strangely. "Molested! All I did was touch some parts," replied Gray angrily. "And it's a throne for crying out loud," he added. "That's how they all start, though," Void continued mocking. "Shit. What the hell are you even saying? Sometimes I feel like you've been in this world for so long now." Gray's body trembled. "Where does this little guy get such ideas?" He thought while looking at Void suspiciously. After they finished their small quarrel, Gray focused his attention back on the opening. At the center of the hall, a stairway that led underground could be seen. "Let's go in," Gray said, still slightly annoyed. They headed into the stairway and disappeared underground. In a secret room under the castle, a figure could be seen covered in flames. His eyes were closed and he was sitting in a cross-legged position. Unknown to that figure, there was an old-looking man, floating quietly above him. The man couldn't be seen with the physical eyes. The old man was still staring at the figure quietly before suddenly raising his head and looking in the direction of the door that leads into the room. 1 minute later, "There's a door here," Gray said while walking closer to it. He pushed the door and saw a figure bathing in flames due to acquiring the fire element recently, and how high the grade was, he didn't feel the heat radiating out of the room. Looking closely, he realized the figure was familiar. "It's him," he spoke unconsciously. Chapter 118. Void's special ability. Gray stared at the familiar figure bathing in flames. What the figure was doing was different from what Gray did previously. Although it seemed he was bathing in flames since he was covered entirely in flames, the flame isn't doing him any harm. "You know him?" Void asked when he heard what Gray said. "Yeah, his name's Jonas. He's from the same city as I am," said Gray while looking at the figure. The only reason Gray still knew his name till this day was because, in the entire Red City, Jonas was the only one who he could still remember since they took the test together, and he was even present when he retook the test. "If I'm correct, this should be the legacy of the expert," Gray said through narrowed eyes. "So, are you friends?" asked Void. "We're not even acquaintances. I only know his name, nothing else," explained Gray. "Okay, then why are you still standing?" "Then stop him before he gets everything." "This would give you another boost in strength," advised Void. He didn't know why Gray was still staring at Jonas. If he were to be in his place, he would have already attacked, so he could acquire the rest of the legacy. While he and Gray were descending the stairway previously, Gray told him about where this place was, so he knew they all came here to search for treasures that would increase their strengths. This was a golden opportunity for Gray to get another major boost, so why delay when you're not even friends with who was currently inheriting the legacy? Gray squinted his eyes and stared at Jonas's figure before shaking his head. "It's not worth the hassle. He's already here and had acquired most of the essence here. Although what is left could still probably allow me to make another breakthrough, I have no thoughts of taking this from him." Had we come at the same time as he did, or came before I acquired that blue flame, then I might have taken a fancy of it. But now, let him just have it, he said before turning away decisively. He was not a saint, but it didn't mean he was a demon either. If it were to be someone else, he might have still made this same decision. well, unless the person was an enemy, then he'll kill the person straight away without any quibbles. Hence, having acquired the blue flame, and even boosting the strength of his body to new heights, being too greedy might cause more harm than good. But if he really wanted to kill Jonas, he had no problems with that, because from Jonas's aura, he could tell he was only in the second stage of the origin plane. "You're too soft," Void complained while following behind him. Since from Void's point of view, Gray letting Jonas grow stronger when he had the opportunity to grow stronger himself was being soft-hearted. Compared to humans, magical beasts are more brutal. Most wouldn't even mind killing their entire families to acquire strength. But there are a few humans who wouldn't mind killing not just their entire family, but their entire city just to acquire what they want. Some minutes after Gray and Void left, Jonas, who was cultivating previously, opened his eyes. He was able to sense the presence of Gray previously, but because he was at a critical point in his cultivation, he didn't dare to be distracted. Although he couldn't open his eyes, his heart pounded furiously when Gray guessed this was the legacy of the expert. He almost made a wrong circulation during his cultivation because of the fear. He only calmed down after Gray said he didn't have any plans of attacking. He recognized Gray the moment he said they were from the same city because other than himself and Gray, no one else would be able to cultivate to this stage before the age of 20, given their grades and their elements. "I'm grateful for this, but who is he talking to? And what is this blue flame he spoke about that made him not put even this legacy in his eyes?" Jonas asked himself, baffled by Gray's decision. Even though he was curious about all this, he quickly threw them out of his mind. He already counted himself lucky that Gray was the one who came here. Had it been someone else, then he would be dead for sure. So why would he bother with what Gray obtained? Even if it's better than this legacy, so what? Unknown to Gray, Void, and Jonas, the old man was quietly observing everything that happened. He couldn't help but nod in approval to Gray's disposition, since he was able to tell Gray just refined the blue flame not too long ago. Even if Gray had decided to attack, there was nothing he could do since he was dead anyway, but he approved of how Gray didn't let greed get the better of him. There were only a few people who would have such self-control when an opportunity is presented before them, even after they just acquired a better one. Besides, he knew all too well that no one would want to pass the chance to grow stronger. Why do I sense a second soul in the boy?" the old man muttered. When he was still alive, he trained his spiritual energy to a terrifying rate. This was the reason he was able to use a technique to keep this fragment of his soul here till someone inherited his legacy. Even though before someone was finally able to come here, most of the legacy's essence was gone, given how low the person's cultivation was, it was still a major boost for him. And being a soul himself, he was very sensitive towards other souls. What puzzled him was that he didn't sense the soul quickly, and it was only after Gray was leaving did he sense it. He peered straight into the departing Gray's body, and just as he was about to confirm his conjecture, he shut his eyes and his body trembled, seemingly on the verge of fading.
It's surprising a mere soul fragment of a demigod would be able to sense me.
But even if your body was still here, I would still be able to kill you even though I'm just a soul," a voice said haughtily before a figure appeared in front of the old man's fading soul. "Oh, it's you," the figure said while looking at the fading soul clearly. "You know me?" the old man asked with a confused expression. "Haha, of course I do, but looks like you died in that war," the figure laughed. The old man looked at the figure quietly. Even though the figure was speaking in a friendly manner, he could tell the figure didn't care about him at all. "I don't remember seeing you, and from what I still know, no god has appeared in this domain for a long time now. Even at the time I was still alive, no one was able to ascend into godhood." The old man said, for the soul to be able to easily destroy a soul, it meant only one thing: the other party was a god. Being adept in spiritual energy, he didn't have any problems with browsing through Jonas's memory without hurting him. He was able to know some things from it, and he realized that people called that war the Great War of Gods, but the truth was different. In the entirety of this domain, no one had ever ascended into godhood. They all stopped in the demigod plane, all failing to take that last big step. So how was the soul of a god present here? "Who are you?" The old man couldn't help but ask. "I'm the creator of the chaos element, the chaos god," the figure declared proudly. When the old man heard the word chaos, his fading body jolted, and he looked at the figure in shock. It can't be. Before he could complete his statement, his soul faded away completely. After seeing the old man fade completely, the figure turned around and looked at the back of Gray, who was about to start ascending the stairway before disappearing. If Gray was able to see this figure, he would be astounded, because this was the senior he saw in the chaos space. "Where are we headed?" Void asked after they stepped out of the castle. "We only have one path to take." Gray walked towards the path ahead of them. 30 minutes later, Gray and Void were currently standing at a three-way intersection. They were contemplating on which path to take. "Follow the one on the left." Void suddenly pointed at the path on the left in an excited manner.
"What? Can you sense anything from there?"
Gray asked, puzzled. "Yes, I can sense something giving off a good amount of energy from there." "We aren't far from it," said Void. Gray looked at him speechless. "How can you sense there's something like that from here?" he asked with a doubtful expression. If Void told him he had a good feeling about the path on the left, then he would just take it as maybe he was guessing, but for him to say he could sense something giving off a good amount of energy from here was quite unbelievable. When Void noticed the doubt in Gray's voice, he quickly explained, "Remember I told you that since I was just born, I need a lot of energy to sustain myself." Well, it just so happens that I have an ability to sense energy from a long distance away, he announced proudly. "There's such an ability?" the amazed Gray asked. "Of course, do you think I'm one of those ordinary beasts?" asked Void, who wore an arrogant expression. Gray was taken aback when he heard this, but he couldn't refute it. Yes, there is no way he should compare Void with other magical beasts. And even if he doesn't know Void's abilities yet, just the fact that he hatched out of an egg had already made him special. After thinking up to this point, Gray didn't doubt him anymore and dashed towards the path on the left. Chapter 119, Great Void Technique. Chapter 119, Great Void Technique. There's an old-looking palace over there. Is this where the energy you're feeling is coming from? A voice asked thoughtfully while studying the old-looking palace on the right path on an intersection that was giving off an ancient vibe. "No, it's still some distance away, but we should check this place out. It might probably have something good," a smaller voice replied. Only the voice sounded in the head of the first speaker. The duo speaking is none other than Gray and Void. Gray had his hand on his chin while he was scrutinizing the palace, calmly with Void laying on his shoulder as always. It had been almost 30 minutes since they left the castle Jonas was in, and following the directions Void pointed out, they had gone through 2 other intersections. Their journey here could be said to be filled with blood, since he also had multiple battles on the way here. Some were against beasts, but most of them were against humanoid creatures that Gray had not seen before. One had to say that those who would pass through the same route Gray passed through could be considered lucky because Gray didn't hesitate to eliminate every creature he found on the path. The creatures were either in the first or second stage of the origin plane, and to Gray, they weren't that strong. The only thing that might have complicated things was their numbers. In some instances, he faced off against 10 at a time. But since he's an inscriber, facing off against multiple opponents wasn't an issue for him as long as he got his inscriptions up quickly. And after his breakthrough, his spiritual energy also saw an improvement. Now, the time he needed for inscribing was almost halved. Previously, he needed just over 2 minutes at most when creating the symbol, but now he could create it within 1 minute and 10 seconds. If he were in the fusion state, then he could create multiple symbols almost instantly. The only regret he had during the battles was that because he was in a hurry, he didn't test out the strength of his body. Now, they were currently at another intersection with the path on the right leading to an old-looking palace. It was very small compared to the other ones he had seen since entering the trial land. "There's an array outside the palace," Gray spoke. After studying the palace a little more, since this palace is covered with arrays, there have to be treasures inside. "Gray, can you destroy it?" asked Void. He did not know arrays, so there was nothing he could do here. It shouldn't be a problem. If this array had been recently created, it wouldn't be possible for me to find the flaws or even think of breaking it. But because it has been here for too long, most of the power of the array has already disappeared and a loaf of flaws have appeared. Gray nodded, then strode towards the old-looking palace. Staring at the palace, he couldn't help thinking about his friends. "I wonder how they're doing," Gray muttered to himself, but he didn't worry about them as much. There were only a few people who could be of a threat to them, and he felt the greatest threat had to be that darkness elementalist. Soon Gray approached the palace. His spiritual energy spread out like a torrent, allowing him to quickly find the flaws of the array very quickly. Then he formed a seal with both hands, striking out a series of complicated seals that rapidly merged into a miniature array, then struck at the weakest spot of the old array. Bang! After a bang, cracks instantly appeared on the array. Once more, Gray struck out another series of seals. Due to the array having existed for a very long period of time, it could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered on the spot. After breaking the array, Gray came to the front of the palace. The wooden door of the palace seemed shabby. Its surface was full of traces of time. With a slight push, the door collapsed like a decayed wood. The scent of decay that came from the inside made Gray frown slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to go in. Instead, he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual energy. He wanted to make sure that there was no danger inside before stepping in. Although his strength had improved drastically, he didn't allow it to get to his head. In a place like this where dangers could be found everywhere, there was no mistake in being careful wherever you went. Sensing no danger, Gray walked inside. The interior of the palace was very small and empty. There was nothing in it. It was gloomy, looking like a haunted house that gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. But very quickly, Gray saw a box in front. It was a black box. This was probably the only thing in the palace. Get that quickly. There must be something good inside the box, Void urged. Gray walked forward and stopped in front of the box. Despite existing for so long, there wasn't any mark on the box. It only showed how extraordinary the material used in making the box was. He picked up the box and felt its weight wasn't as heavy as he expected. The box could be opened directly as there wasn't any lock on it. Gray struck out an airwave using the wind element and the box flung open. For an instant, Gray's vision blurred. Opening the box, he expected something to happen, but not this. Instead of it to give off a brilliant light, all Gray saw was darkness. It was like he was sucked inside the boundless space. The feeling was unique. Just as he was starting to feel something about it, everything returned to normal. A scroll could be seen floating at the top of the box. Gray stretched his hand and grabbed it, opening it. The word Great Void Technique was written boldly at the top of it. Below it was the description of how to use the technique. It's a space element technique, Gray exclaimed in delight. Void read the description of the technique and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. It's just like my movement technique, only it is more advanced. If only it was made for beasts, Void said with disappointment evident in his tone. Because of how different the bodies of beasts are compared to humans, they couldn't use the same techniques as humans and had to create their own. This movement technique was a very sophisticated technique that even Void wanted to acquire it. It was a shame the technique was for humans alone. Haha, this is a great treasure. Gray was beside himself with joy. Why are you so happy? It's not like you can use the space element, Void asked on seeing the excited Gray. Hearing Void's question, Gray refrained from answering. He didn't know if he could trust Void yet, so he didn't bother to answer. If I could comprehend this technique, then I wouldn't have a problem comprehending the space element, he thought. Although he tried to keep a poker face on, he couldn't stop himself from smiling. He had been thinking about how he could comprehend the space element for a long time now. But unexpectedly, even after entering the chaos space, he didn't find anything related to the space element. This has stumped him for some time now, but it looks like his luck isn't bad. Keeping the scroll, he once again observed the palace to ensure he didn't miss anything. After confirming there was nothing else here, he turned around to leave the place. Outside the palace, two youths could be seen looking at the palace. This is where it came from, one of them said. The other narrowed his eyes to observe the palace closely. Both youths were attracted here by a strange phenomenon. They were walking when they suddenly saw the path behind them go dark. With the way the darkness moved, it seemed to originate from somewhere before shrinking back to where it came from. Following the darkness, it led them here. So, they were certain someone had acquired the treasure here or was about to, and the treasure was what brought about the darkness. For something to cause such a strange phenomenon, if it wasn't a mysterious treasure, then what is? We should head in. Maybe the person hasn't been able to acquire the treasure yet. The other youth suggested. They didn't delay and started walking towards the palace, only to stop after taking 4 steps. Because a figure who had a black cat on his shoulder was coming out from the palace, and from his expression it looked like he obtained something good. It's you! One of the youths pointed at Gray with anger visible in his eyes and his entire body trembling. Gray, who just stepped out of the palace, was stunned by the youth who pointed at him. He didn't recall seeing this youth anywhere before. And you are? He asked in a confused tone. When the youth heard Gray's question, he flared up once again. "You bastard! I'll kill you and those friends of yours!" he shouted, seemingly on the verge of going crazy. Tears could be seen at the side of his eyes. "I don't recall having any conflicts with you." Gray, who was smiling previously, was currently frowning. He could sense a dense killing intent from the youth, and it was directed towards him. This was one of the things he hated the most. What happened? The other youth couldn't help but inquire of his companion on seeing he was on the verge of losing himself to anger. The youth recounted his experience with Gray and his friends, but because of his anger, he couldn't explain properly. But Gray heard one of his sentences clearly, and it immediately struck a bell. This was the youth Klaus kicked in the nether region. Chapter 120. You're ruthless. I like it. Chapter 120. You're ruthless. I like it. A weird expression appeared on Gray's face when he recalled the incident. He remembered the youth blacked out from pain after getting kicked by Klaus before being stripped off his clothes by Klaus once again. When the youth saw Gray's expression after recognizing him, he was enraged once more. He didn't know what happened in the room after he fainted, but when he woke up, he was surprised to see his clothes were gone. Not just him, his friends also. When had he ever been embarrassed like that before? Never. That was the greatest humiliation he had ever faced in his life, but it was nothing compared to when he checked his nether region. The moment he saw the result of the kick he received, he passed out once again. How could he accept it? His eggs were shattered. His life as a man was gone. He hated Klaus. He hated his friends. The hatred sank deep into his bones that the only reason he was still very much alive had turned to revenge. He grounded his teeth so much that blood started flowing from his mouth. His nails had sunken deep into his flesh because of clenching his fists too hard. Gray, seeing all this, didn't say anything. Even if he were to apologize in Klaus's stead, it wouldn't change anything. From the bloodshot eyes of the youth, he knew the youth would rather die than accept an apology. He didn't feel sorry for the youth, though they were opponents at that time, so there was nothing to feel sorry about. Although if he were to find out the youth was turned into a eunuch after that kick, he might feel a little pity since he was also a man. Since we found one of them, we'll kill him first before finding the rest. And it's great he was the one who acquired the treasure. The other youth said to him Gray would die even if he didn't have any previous encounter with his friend, because he acquired the treasure they came searching for. But since he was someone his friend wanted to get revenge on, it wasn't an issue, since it was the same as killing two birds with one stone. He would collect the treasure while his friend would get revenge. No, I'll make him go through what I went through first, then cripple him. After that, I'll drag him like a dog wherever I'm going until he dies, the youth announced with a maniacal glint flashing through his eyes. He didn't want Gray to die an easy death. He wanted him to suffer. He wanted him to beg for death. He wanted him to live a life worse than death. Isn't this a little too excessive? What did you do to make him hate you so much? Void asked in a stunned voice. He was left speechless when he heard what the youth said he wanted to do to Gray. Gray was also at a loss of words. He wasn't the one who even attacked the youth, yet the youth was facing him with such strong animosity. You've already suffered enough. I'll give you a chance to keep your life if you leave now. I'm in no mood to play with you. Gray waved them away. Both youths were in the third and second stages of the origin plane respectively. Even if he couldn't defeat them within a short time, he was confident he could defeat them in the end. A first stage origin plane elementalist dares to be so arrogant in front of me, the other youth sneered. He was in the third stage of the origin plane. There was no way someone in the first stage could defeat him. Adjustments, don't underestimate him. He's also a dual elementalist and can easily fight across stages. We'll join hands together to quickly take him down, the castrated youth said. The fact that he was angry didn't cloud his senses. He remembered Gray defeated his friend who was a stage above him. No one had ever fought across stages against me and won. I'll defeat him myself, the youth declared proudly. He was the one who fights across stages, not the other way around. He was a genius from the Stellar Empire, a dual elementalist who would dare to say they could defeat him when they were one stage below him. Talk less of two. You're right, there's no way he can defeat you. The castrated youth nodded. Being driven by anger, he quickly put the thought of Gray being overly strong to the back of his mind. It wasn't like he was alone, since he was here with someone even stronger than himself. He didn't need to fear Gray. When I'm done with him, I'll leave him to you, the youth said while walking towards Gray leisurely. Gray sighed while shaking his head. He didn't like unnecessary battles. Void jumped down from his shoulder and laid by the side looking at the battle that was about to start. To save yourself the pain, why don't you kill yourself? The youth said coldly. You think you can beat me? Gray looked at the youth with a playful look. Heh, you think too highly of yourself? But before I beat you up, I'm quite curious about one thing though. Where did you keep the treasure? Asked the youth. He didn't see any bag with Gray, so he was curious about where Gray kept the treasure he acquired. Gray didn't bother to answer to him. Talking so much nonsense with someone you wanted to beat up was a waste of time. Time to test out the strength of my body, he thought. Standing 10 meters away from the youth, Gray suddenly disappeared from his spot. Huh. The youth exclaimed in shock. Gray appeared within half a meter of him the next second and sent out a blow. Since the earth element was one of his elements, the youth quickly created an earth armor around his body. Bam! Gray's blow connected with the earth armor the youth created, and to the spectator's surprise, and even Gray, the youth was sent flying. Bang! The youth slammed into the ground 15 meters away from his previous location. Splatter! He vomited a mouthful of blood that had pieces of internal organs in it. Raising his head, he looked at Gray with fearful eyes. The earthen armor he created could defend against a full power attack of someone in the third stage of the origin plane. But now there was a hole in the spot Gray punched. The castrated youth sucked in a cold breath. He was initially shocked by Gray's speed, but the attack power of that blow almost made him faint from fright. How can his physical strength be this high? He exclaimed in terror. Due to the strengthening the body gets from the elements when cultivating, it's natural to see people with strong physical prowess, but he had never seen or heard of anyone whose body was as strong as Gray's body. Wow, Gray exclaimed while looking at his hands in shock. Because he wanted to test the strength of his body, he used his full strength in that blow, and the power stunned him. He wasn't too surprised by his speed since he also boosted his speed with the lightning and wind element. But the attack power shocked him greatly. This was almost the attack power of someone in the fourth stage of the origin plane. Attack together. The injured youth quickly suppressed the injury and ordered. He regretted not heeding his friend's words. His earthen armor had shattered and the spot where Gray's blow connected was red. Although there were no physical injuries, he knew how strong the internal injury he suffered was. Yes, the castrated youth nodded. They both surrounded Gray, with the injured youth at the front, while the castrated youth was at his back. Gray felt slightly regretful, though. Had he known, he would have struck the youth on the head. That would have killed him for sure, but he didn't bother, though. He knew if not for the earth armor, then the injuries the youth suffered would have been stronger. The other reason the youth wasn't fatally injured also attributed to the fact that since he was a dual elementalist, his body was stronger than single elementalists. Even though it wasn't half as strong as Gray's body, it was better than others. 3 minutes later, he's a monster. The castrated youth yelled grief-stricken. How can his defenses be so strong? Why did I have to be enemies with someone like this? He thought in despair. To him, Gray was an enemy he didn't want to have. Even after trying for so long, they had not been able to break through his defenses. Even when some of their attacks managed to connect, because some of its strengths had been reduced, it didn't seem to affect him much. The other youth was also in despair. His heart was on the brink of failing him. He thought he was a genius. But on encountering Gray, he knew he was nothing. Gray was also surprised by how strong his body was. He didn't expect his body's defense would increase by this much. 10 minutes later, please, spare me. The castrated youth cried out with snort running down his nose. Gray had already killed his companion. Now he was the only one left. Initially, he thought he couldn't live because he had been castrated. But now, bullshit. He wanted to live. Even if he wouldn't have a child, it doesn't matter. As long as he's alive, he was okay. I'm sorry, I don't give second chances, Gray said coldly before attacking. Thud. The lifeless body of the youth fell on the ground. You're ruthless. I like it, Void said while once again taking his position in Gray's shoulder. Let's go. Chapter 121, or what? Chapter 121, or what? After Gray acquired the Great Void technique, he unexpectedly didn't find any other thing. Other than clearing the path of all monsters he saw on the way, he didn't do anything else. He soon got to the end of the path, and it was blocked. He couldn't help but ask Void if his senses were correct. Void first complained about being doubted before telling him he could still sense it, and the energy was coming from the other side of the wall that blocked the path. Gray further studied the wall and found out there was a seal on it. It seems he would have to wait for it to open automatically. Having nothing to do, He couldn't help but think of his friends. On the other side, Klaus and the other two had just arrived at the end of the ancient path they took. When they got there, there were also other geniuses looking around, trying to find the entrance to the place the final treasure was located, but to no avail. How come the path is blocked? Klaus asked with a confused expression. I don't know, but I suppose this should be the end of the path. But where is the great earth essence liquid? Reynolds looked around. After Alice recovered slightly from her injury, the trio continued the journey, and other than the technique Klaus found, they found nothing else. Had Klaus not gotten that technique, he would have thought the expert was playing tricks on them. Since the path ahead of them was blocked with no other way to advance, it only meant one thing. They were already at the end of the path. But since they were already at the end, then where was the treasure the expert promised they'll find after getting to the end of the path? There's an opening, only it looks like this place is sealed and we'll have to wait for it to open, Alice deducted after studying the wall closely. Doesn't this mean that acquiring the treasure would become harder? Reynolds counted the youths present, and including them, they were 10. Since the path is sealed, it meant there was a chance for more people to appear. This will further increase the difficulty of acquiring the treasure. There were multiple paths, and others might have also reached the end of them. It was unknown if these were the only ones who would end up at this particular path, since most of the paths intersected. Amongst the other 7 youths. There was one he had seen before. He was certain the person was from the Keelan Empire, but he didn't know which academy she was from. He nodded as a form of greeting, to which the other party responded with a smile that showed her dimples. The young lady had an average height. She was around 16 to 17 years old. Her pure face and appearance were particularly alluring. Seeing the exchange between the two, Klaus drew closer to Reynolds and threw his hand on his shoulder. "Seems like someone caught your eye," he said, with a mischievous smile. Reynolds, seeing the smile on Klaus's face, couldn't help but shake his head. "You think everyone is like you?" He glared at him before shifting his attention back to the wall, blocking their paths. He couldn't be bothered with what Klaus was thinking. He didn't even know the young lady and only recognized her because he saw her when they got to the magical beasts forest. That's why they are living an uninteresting lifestyle. He chuckled, while darting a glance at the girl once more before nodding in approval. "At least your taste isn't bad," he thought. With nothing left to do, they waited just like the others who got here before them, on Gray's End. Since there's nothing he could do, he started cultivating. 30 minutes later, some youths started appearing, and within another 30 minutes, the people gathered here, including Gray, were 10, and the Darkness Elementalist was surprisingly one of them. When the youths couldn't find the passageway to where the great earth essence liquid was, they were irked. "What is going on?" "We have reached the end of the path. Why is there no access to where the great earth essence liquid? Could it be that we have been tricked by the old man? There's an 80% chance that we have been tricked. The old man said that each of the 54 ancient paths contained treasures and dangers, but we have come all the way here peacefully without discovering any treasures. We didn't even encounter any dangers. Not even a beast has emerged. It was just like a pointless wander. Don't talk anymore. I'm afraid that this ancient path isn't as simple as we had imagined. We should continue to look for the passageway once more." Most of the people were distressed. They began to have lesser respect towards the old expert. Some started to call him old man. As a matter of fact, they had grown depressed along the journey of this ancient path. After reading the words on the stone slab, they felt that this ancient path must have rare treasures. Even if there weren't any great treasures, there had to be at least some essence stones or some sort of elemental weapons. Unexpectedly, they had gotten nothing even though they had reached the end of the path. This might not be the most depressing thing. The thing that depressed them the most was that they didn't even encounter a single creature. Where were the treasures that were mentioned? How about the dangers? If they weren't being tricked, then what would it be of the 10 people who were here? About 6 of them used the same path Gray followed. So it was expected they all felt scammed. And because they didn't find anything, nor did they face any dangers, doubts started welling up in their minds. It was like they were taking a peaceful stroll in their backyards. In fact, their backyards were more dangerous than these ancient paths. They all felt the old man was a trickster when he was alive, and even when he was close to death, he didn't spare them and set up this big ploy for them. Listening to the complaints of these people, Gray, whose eyes were closed, couldn't help but smile, because all the treasures and dangers of the path had been met by him. The only thing he didn't acquire was the legacy, and it was because he decided to leave it for someone else. First, he acquired the greatest treasure of the expert, then he was transported to the castle the legacy was located, and then he found an extremely rare space element technique. What was luck? This was, in truth, amongst all the geniuses here, the darkness elementalist was the most depressed one. Not only had he gotten nothing, but the time he finally found something he wanted, it was obtained by others. When he wanted to reclaim it, he kept on getting stopped by others. He was even almost fatally injured by Klaus. His pride as a genius was shattered on multiple occasions by the trio. The more he thought about them, the angrier he got. After acquiring the great earth essence liquid, I'll refine one to boost my strength. Then I'll kill them all, he thought coldly. Being a proud person, when had he ever been stepped on? Never. He had never even lost before, but this time, he not only lost, but he had to run away like a dog with his tail between his legs, just so he could keep his life. He had always looked down on people who ran away from battles, yet he did the same thing. How embarrassing. After calming himself a little, he managed to study the wall and realized there was a seal on it. It's just like the one on the door. He raised his brow. He wasn't the only one who noticed it. Others also noticed it. That was why they were all waiting. Snorting coldly, the darkness elementalist walked closer to the door. The others made way for him when they saw him coming. They all recognized him and didn't plan on offending him. Stand up and move 5 meters backward. No one is allowed to get this close to the wall, he said coldly, to Gray, who had his eyes closed. Gray slowly opened his eyes and a fierce glow shot out of them. The darkness elementalist was so shocked by the fierce glow that he unconsciously took a step back. The moment he realized what happened, waves of embarrassment surged in his heart, and he instantly flared up. "Get up now! I don't like repeating myself," he yelled angrily. The others who were watching took some steps back and started pitying Gray because he was about to be picked on by the darkness elementalist. Just then, they all heard something that almost made them faint. The youth, who was clearly in the first stage of the origin plane and looked innocent, asked a question that threw them off their feet. Or what? Chapter 122, Blue Fire. Chapter 122, Blue Fire. Gray stared at the young man before him with his emotionless eyes without even making an attempt to stand up. How could he allow others to step on him as they like? Had this happened before his upgrade, then he would have let it slide since he wasn't a match for the darkness elementalist at that time. But now, to hell with him. The crowd looked at Gray like he had a screw loose. "Brother, are you tired of living? How can you ask him such a question? Didn't you see him outside when he killed someone instantly? Even though it might be due to his opponent's carelessness, his strength was still clear for all to see. And you still have the guts to ask him, or what?" This was what was running through the head of everyone. Some even shook their heads thinking Gray was just seeking death. But some couldn't help to admire his fearlessness. They had to admit that if they were in his position, they would have already gone not just 5 meters backward, but 10. "It's good, you're sensible. Now, Scraw, wait, what?" The darkness elementalist, not expecting Gray to ask him such a question, had already started rambling on before he realized what Gray said. He was on the verge of going mad. Why did people keep on obstructing him today? Who did he offend? Things all started going awry after clashing with Alice and the others. Since then, nothing good had happened to him. Now an ant even dared to refute him. What insolence! He would not take this lying. Without thinking, he launched an assault on Gray, who was a couple of steps away from him. Now, even if Gray begged him, he would still kill the insolent bastard. The others all shook their heads in pity. Such a handsome and brave young man was about to be killed. Already concluding that Gray was dead, some didn't even bother to see how he would be killed. But the outcome of the attack once again threw those who watched off their feet, that some even rubbed their eyes violently to confirm if they weren't seeing things. Bam! The sound of a blow connecting resonated in the path before a figure was sent flying. Looking closer, the figure who was still standing was none other than the innocent-looking young man. Bang! Pu! The darkness elementalist slammed into the wall before coughing out a mouthful of blood. Gray, who was previously in a sitting position, was currently standing with both legs apart and his left hand outstretched. His hand was still clenched into a fist. From his stance, it was easy to deduce he just struck out a blow. Are my eyes failing me? How did he move at such speed? One of the youths amongst the crowd asked in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. If not for seeing it personally, he would have never believed something like this could happen, even if he was beaten to death. How can someone in the first stage of Origin Plane send the Darkness Elementalist, who was not only 2 stages ahead of him, he had even instantly killed someone in the same stage as himself flying? It was impossible. Maybe it was because it was a surprise attack. Another youth chipped in, still clearly in a state of shock because of what just happened. Surprise attack your head? How do you call that a surprise attack? The victim of the surprise attack was clearly him. One of the few people who admired Gray's bravery quickly jumped into the conversation to defend him. Due to the Darkness Elementalist attacking suddenly, he deemed it as a surprise attack, an unknown to Gray. Because he stood up to the Darkness Elementalist, he had acquired some fans. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be bothered with it. All he did was stand up for himself and nothing more. The Darkness Elementalist was about to speak, but, due to the agitation he was feeling, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. What sort of monster did he encounter? If not for his quick reaction and strong body, that blow would have injured him fatally. Since he was a multi-elementalist, his body was naturally stronger than that of dual elementalists. With anger surging in his heart, veins could be seen appearing on his forehead. He was infuriated. How can someone 2 stages below him send him flying? He had thought Klaus's group were monsters, but this young man in front of him was even more monstrous than they were. How can his physical prowess be this formidable? Others might think that Gray used the elements to boost the strength of his blow, just like how Elementalist does, while still in the collection and fusion plane. But he knew otherwise. This was the pure power of Gray's brute strength. While the Darkness Elementalist was still thinking about how Gray's physical body could be that strong. Gray looked at his hands, and a look of disappointment flashed on his face. Sigh, it's a shame this blow didn't kill him. Although this outcome isn't bad either, since I'll get the opportunity to fight with him. He sighed while shaking his head. Seeing Gray sigh with a look of disappointment appearing on his face, the crowd were all curious why he would show such an expression. You just sent someone we wouldn't even dare to refute flying. What's up with that expression? Some of them were yelling in their heads. After a minute went by, the Darkness Elementalist had been able to clear his head. He knew one of the reasons Gray was able to easily strike him was because he was too agitated, and because of that, he left an opening for Gray to exploit when he wanted to attack him. He slowly walked closer to Gray, preparing to strike once more. But after taking some steps, he paused and retreated 1 step backward. He didn't dare to get close to him. He had already experienced Gray's formidable physical strength. Only a fool would allow himself to be hit twice. Noticing the Darkness Elementalist didn't dare to come close, Gray's lip curved upwards to form a smirk. Looks like he's wary of my physical power, thought Gray. He had already expected this, though. It was just like that youth he fought with previously. After the youth noticed getting close to him while fighting was a mistake, he didn't dare to get close to him any longer. Without further delay, both parties sent out attacks. Gray sent out a ball of blue flames. This was the first time he was using his blue flame since awakening his fire element. The Darkness Elementalist used his strongest element, which was the Darkness element. Boom! Both attacks clashed, and the shockwave spread out in all directions. The spectators all retreated further on seeing the power of the attack. Gray was pushed 1 step backward, while the Darkness Elementalist was pushed 3 steps backward. The result of the clash was visible for all to see. Gray won. Although this one clash shouldn't be used to determine the final outcome of the battle, but the spectators were still thrown into an uproar. One of the fighters was a 3rd stage Origin Plane Darkness Elementalist, while the other was a 1st stage Origin Plane Fire Elementalist. The former was regarded as one of the strongest, if not the strongest person who entered the trial land, while the latter was an unknown bystander. The crowd wasn't aware of both fighters being multi-elementalists because they had only seen them use 1 element each. Did you see that? The color of his fire was blue. A yell brought everyone back from their absent-minded state, and they all once again stared at the young man in shock. Just when they thought he was done surprising them, he would do something even greater than what he did previously. Elementalists with special colors for their elements were just as rare as darkness and light elementalists. The strength of their attacks was always stronger than that of others with the same element and on the same stage. How is this possible? Muttered the Darkness Elementalist. He had almost pulled out his hair from dragging it too much. Gray had almost sent him into a frenzy. His eyes were slowly turning bloodshot. Gray was also shocked by the power of his blue flame. He never expected it to be this strong. It's because of the grade, he thought. This was the only reason he could think of that made the attack power stronger than that of the Darkness Elementalist. Just as both fighters prepared to continue fighting, crack. The sound of walls cracking reverberated in the path. Everyone, including Gray and the Darkness Elementalist, shifted their attention to the source of the noise. The wall blocking the path was cracking rapidly.
Boom!
The wall soon exploded with debris flying in all directions. Everyone used their various elements to block the pieces that went their way. "This isn't over," the Darkness Elementalist yelled loudly before dashing past the newly opened path. Although he wanted to kill Gray, his top priority still remained acquiring the treasure. Gray didn't delay, and just like the Darkness Elementalist, he also rushed past the path. He recalled hearing the other youths speak of the great earth essence liquid. He knew of it, so he also wanted to vie for it. After he went through, the others also followed behind. This wasn't the only wall that opened. The walls at the other paths also opened up. Now the true struggle had begun. Chapter 123. Ancient Temple. On the path where Klaus and the other two were located. Crack! Crack! On hearing the sound of the wall cracking, everyone stood up and stared at the wall intently. Some moments later, bang! The wall exploded. Everyone protected themselves from the pieces. It's the passageway that leads to where the great earth essence liquid is located. I never thought it will activate on its own. Ha ha! I thought that we had been tricked. Let's go. What are you all waiting for? Go now. If someone else reaches there first, I'm afraid we won't be able to get any share of the precious liquid. The sudden appearance of the channel excited everyone who was irritated just moments ago. One by one, they rushed towards the channel. After all, most of them hadn't gotten anything in the ancient path and weren't feeling very good. They were eager to be the first to reach where the treasure was, as they were certain that the treasures there would be extraordinary. If they could obtain some of it, their trip here would be worth it. In a matter of a few blinks, all of them entered the passageway. Klaus and Reynolds exchanged a glance. Without delay, the three of them swayed and vanished into the passageway. As Alice had almost recovered from her injuries, a casual movement from her and she also disappeared into the channel. The passageway was very short, and within 5 seconds, they were all out of it. When Klaus and the rest walked out of it, they saw silhouettes emerging from different directions. They were coming out from different ancient paths. For a moment, at least 60 people had appeared in this place, and the number was still increasing. There was a hint of consternation on everyone's face. Obviously, this situation was beyond their imagination. Many of them were thinking the same thing: be the first to get in so that they could seize the treasure. But now, it seemed like their plan had failed. However, none on the scene was an idiot. Very quickly, they understood the key to this situation. Clearly, the passageway of the 54 ancient paths were opened at the same time. Before it was opened, numerous people had already been waiting, like Klaus and company, at the end of their respective ancient paths. This explained why so many people had appeared as soon as the passageway was opened. This was the only explanation. It seems like many have died on the way, said Alice. Anyone was able to discern this. From the beginning, there were over 150 people who entered this place. Now, there were only 60 of them. Taking into account those who were coming in and still in the ancient paths, there were only about 100 at most. That was to say, nearly 50 geniuses, or even more, had died in the 54 ancient paths. This was undeniably cruel. But anyone who decided to step into the trial land knew that dangers and cruelty coexisted together, and must be prepared to die. Death could occur at any time. There were battles between humans and also against creatures, and the presence of other dangers in the place. Therefore, it was very normal for over 50 people to die along the way. Look, it's Gray. Let's head over. Reynolds was the first to spot Gray. And since the people here weren't that many, it was easy for them to spot Gray. They all went in his direction. After Gray came out of the passageway, he didn't spot the Darkness Elementalist, but he was quite surprised by the number of people who were coming out from different paths, though. It didn't take long for him to realize what happened. All the paths opened simultaneously. He placed his hand on his chin. Void was lying on his shoulder lazily. Gray sensed some movement from his right and turned towards that direction. He saw his friends coming towards him, and a smile formed on his face. But his face soon went cold when he noticed Alice was injured. Even though she hadn't come close to him yet, he was able to realize it from her movement. What happened? He asked, the moment they got close. When Klaus and Reynolds heard the question, their smiling faces also went cold. Klaus went on to recount what happened to him through gritted teeth. Although he was able to injure the Darkness Elementalist before he left, he still hoped they should kill him. On hearing Alice almost died under the hands of the darkness elementalist, killing intent flashed through Gray's eyes. He had promised himself to grow stronger to protect his family and friends. Now he heard someone nearly killed his friend. He was infuriated. "He's a dead man," he said icily. Initially, the only reason he wanted to fight with the darkness elementalist was just to test out his strength. But now it had turned into a death battle. He would kill him no matter what, even if it meant entering the fusion state. "We know," Klaus and Reynolds said simultaneously. Soon the trio started planning their revenge, and they completely forgot about Alice's presence, even though she was the reason they were planning revenge on the darkness elementalist in the first place. Alice felt happy seeing how her friends were already planning revenge on her stead. She couldn't hope for better friends, although she pouted when she realized they had all forgotten about her presence. Just as she was about to complain, Void caught her attention. "What a strange cat." "Gray, where did you find it?" she asked curiously, while gazing at Void. "An egg," Gray replied offhandedly and continued planning with the others. Void threw a glance at Alice but shut his eyes once more. Hearing Gray's response, Alice almost rushed forward to attack him. "What do you mean an egg? Do I look like a fool? If not for the fact that you're planning on getting revenge for me, I'd have beaten you up," she complained internally, but decided to let them be. The other geniuses who came here all looked around. Some started complaining when they realized what happened. "Motherfer, the old man does know how to play tricks. He has tricked us all, even though he has already passed away. All the passageways are open simultaneously. Even if there's a great earth essence liquid, it's going to be a fierce fight." "That's true. Look, even the darkness elementalist is here. Who's able to compete with him? And there are those peerless geniuses of the royal families and a few other third-stage origin plane geniuses. We won't stand a chance in their presence." "Well, that's not necessarily true. Even if we can't get the great earth essence liquid, we may still able to get some other treasures. We can't just go back with empty hands." Plenty of them with weaker strength began to feel slightly disheartened. This wasn't the result they expected and was the last thing they wanted to see. With so many geniuses here, it had become even harder for them to obtain any treasure, but most of them revealed ruthlessness in their eyes. Since they had already come here, they couldn't let themselves return empty-handed. Even if the competition was fierce, they couldn't just give up like that. "There's an ancient temple ahead. The great earth essence liquid is just ahead." Someone roared, stirring everyone into motion. Each of them shouted excitedly and ran towards the ancient temple with their fastest speed possible, fearing that they might be later than the others. Hearing the roar, the trio immediately stopped what they were doing and looked ahead. The ancient temple has already existed for countless years. It must be left behind by the old man. It should be the place that holds most of his treasures. The 9 drops of great earth essence liquid should be inside. "Let's go over as well," said Gray. They all dashed towards the direction where everyone was going. That was the most important part of this place. Everyone ran towards the ancient temple. The strongest people that appeared on the scene traveled extremely fast. They reached the destination in a matter of a few seconds. Everyone opened their mouths, shocked by the scene. Ahead was a vast and empty field. The only thing visible was the ancient temple suspending in the air. The temple didn't seem huge and only had a dozen of rooms and an ancient palace inside. The palace and rooms were fiery red. Even after an extremely long period of time, the brilliance of the place didn't seem to diminish in the slightest. What really attracted the people's attention was the mysterious crystal-like pond in the temple. It wasn't huge and only had a size of 1 square foot. It was completely condensed using fire. Red and the shape of lotus flowers were engraved on its surface. The illumination of the light seemed to be making it come to life. Everyone marveled at the sight of it. Buzz. The crystal-like pond shook. 9 rays of light as white as jade shot out of it up to the sky like 9 heavenly swords rising into the heaven. Each light seemed solid and radiated the unconcealed pure essence of the world. The emergence of the white light immediately attracted the attention of everyone. "Look, the light is emanated by the 9 drops of great earth essence liquid. The great earth essence liquid is just inside the pond." "That's right. It has to be the great earth essence liquid. That's the essence of the world, and is extremely precious." Sure enough, the old man didn't lie to us. There are truly 9 drops of great earth essence liquid here. If I can obtain just a drop of it, the benefits will be inestimable. My elemental grade will increase, and I will even see a breakthrough in my stage. Everyone was excited. The Great Earth Essence liquid was an unparalleled natural treasure that had the effect of increasing one's elemental grade. It also had a great healing property. It was so attractive that even a peak overlord plane expert would be influenced by it. If words about the Great Earth Essence liquid were to spread out, it would inevitably cause chaos and attract thousands of experts here to compete for it. It might even stir up a war in the empires. Hence, I must get the Great Earth Essence liquid. A young man could no longer control his emotion and was the first to run towards the pond. Upon seeing this, Gray couldn't help but shake his head. This bastard was being too impulsive. He should at least gauge his own strength before doing so. How dare a puny little 9th stage arcane plane elementalist go and seize the Great Earth Essence liquid? That was no different from seeking death. Swoosh. Sure enough, before that young man could get to the pond, a silver sword appeared from behind to slash him into half before he could even let out a wail. How dare an insect like you try to get the Great Earth Essence liquid first before measuring your capabilities? Chapter 124, The Protectors. How dare an insect like you try to get the Great Earth Essence liquid first before measuring your capabilities? A young man snorted coldly. A youth in blue clothing emerged from the crowd. He was a genius from the royal family of the Blue Wind Empire, and was also one of the few people in the 3rd stage of the origin plane that was present here. From his previous attack, everyone was able to discern that he was a lightning elementalist. His strength sent chills down people's spine. The strength of this young man jolted those who were not strong enough but were ready to rush towards the pond back to reality. Most of them showed disappointment in their eyes. After that, they began to shake their heads before sighing. Although they didn't want to admit it, they knew it in their hearts that the Great Earth Essence liquid was no longer related to them. It was something they could never touch. "Do we have to make a move?" Reynolds asked while staring at the pond. "Be patient. This isn't as easy as it seems," replied Gray. According to the style of the expert and his experience when he wanted to obtain the blue flame, he knew there was no way they would be able to acquire this treasure easily. Compared to what he faced in the volcano, the dangers in the ancient paths were a walk in the park for him. And the reason for that was because, according to the expert, the blue flame and lotus were his greatest treasure. While he was still thinking about what the possible obstacles they would face could be, he sensed a gaze turning his head in the direction he felt the gaze coming from. About 200 meters away from their group, he saw a youth staring at them with eyes filled with unconcealed killing intent. Other than the Darkness Elementalist, who else would look at the group with such killing intent? After the Darkness Elementalist charged through the passageway, he moved a couple of meters before spotting the group he came here with. He went over to join them. The reason he was still among the crowd and hadn't stepped forward to try to obtain the Great Earth Essence liquid was that he was still feeling irritated from his previous battle with Gray, and also because no one had dared to obtain it. When he saw the first person who ran forward, he sneered in contempt after noticing his strength. He was about to make a move when the youth from the Blue Wind Empire made a move. Just as he was looking around, he caught sight of a familiar figure that has been engraved in his head even though their contact wasn't long. When he saw the people he was grouped with, a look of incredulity appeared on his face. How can they be friends? The Darkness Elementalist howled internally. The 4 people he hated the most in his life were unexpectedly friends. Had it been that only the first trio he encountered were friends, it wouldn't have been as shocking as 4 of them being friends. His confidence was first shattered by Alice. Then, he was almost killed by Klaus and Reynolds' joint assault. Then, he encountered the monster known as Gray. These were the first people among his generation he had ever felt inferior to. What was worse was that he was not only a multi-elementalist, not only was his stage higher than theirs, but he also had the rare darkness element to boot. Yet he felt inferior to a dual elementalist who was a stage below him, a water elementalist who was also a stage below, a lightning elementalist who was 2 stages below him and was a high-grade summoner, and lastly, an innocent-looking fire elementalist who was 2 stages below him, had blue flames instead of red, and had terrifying physical strength. He started trembling unconsciously because of anger. Unrestrained rage and killing intent were visible in his eyes. But surprisingly, rage and killing intent wasn't the only thing visible in his eyes. A slight trace of fear appeared without him knowing. When Gray made eye contact with him, he felt the other party's fighting intent. He unconsciously prepared himself to attack. Just as he was about to make the first move, "Are you okay?" a voice brought him out of his enraged state. Hearing the voice, he calmed himself and shifted his gaze from Gray and his group. I'm fine. We should focus on getting the Great Earth Essence liquid. For now, he replied coldly. The person who spoke previously was one of the youths in his group. When the youth saw the Darkness Elementalist almost losing himself to anger, he was stunned. He had known him for a long time and knew how calm he was. This was the first time he had seen him like this. What's up? Klaus nudged Gray with his shoulder when he realized he wasn't paying attention. Our target. Gray used his head to point Klaus in the Darkness Elementalist's direction. Following the direction Gray showed him, he saw the Darkness Elementalist with his group. He won't leave this place alive? He snorted coldly. That's not going to be easy, though. You should be aware of the stages of his companions, said Gray. Klaus nodded. If they ganged up on the Darkness Elementalist alone, then the chances of killing him were quite high. But since he was with his group, if they attacked him now, there was a possibility the other parties might reverse the situation. Including the Darkness Elementalist, their group contained 4 other second-stage origin plane Elementalist. In Gray's group, the one with the highest stage was Alice and Klaus, who were each in the second stage. Although they had no problem with facing them one-on-one, they were one man short, so the other group not only had the advantage in terms of cultivation stage, they also had the advantage in numbers. After a man has been killed, it created a great deterrent force. The genius from the Blue Wind Empire wore a smile on his face. He sent out a palm strike at the pond. Just as the enormous lightning palm was about to touch the pond, a ray of light shone from outside the pond. Then a large fire palm materialized and collided with the genius's palm. Bang! The power was ancient and extremely strong. The genius was forced back by it. Shh! Fiery red lights began to rush out around the pond. One by one, each light rapidly materialized and turned into 9 warriors that were completely made out of fire. Elemental warriors. A youth in the crowd yelled out. Seeing the 9 warriors appear out of thin air, everyone gasped in shock. When they all sensed the stages of the elemental warriors, they were all sent into an uproar. They are all in the 5th stage in the origin plane. The genius from the Blue Wind Empire furrowed his brow. This was getting harder and harder. When Gray saw the elemental warriors appear, he wasn't too surprised. Sure enough, it isn't as simple. Let's wait and see, he said. Although the elemental warriors were all a stage above the one he fought with, there was a difference. In this situation, multiple people could team up against the elemental warriors, but in his case, he was all alone. The 9 elemental warriors had always been hiding in the pond. They would only emerge if someone tried to touch the pond. Gray had expected an obstacle, so he was incomparably calm. They seem to be protecting the pond, said Reynolds. The others nodded to what he said. Getting past these 9 elemental warriors wouldn't be easy. From the positions they took, it was easy for them to help each other out. The sudden appearance of the protectors immediately set off a wave of commotion. Most of them were astounded. The means of the old expert was certainly unimaginable. Fortunately, the elemental warriors just stood close to the pond. Their duty was to guard the pond and the ancient temple. They would never take the initiative to attack. So, as long as one didn't go near the pond, one wouldn't be attacked by them. Let me see how powerful these elemental warriors are. The Darkness Elementalist walked out. When the crowd saw the Darkness Elementalist step out, they all waited curiously for the result of his test. He steadied himself and blasted out 2 attacks simultaneously. One was his Darkness element and the other was his Lightning element. Bang! Boom! The elemental warriors easily dispersed his attack and forced him back by 3 steps. His expression began to change, so powerful. Each of them possesses strength slightly greater than my own, and they could join forces with one another during the most critical moment. It's almost impossible to get past them and obtain the Great Earth Essence liquid inside, he said. The circumstance was already clear for all to see. The only way for them to obtain the Great Earth Essence liquid is to get rid of these protectors. Chapter 125, Multi-Elementalist. Let me try it one more time, the Darkness Elementalist said. This time, compared to the first time when he struck out, a look of utmost seriousness appeared on his face. When the crowd heard he wanted to try again even after being pushed back the first time, they all focused their attention on him once again. They knew since he wanted to try it once more, it meant the previous attack wasn't his strongest. For most of the people here, they felt only the Darkness Elementalist could possibly fight these protectors and get the Great Earth Essence liquid. The darkness elementalist's body fluctuated, since the mighty aura of an origin plane elementalist was unleashed from his body. But surprisingly, instead of releasing the aura of someone in the third stage, the aura he was releasing was on par with those in the peak of the fourth stage, even though he was still clearly in the third stage. Under the impact of the powerful aura, everyone could feel tremendous pressure. The face of the genius from the Blue Wind Empire turned pale from shock. How can he be so strong? He looked at the youth ahead in fear. The presence of the darkness elementalist had made it extremely difficult for the others who were at the third stage like himself to obtain the great earth essence liquid. The difference between their strengths was shocking. From the look of things, he wouldn't have a problem fighting more than 2 third-stage origin plane elementalists. The darkness elementalist took one step after another. He strode towards the pond confidently. Unlike the time he battled with Gray or Alice and the group, his current demeanor was completely different. Currently, the air of an expert was revolving all around him. This was his true strength. If not for the fact that he was suppressed due to Alice's perfect timing when attacking and strong attacks, or Klaus and Reynolds's perfect teamwork, or Gray's unexpectedly strong physical prowess and terrifying blue flames, he wouldn't have been put in such a bad position by them. Who was he? He was a peerless genius. Well, until he encountered the freakish four, though. Since then, things came crashing down. But now it was his time to shine once more. He would show everyone here just how strong he truly was. Just as he was nearing the pond, the 9 protectors suddenly shone brightly. Each protector moved. They seemed to be adjusting their energy as though they could feel the difference in power of the opponent. The darkness elementalist launched his move. Compared to the first time, this move looked simple due to his body language, but it was anything but ordinary. This was an attack that should never be underestimated, because the strike contained all 3 elements he had in his arsenal: darkness element, lightning element, and fire element. When the crowd saw him wielding all 3 elements simultaneously, their eyes enlarged into perfect circles. They initially thought he was a single elementalist. Even then, they didn't have any hopes of competing with him. But now, he wasn't even a dual elementalist, but a multi-elementalist. How could someone be this terrifying? Me? Multi-elementalist? A stammering voice was heard from the crowd. Even Gray's gaze turned intent when he realized the darkness elementalist was actually a rare multi-elementalist. This was the first time he was encountering a multi-elementalist other himself. Although he had spent a lot of time with Chris, he still had no idea Chris was a multi-elementalist. There were only a few people who were aware of this, even though the crowd was stunned by the fact that the darkness elementalist was actually a multi-elementalist. They threw it at the back of their heads for now and focused fully on the protectors. The attack contained 3 elements, and they were all very close to each other. The 3 elements were aimed at one of the protectors. As though feeling the attack's direction, the 9 of them instantly wheeled to form a circle and aimed their palms at one of the protectors. For an instant, all the energy had converged in the body of the particular protector. A ray of energy wave rushed out of his head. The protector's move was pretty mesmerizing. It struck out what looked like a seal, and a huge fire snake roared to life out of it. Roar. Boom. The snake rushed out of the seal and clashed with the attack of the darkness elementalist before both attacks exploded out. When the attacks exploded, everyone felt how terrifying both attacks were. Compared to the first attacks both parties used, the power in these ones was like night and day. Those geniuses who were close to the battle felt it hard to breathe and began to hastily retreat. If one got hit directly by such a residual wave, it would surely be fatal, especially for those first-stage origin plane elementalist and below who had too little power to counter it. Gray and his group didn't retreat from their previous location, though. They didn't get too close when the battle was about to start, so the residual wave that got to them was something they could all handle easily. When Alice saw this attack, her heart trembled. "So this is his true strength," she muttered. She thought she had seen his true strength previously, but it seemed like the situation didn't allow him to show his full strength at that time. Now that she saw him use this attack, she was left speechless. The way Gray looked at the darkness elementalist had taken a turn. Although the attack power isn't as strong as when I'm in the fusion state, for him to unleash this sort of strength naturally is terrifying. He was left in awe by the strength the darkness elementalist just showcased. He couldn't deny the fact that the darkness elementalist was the strongest genius in his generation that he had ever encountered. Gray was almost certain there was no one in the Lunar Academy who was below 20 years of age that could match up to the power this young man just displayed. If he were to find out that because of searching for this treasure, the Darkness Elementalist didn't boost his strength properly in these 2 months, his evaluation of him would be a notch higher. He's strong, said Reynolds. Yeah. Klaus nodded while staring at the clash that was slowly dying down. But it doesn't change the fact that we'll kill him, he added. It will make it more worthwhile. It would be a shame if he couldn't fight back. Reynolds chuckled. Yeah. Now all we have to do is find a way to corner him alone, Klaus said. His previous plan was to attack the Darkness Elementalist here, but it looked like that plan has been thrown into the garbage, and the garbage was set ablaze. So now, he brought up a new plan. The strength the Darkness Elementalist showed had made both Klaus and Reynolds apprehensive. Now they understood it was because of their flawless teamwork that made it hard for the Darkness Elementalist to attack them. If not for them not giving him a breather, then there was a big chance he might have been able to turn the tides given the strength he just showed. Had he been able to use this attack on them once, then it was unknown who would have retreated from the battle. Who were they kidding? This young man was too strong that their resolve to kill him was even starting to waver. Besides, they were able to save Alice in time and even injured him. That counts as something, right, a minute later. The dreadful attack died down completely, and the results of it shocked everyone present. Most of them thought that the Darkness Elementalist's attack would definitely destroy at least one of the protectors. However, the attack of the Darkness Elementalist didn't cause any harm to the protectors. Instead, the powerful seal that the snake came out from made the Darkness Elementalist somewhat uncomfortable. The protectors are truly too powerful. The strength of these 9 protectors can perfectly overlap and merge together. Even if I were to tire myself to death from attacking, there's no way I can break their defense and step into the pond. The Darkness Elementalist, whose face exuded arrogance when he was attacking previously, had turned sour. Not even the Darkness Elementalist is their match. Could it be that there's no way to break through their defense? Doesn't that mean that we won't be able to get the Great Earth Essence liquid? I believe there are still some benefits in the ancient temple. Will we be leaving this place without obtaining anything? These protectors are just too strong. It's extremely difficult to break their defense. Everyone sighed. The feeling of witnessing the existence of the 9 drops of Great Earth Essence liquid, but couldn't obtain it, was certainly very painful. Just how powerful was the old man for him to create such protectors? They were even elemental warriors to boot. How did he expect them to obtain the treasure with these almost insurmountable mountain he placed in front of it? Chapter 126 Alliance. After seeing the outcome of this attack, Gray was able to estimate the overall strength of the protectors. If I go all out, I shouldn't have a problem with breaking the defense of these protectors. But escaping with the Great Earth Essence liquid is easier said than done. With a calm expression, he observed everything happening. Just like everyone here. He also wanted to obtain all the drops here, only, unlike everyone, he was one of the few people, if not the only person, who could confidently say he can obtain them single-handedly. The Darkness Elementalist's eyes swept back and forth the 9 protectors. After studying their strength, he spoke to the crowd. Everyone, the 9 protectors are too powerful. Even my power won't be able to destroy them. Now that the Great Earth Essence liquid is just ahead of us, we can't just let go of this chance. I invite all 3rd stage Origin Plane Elementalists here to fight with me. My companions will take on 2 of the protectors. I have already discerned that these protectors can combine into a single unit. As long as we attack from different directions, we will be able to break their formation, and their defense will then break, automatically. The Darkness Elementalist's words immediately caused a commotion. Those few 3rd stage Origin Plane Elementalists exchanged glances, feeling what the Darkness Elementalist said was right for the sake of the Great Earth Essence liquid. This was the best and only way. Initially, before passing through the door, including the Darkness Elementalist, there was a total of 7 3rd plane Origin Plane Elementalists. But the Darkness Elementalist killed one of them before they passed through the door, and Gray had also killed one when he acquired the Great Void technique previously. This meant that only 5 surviving 3rd plane Origin Plane Elementalists were present in the ancient paths. Currently, there were only 4 3rd stage Origin Plane Elementalists present here, including the Darkness Elementalist. One of the 5 surviving 3rd stage Origin Plane Elementalist wasn't present here. Then, how should we divide the Great Earth Essence liquid? You are the strongest amongst us. None of us will be able to fight you. If you and your group take all the Great Earth Essence liquid away at the last minute, all our efforts will only be in vain, someone asked. This was the most crucial issue and was also the matter that all the third stage origin plane elementalists was concerned about the most. After all, the darkness elementalist was too powerful, and he had 4 powerful companions beside him. So even if 3 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat the darkness elementalist, talk less of defeating him and his group. Once they helped the darkness elementalist break the defense of the protectors, then he turned his back on them at the last moment. They wouldn't be able to do anything. There was also the difficulty of fighting against the protectors. They weren't even confident in holding one of them alone, and the others around wouldn't help since they wouldn't get anything if they joined in the battle. Who would want to fight a fruitless battle? So if the darkness elementalist were to betray them after the difficult battle, they would be dismayed. You all can be rest assured about this. As long as we break the defense together, each of you will get 1 drop of the Great Earth Essence liquid. Adjustments, my group and I will take whatever that is left. I am an upright person, so as long as everyone takes 1 drop each and don't try to scheme to acquire another one, I wouldn't be bothered with you. The darkness elementalist declared uprightly. I'll kill you all after defeating the protectors, he thought internally. Hearing what he said, the others heaved a sigh. Everyone had seen his conduct outside. He only killed the third stage origin plane elementalist and didn't attack anyone else. So they felt as long as they didn't try to take another one, they should be okay. But that didn't mean they trusted him fully, though. They still raised their guard against him. All right, I agree to do this. I agree too. Soon, all 3 of them agreed to the suggestion of the darkness elementalist. Their objective in coming here was to get the Great Earth Essence liquid. And furthermore, they weren't too greedy. They knew that given their strength alone, it was impossible to obtain all the Great Earth Essence liquids here. So their objective could already be considered achieved even if all they obtained was a single drop of the Great Earth Essence liquid. Okay, but even if we decide to fight alongside you, we still wouldn't be able to keep all 9 protectors at bay. Including you and your companions, we can only keep 6 occupied. Then, what about the other 3? The youth from the Blue Wind Empire recalled something and voiced his thoughts. With a quick glance, he calculated that there were only a total of 4 third-stage origin plane elementalists. If the darkness elementalist's companion were added, they were still short on fighters. I have some people in mind for the last 3. The darkness elementalist gazed into the crowd. Other than the freakish 4, who else would he have in mind? He even felt each member of Gray's group was relatively stronger than these 3 in the third stage, although inviting the freakish 4 was a huge risk for him since he was already planning on acquiring all the Great Earth Essence liquid. He had no other choice, and felt with his group around, they should be able to deal with them. They seem to be planning on how to obtain the Great Earth Essence liquid, said Reynolds. Yeah, but they still aren't enough to overpower the protectors. Gray still wore his calm expression. Why is that bastard coming in our direction? Asked Klaus. I think he wants us to join them, Alice said. They didn't go close when the darkness elementalist was speaking with the other 3 third-stage origin plane elementalists, so they didn't know what they decided upon, but they could guess they were trying to form an alliance of some sort to team up against the protectors. The darkness elementalist wore his usual emotionless look and stopped in front of the group. I have a proposal for you 4. He told them, the reason for he walked up to them the moment he arrived without beating around the bush. Just as Klaus was about to start raining curses on the darkness elementalist, he heard Gray speak up. If that's all we have to do, then we agree. How do you plan on sharing the spoils? Gray asked calmly. The darkness elementalist said all they had to do was keep 3 of the protectors at bay. For them, that was too easy. Although he knew the darkness elementalist was not to be trusted, he already had a plan on obtaining the liquids. For the 3 protectors you hold back, you'll get 1 drop for each of them, said the darkness elementalist. Okay. Gray nodded. According to the words of the darkness elementalist, it meant he and his group would obtain 3, each of the youths in the third stage will get 1, and the last 3 would go to Gray and his friends. If my guess is not wrong, he only wants to use us to defeat the protectors. After that, he will most likely betray us and collect all 9 drops. According to what Alice said. He seems to be a greedy person since he wanted to kill those youths from the Lunar Academy for something they acquired, thought Gray. But he still followed along with the darkness elementalist even though he was aware of his true motives. They are the ones. We should prepare ourselves for the upcoming battle. The darkness elementalist pointed at Gray's group before walking to where his companions were and sat down in a lotus position, closing his eyes. The other three wanted to question him upon seeing the stages of Gray and his group, but when they saw him preparing himself, they kept quiet, and also did the same. Each of them would receive a drop of the Great Earth Essence liquid, which was a lot better than getting nothing at all. It was already considered not bad that they could get one drop of the Great Earth Essence liquid. Once they attacked, the darkness elementalist would surely be the one to exert the most effort, so they had no problems with whom he decided to add to the party. After all, this was a world where strength ruled, as the darkness elementalist was a lot stronger than them. Whatever he said goes, and he was also the unofficial leader of the party. As for the others, they could only watch as Gray and the other experts divide all the drops of the liquid. Even if they felt that it's very unfair, they wouldn't dare to say it out, because they knew it would be useless. The Great Earth Essence liquid wasn't related to them anymore. They could only wait for some good items to emerge in the ancient temple. If they couldn't eat the meat, it was still better to drink the soup. 10 minutes later. "Is everyone ready?" asked the darkness elementalist after opening his eyes.
Yes.
The others answered simultaneously. They hadn't attacked previously, so they were still energetic. "Okay, let's attack together. I hope everyone will give this their all. Please don't allow the protectors to merge their strength, or even though we've teamed up, it will still be extremely difficult. We will attack one protector each." The darkness elementalist said to everyone, "Enough talking, let's attack now." The genius from the Blue Wind Empire said, clearly he was eager to get his hands on the drop of liquid. "Good." The darkness elementalist nodded. Giving Gray and his group a meaningful glance, he walked forward. Before Gray and his group started following behind, he whispered to them, "Make sure to reserve your strength as much as possible." They all nodded. They knew they weren't the only ones who would reserve their strengths. Every single person here had a plan. With each member of the party getting in position, they all prepared themselves for the battle against the protectors. Chapter 127, Shocking News. Chapter 127, Shocking News. At the Lunar Academy, outside Oliver's office. Blake was currently looking at the door with a slightly annoyed expression, shaking his head. He sighed, trying to calm his head before knocking on the door. "Knock! Knock!" After knocking, he waited for some seconds. Still not hearing any invitation to come inside, he couldn't resist the urge of knocking again. Just as he was about to knock, he heard a voice from inside. Enter Oliver's exhausted, filled voice came from inside the office. Pushing the door lightly, Blake stepped in. "Teacher," he bowed to the haggard-looking Oliver. Oliver was currently going through a pile of files. From the looks of how many the files were, it was easy to discern that Oliver had been spending most of his time on them. Oliver nodded before adding, "Take a seat." Blake sat down on the chair facing Oliver's seat. Flip, flip. The only thing resounding in the office was the sound of paper being turned. Oliver was currently going through one of the files on his desk. Blake looked at the mountain-like files and couldn't help but feel worried about his own future. According to his teacher, he was the one who would become the next principal of the academy. He didn't think he was patient enough to do this work. Given his personality, there was a chance he might just burn all the files and be done with it. A minute went by without anyone saying a word. Flip. After going through the final words on the last page of the file he was looking through, Oliver tossed it at another mountain-like pile of files again. When Blake's eyes followed the direction of where the file was thrown to, he saw another huge heap of files that almost gave him a breakdown. He instantly decided to discuss the matter of declining the offer of being the next principal. His future depended on this decision. How could he live such a life? "Is Chris back yet?" asked Oliver. "Not yet, teacher. I just came back from the valley and there's still no sign of him visiting," Blake reported. Oliver told him 2 weeks back to notify him if Chris returned. Since then, he had been going to the valley every single day after waking up to check if Chris had returned. But even after going for so long, there were still no signs of him. Hearing Blake's reply, Oliver fell into silence. And since the group returned from the capital, Chris had seemingly disappeared into thin air, sighing. He threw it to the back of his head. Besides, this wasn't the first time Chris had disappeared without informing anyone. There was this one time he disappeared for almost 2 years. But no matter what, he would always come back. Okay. What have you found out about the recent move by the Starlight Academy? Oliver asked once more. He recalled the slight look of annoyance on Blake's faces when he came into the office. "According to the intel I gathered, it's all because of the Crown Prince. A look of rage appeared on Blake's face. 1 month ago, news of the Starlight Academy's students attacking their students started to spread, and after doing some investigating, they found out it was true. When Oliver heard the Crown Prince being brought into the picture, he suddenly frowned and a sense of foreboding welled up in his mind. Why would the Crown Prince suddenly become part of the conflict between both academies? Asked Oliver, whose brows were knitted. Given the loss they suffered at Chris's hand in the capital, it was unexpected that the Starlight Academy would still dare to attack their students. Prince Oliver expected them to shrink back in fear, and truthfully, they did during the first month. But who knew they would come back much more aggressively and even started encouraging their students to attack the students from the Lunar Academy? I have no idea, but he is the one riling the principal up. I also found out about something else, Blake said with his tone turning more serious. Oh, what's that? Oliver asked curiously. The Emperor is fully behind the Starlight Academy? Blake stared at Oliver before dropping the bombshell. What? Why would the Emperor actively seek unrest in the Empire? It doesn't make sense, Oliver exclaimed in shock. This was a piece of shocking news for him. This information meant that they were not fighting against the Starlight Academy as they thought, but instead, the Emperor. He was aware of some of the higher-ups in the Empire being close to the Starlight Academy, but never did he expect the Emperor was part of them. Apparently, we're not the first ones going through this. In the other academies, there have been massive changes in their ranks. Most of the higher-ups in the academies have been replaced with those brought in by the Emperor. As it stands, we're the only ones left for him to take total control of. Blake reported the most vital part of the intel he gathered. After finding out the Crown Prince was currently the one who was instigating things, he investigated deeper and was able to unearth some things hidden from the eyes and ears of everyone in the Empire. Hearing what Blake said, Oliver's face turned red from anger. What could he possibly gain from all this? Oliver couldn't resist asking. Total control, replied Blake. Isn't he afraid we might revolt? Oliver was somewhat enraged and dumbfounded by the Emperor's reasoning. What did he want total control for? No one disobeys his orders. Well, except for Chris. But even then, Chris rarely does things that go against him. Since he had already united the other powers in the Empire, we can't revolt, Blake said. If we submit to him, isn't that the same as being puppets? Oliver rubbed his head. He had already started feeling a headache from what he was hearing. Yes, that's what they want, but if we were to refuse them, he would launch an attack against us. The only reason they haven't attacked should be because of Senior Chris, Blake said. The Emperor is wary of Chris's strength. No one else should know of his disappearance. We don't know if the Emperor planted any moles here, said Oliver. I'm aware of that, actually. I caught one 3 days ago. The moron was following behind me when I was heading to the valley. Blake recalled the incident that happened 3 days ago. He actually didn't see the person when the person was following behind him, but who knew the person would be foolish enough to try to enter into the valley? Because of the fact that he usually uses weird hand seals before entering the place. The person tried repeating the hand seals he saw him do. When he was coming out of the valley, the person was still trying to open it. He didn't spend up to a minute there, so he was able to catch the person. After questioning, in this case, torturing, he found out the teacher was actually sent by the Emperor here. You should be more covert in your actions, Oliver advised. I understand, teacher, replied Blake. Try and see if you can find out any clues about the whereabouts of Chris, but ensure to be careful when you're out, Oliver ordered. Okay, teacher. Blake bowed and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly recalled something. Teacher, Blake called out. Yes. Oliver, who was about to bury himself in his work, raised his head to look at Blake. Can I decline the position of being the next principal? Blake asked nervously. No, Oliver replied resolutely. But no buts. I've already made my decision. You're my only student and like a son to me. You will be the next principal. Maybe after that little brat is old enough you can pass the position to him? Oliver interrupted Blake. Klaus? Blake asked in shock. Other than Chris, Klaus was the next most unreliable person he knew. The only thing in Klaus's head was having fun. How could someone like that become the principal? If you have a better candidate, it's up to you. Now, leave. I still have a lot to do. Oliver waved him away, with no other option. Blake could only swallow his words and left. He wanted to beg Oliver to hand the position to someone else, but it looks like he's stuck with it. Looking at Blake's departing back. If we get through this, I'll immediately step down and hand the position over to him," he muttered before engrossing himself once more on his work. From the conversation of both parties, it was easy to see just how close they were. Just like how Chris was Gray's teacher, Oliver was Blake's teacher, at the depth of the trial land. On a mountaintop. "You've broken through," an old voice said. "Of course, old man. Don't think it was because of your teachings. I was already close to a breakthrough before you came and dragged me away." Another voice snorted. "Had I not taken you, you wouldn't have broken through even in the next 20 years? The old voice proclaimed, calmly, not angry by the other party's remark. Where is this anyway?" the other person asked. "Focus on your training," the old voice said coldly. The two people talking was Chris and his new teacher. Apparently, he didn't know he was in the trial land. He couldn't be blamed for it, though, compared to when he entered. The essence here was thicker than the part he entered previously. Although he was suspicious about it, he didn't think there was a chance for him to enter that place again, given the fact that it only accepted those who were below 20. He had tried leaving the mountain on numerous occasions, but the old man always stops him. The strength of the old man was unfathomable. Chapter 128, Terrifying Beast. Chapter 128, Terrifying Beast. Gray and the others had all picked a protector. Alice would hold one back. Klaus and Reynolds would hold one back, and Gray would unsurprisingly hold one back. When the other three third-stage origin plane elementalists saw Gray was going to battle one of the protectors on his own, they all sneered in contempt. "A fool who's overestimating his ability," the blue-clothed youth said. "Tiksh! I don't think he would last more than a minute against the protector." Another one said, "Even they weren't confident they could hold one back. Yet, a first-stage origin plane elementalist dared to face one alone. If that wasn't seeking death, what is?" They weren't the only ones who felt scorn towards Gray's decision to fight against the protector alone. The companions of the darkness elementalist, and even the crowd all felt Gray was overestimating his abilities. He will most likely die within 1 minute. At that time, he wouldn't have a chance to regret his foolish decision. This was what everyone thought. They all tagged him dead, other than Gray's friends. The only ones who didn't feel anything wrong with Gray's move was the darkness elementalist, since he had traded blows with Gray. He knew how terrifying the power of his blue flame was, and also how powerful his body. And those who were present when Gray and the darkness elementalist fought previously. Now, the darkness elementalist gave the order to attack. Boom, bam, bang. Every single member of the party attacked at the same time. The sounds of attacks clashing against each other rang out in the surrounding. As the battle started, the entire crowd stared at a single individual, Gray. They all wanted to see how he would die due to his stupidity. Some of them even felt a little sense of satisfaction from the thought of Gray dying, especially those in the second stage of the origin plane. They all felt indignant that they were not the ones chosen to be part of the party, but the next scene stunned them. Blue fire, everyone muttered under their breath. Some even forgot to breathe the moment they saw Gray using his blue flames. The shocking thing about the flame was the explosive power it contained. Even if you have blue flames, why is the attack power this strong? They all felt like crying, especially those who were feeling wronged some moments ago. They could still accept the fact that he had blue flames, hence he was stronger than his stage, but when they noticed the strength of the flame, they all felt that life was unfair. Were the gods blind? How could they bless him alone? The power of his flames can rival the attack of a fourth-stage origin plane elementalist. This shouldn't be possible, right? A youth asked with a shaky tone. Is he still human? The entire crowd was thrown into a state of disbelief. They felt the darkness elementalist was talented, and Gray was nothing. They didn't even put him in their eyes even when he went forward with Klaus and the rest. Not only that, but they just took him as an extra in the battle. If Gray was an extra, then what were the three third-stage origin plane elementalists then? Gray's attack power was a notch better than even the normal attack of the darkness elementalist. If the darkness elementalist was talented, then what was Gray? Fuck. Since when did that bastard possess the fire element, and it's even blue flame? Klaus stared at Gray like he was a monster. It looks like he will be the one with the biggest gain in this trip, Reynolds added. Gray was originally a dual elementalist, to their knowledge. Now, with the addition of the fire element, he had become a rare multi-elementalist. This had greatly improved his strength. Alice was shocked when Gray displayed the flame. But thinking about his behavior when they were about to pass through the door, she felt maybe Gray had inherited the legacy the expert spoke of. The companions of the Darkness Elementalist lost their composure because of the shock, and they were pushed back by the protectors they were fighting. Even the 3 other third-stage Origin Plane Elementalists staggered when they saw it. But they were able to quickly regain their composure. But because 2 protectors were free, they merged their strength with the others, and soon, they forced back the fighters. What happened? The Darkness Elementalist asked coldly. We're sorry, it was our mistake. His companions apologized quickly for their mistake. You've made everyone waste their energies. This shouldn't repeat itself. He snorted coldly and once again prepared to attack. Since they had already made the mistake, they shouldn't brood over it for too long. Instead, they should continue attacking once again. You have a lot of explaining to do, young man. Klaus spoke with an elderly tone while also putting on an elderly expression, making his friends burst into laughter. But seriously, you do, Reynolds added after laughing a little. That would be later in the day, but for now, our focus is those drops. Gray changed the topic to what was more important currently. The others nodded. But how do we share it? Reynolds scratched his head. They were 4, and they would only receive 3 drops. It wasn't enough for them. We'll think about that when the time comes, Gray replied. Soon, they once again started fighting with the protectors. Void, are we close enough yet? Gray asked Void, who was nowhere to be seen while fighting with the protector. No, try going a little closer, replied Void. Shit, this isn't going to be easy, Gray said before focusing his attention on the protector once again. When they were still waiting for the seal on the wall to open up, Gray discovered he could transmit his thoughts to Void just like how Void was doing. This way, he didn't need to speak out. All he had to do was transmit whatever he wanted to say, and Void would hear it clearly in his head. It was quite a mythical thing Void was currently hiding in his spatial ring. Their current plan was simple: steal all the drops of Great Earth Essence liquid in front of everyone while they were still fighting. Since Void couldn't teleport far, they had to think of a way to get close to the pond without the others finding out. Who knew Lady Luck was on their side and the Darkness Elementalist would invite them to join the party? Gray refrained from using his physical strength in this battle. Since he had already shown one of his trump cards, which happened to be his blue flame, he was not foolish enough to show it all. He didn't even use any other element and just stuck with the fire element. That way, other than his friends, no one would be aware of his other elements. Shit, he's almost done destroying his protector. Gray complained internally after he took a peek at the battle between the Darkness Elementalist and his protector. Cracks could already be seen all over the protector the Darkness Elementalist was fighting against. It was clear that it would be destroyed in a matter of a few seconds. Void, aren't we close yet? Gray asked Void once again after pushing back the protector. Almost. If I moved now, I wouldn't appear close to the pond, so there's a high chance I would be seen by the others. Void replied. Fuck. Gray cursed out in annoyance. Now he was in a race against time. He had to push the protector closer to the pond without destroying it before the Darkness Elementalist destroys his opponent. It's not like he couldn't destroy the protector, but he didn't want to display his full strength for all to see. Ah, roaring. He sent out a flaming hammer that struck the protector fiercely. It pushed the protector back a couple of meters closer to the pond, and Gray quickly closed the distance between him and the protector. Now, Gray and Void said simultaneously. Just as Void left the storage ring. Bang! The protector, the Darkness Elementalist, exploded into bits of flames, which converged into a ball and flew into the ancient palace. The moment the first protector exploded, the strength of the other 8 dropped significantly, and the protectors that had been giving the others a tough time were destroyed one by one in a matter of a minute, with all of them turning into balls of flames and flying into the palace. Ha ha ha! We've finally destroyed the protectors. Now, the Great Earth Essence liquid will be ours. The blue-clothed youth laughed in exhilaration. Once he gets his share, he would instantly leave this place and refine it. Just as the others were still laughing excitedly, roar. A terrifying roar was heard from inside the palace. The roar shook everywhere, and those with weaker strength collapsed to the ground with a thud. Run? Minced? Gray yelled at his friends and quickly dashed towards the opening they used in entering this place. Trusting Gray and being scared almost senseless, the group followed behind him without delay. They couldn't be bothered with their share of the treasure. Their life mattered most. Some people in the crowd instinctively chose to also retreat from the place. Damn, grab the treasure, because the place descended into chaos and the fact that Gray and his group had run away. Some people who couldn't contain their greed dashed towards the pond. They wanted to take at least a drop of the Great Earth Essence liquid before escaping. The Darkness Elementalist was the first to get there, though. His expression took a turn when he discovered that the drops of Great Earth Essence liquid were missing. What? He roared angrily, but he was replied by a terrifying roar from inside the palace. His heart tightened, and he quickly made a run for it. He wouldn't stay here and die because of something that wasn't here. He was sure the treasure had been stolen by someone because he clearly felt the treasure previously. His current plan was to be the first one to leave this place and search everyone. Because of the manner of his escape, the others felt maybe he was scared by the roar. Some of them actually forgot the fact that he went close to the pond. Just as the Darkness Elementalist and his companions were passing through the passageway, they started hearing shrieks from the field. Looking behind them, they saw a terrifying 12 meters long giant beast with 3 eyes massacring the youths who were consumed by greed. Their backs were instantly covered in sweat from fright. Over half of the people who came here had died. Of the 4/3 stage origin plane elementalists, only the Darkness Elementalist and the blue-clothed youth escaped on time. Chapter 129, Can I Keep It? Gray and his friends were the first group to escape from the field, so they didn't have a chance to see the beast when it went on a killing rampage. But from how terrifying the roar was, he was sure the beast was at least at the peak of the origin plane, or it had even reached the Overlord plane. There was no way they could defend against something that strong. But what kept puzzling him was the fact that the beast only came out after they defeated the 9 protectors. Could it be that it was supposed to be another challenge for them? And after defeating it, they wouldn't only get the 9 drops of the Great Earth Essence liquid, but also all the treasures in the palace as well. If that was its purpose, then the expert who made this place wouldn't expect there would be the anomaly called Void. Had it not been for Void, then there was no way Gray and his group would have been able to obtain anything. As it stands, they were the ultimate winners. At the other side of the passageway, Gray and his friends could be seen stepping out of the passageway. You were able to obtain all the drops of the Great Earth Essence liquid, right? Gray asked anxiously. When they heard the roar from the palace, Gray didn't dare to delay and quickly signaled Void, who was still in the pond, to come out so they could escape. So, he didn't get the chance to ask if Void was able to acquire the treasure. Void was currently on his shoulder, looking at the passageway without any signs of fear. There was even a look of contempt on his face. Of course, getting them was too easy, Void replied proudly. On hearing Void's reply, Gray heaved a sigh and a delighted smile spread across his face. Huh, when did the cat come back? Alice asked after seeing Void on Gray's shoulder. When they were escaping previously, she remembered vividly that the cat was not on Gray's shoulder, and she also didn't see it running after them. So how did the cat suddenly appear on Gray's shoulder after they came out? Firstly, his name's Void. Secondly, this isn't the place to talk about it. I'll tell you when we're alone, Gray said. He was about to tell his friends about Void when someone came out of the passageway, so he stopped and postponed the conversation. Seeing how cautious Gray was about Void, the curiosity of the group was piqued, and they all suddenly had a great interest in what sort of magical beast Void was for Gray to be this careful when speaking about him. Wait, so you're saying there's an 8th element and this cat happens to have it? Klaus asked with a look of incredulity. He wasn't the only one who had a shocked expression after hearing about Void and the space element. There had been no records of there being an 8th element, so hearing about this came as a shock to them. Yes, Void, Gray answered, before calling on Void to show it to them. At least. If they saw him use it, it would be easier for them to believe it, and he wouldn't need to explain much. Void knew the reason Gray called him, so he disappeared from his previous spot and appeared almost 20 meters away. This was the furthest he could go for now, but he felt if he pushed himself, he could go further. Wow, that's an awesome element. How come no one else has it? Reynolds exclaimed, fascinated by the space element. If he had such an element, then wouldn't he be unstoppable? The way the group looked at the small cat changed entirely. You also spoke of a spatial ring. What is that? Klaus asked, still shocked by what he just found out. This, Gray showed them the ring on his hand and went on to tell them about it. Can I see it? Klaus stretched out his hand towards the ring. Without thinking much, Gray threw it at him. Holding the ring, Klaus studied it intently, but still couldn't figure out how to use it. Can I keep it? He asked while flashing his best smile. Who wouldn't want to keep something like this? No, and besides, you don't even know how to access it. Gray declined his request immediately. Like I'll give the only one I found to you, he scoffed internally. Had there been more, he didn't mind giving it to them. But he only obtained this one, why would he give it to him? It's not like he didn't have any use for it. Isn't this the ring we found in one of those boxes at the first palace we entered? Alice asked. As a lady, she was very observant of details, so she was able to easily recognize the ring, even though she only saw it for a short time. Yes. Gray nodded. Gray, why don't I help you in keeping it? You should know this is a very attractive treasure. Klaus persuaded once again. Yeah, nice try, but it's only attractive to those who know of it. And as it stands, other than you guys, no one else knows of there being an eighth element. Talk less of knowing about a spatial storage ring, I think. Gray chuckled, seeing how Klaus was acting. Sigh? Why are we friends? Had we not been friends, I'd have robbed you already, Klaus said sadly. With that little strength of yours? Gray mocked, showing an expression of scorn. Pfft. Ellis and Reynolds were thrown into a fit of laughter when they heard Gray's response. What? You want to fight? Gray continued mocking when he saw Klaus's expression. Don't think I'm scared of you. The only reason I'm not beating you up right now is that we're buddies, and buddies shouldn't fight against each other, Klaus proclaimed with a serious expression. Heh heh, Gray chuckled lightly. Okay, now, you still haven't told us how you acquired the fire element, Alice asked curiously. Oh, that, Gray fell into deep contemplation, trying to figure out how to explain it. He couldn't tell them that he refined a blue flame and then suddenly acquired the fire element. There was no way he could explain how it happened, because fire elementalists are the only ones who should naturally be able to refine a fire element's natural treasure. It's the expert's legacy, right? Alice said when she noticed he fell silent. Gray's mind went blank for some seconds. Yes, that's it. The expert's legacy. How did you know? He feigned a look of surprise. Although this isn't the truth, it isn't far from it. I mean, I did see the legacy, Gray thought internally. The expert wrote about it on a stone slab, Alice replied. Oh, okay, Gray nodded. He didn't know the expert wrote about his legacy on another stone slab, but since this had saved him from cooking up a lie, he was fine with it. Now people, guess what I have in my possession, Gray said mysteriously. The valley, at the front of the black door. The darkness elementalist and his companions were the first to exit the place, just like he wanted. And after coming out, they've stopped and searched every single person that had come out through the door. They didn't care if the person went close to the pond or not. What annoyed the youths who were coming out was the fact that the darkness elementalist's companions would take whatever they liked from their bags after searching them. The youths didn't dare complain or even tried fighting back because of the fear of death. One youth had complained previously, and he was almost killed. The blue-clothed youth from the Blue Wind Empire walked out with 4 others. The 4 following behind him were people from his empire. Since he was from the royal family, it was natural for him to have multiple subordinates in his generation. Stop there, hand over your bags. One of the darkness elementalist's companions said arrogantly. What insolence! How dare you try to stop me? What gave you such guts? The blue-clothed youth asked even more arrogantly. I did. The darkness elementalist's voice came from where he was sitting. What is the meaning of this? I know I'm not your match, but that doesn't mean I'll just allow you to step on me as you wish. The blue-clothed youth yelled angrily. He was the son of the emperor of the Blue Wind Empire. When had he ever been bullied before? Never. He was the one who usually does the bullying, not the other way around. Someone stole the 9 drops of Great Earth Essence liquid. I'm just trying to get them back. The darkness elementalist said casually, But I was fighting alongside you. How did I steal it? The blue-clothed youth shouted angrily, with veins starting to appear on his head. I don't know. Either you hand over your bag willingly, or I'll come take it myself. And trust me, that wouldn't be the only thing I'll take. This meant the darkness elementalist's tone went cold on the last part of his sentence. The blue-clothed youth went silent. The 4 youths beside him did dare speak a word. They had seen the strength of the darkness elementalist, and they knew he could defeat them. Both parties stared at each other for some time. The youths beside the blue-clothed youth were on the verge of crying. They regretted coming out at the same time as him. Had they been alone, they would have already handed their bags over. But since they were following beside the blue-clothed youth, they couldn't do that without his permission. They all began praying for the blue-clothed youth to hand his bag over. The suspense they were currently in was on the brink of killing them. Their blood was flowing faster than usual, and they had unknowingly started sweating profusely. Snorting coldly, the blue-clothed youth threw his bag at the darkness elementalist. The four youths sighed in relief before quickly handing their bags over as well. A minute later. I'll wait and see who stole the 9 drops of Great Earth Essence liquid. Besides, one of them belongs to me. The blue-clothed youth snorted after retrieving his bag before going to the side to wait. He was previously planning to leave, but on finding out the 9 drops of Great Earth Essence liquid was stolen by someone and given the method of the Darkness Elementalist, they would find it, he decided to wait so he could collect his share. The exit is just up ahead. Reynolds pointed at the portal that appeared outside the ancient paths. Finally, we'll be leaving this place. Klaus sighed. Chapter 130, a special bunch outside the ancient path. The Darkness Elementalist and his companions persisted in their search. They had been outside for almost 1 hour now and had searched just over 40 people. There were at least around 10 to 20 people left in the ancient paths. This trip was cruel, given how high the fatality rate was. Almost 100 youths were dead, if not even more. The youths who had been searched didn't dare to stay around the valley and immediately left after being searched. They had already lost some items to the Darkness Elementalist's companions, and they didn't want to lose more. The blue-clothed youth and his group were the only ones who had stayed behind. Since the Darkness Elementalist was searching for the Great Earth Essence liquid, there was no way he would allow himself to lose out on such an opportunity. The allure of the Great Earth Essence liquid was just too great for him to reject. Even if in the end they couldn't find it, it was better than not trying. Who knows, maybe they could get lucky and find the bastard who stole their treasure. Stop there! Hand over your bags! One of the youths in the Darkness Elementalist's group immediately rushed forward from where he sat and stopped the group who just came out from the door. The group consisted of 3 young men and a young lady. Of the 3 young men, 2 of them could be said to be in a league of their own in terms of facial looks, but one of them was better looking than the other. The third young man was only slightly above average in terms of looks, but he was taller than the other 2 young men. The young lady in the group looked like someone who was still 14 years old with her hair tied into 2 ponytails. She had an adorable face with lumps of baby fat still visible on her cheeks. But since she was able to enter the trial land, no one would dare take her for a 14-year-old. The group of 4 was obviously Gray and his friends. They were still in the midst of laughing after picking on Reynolds during their journey, when the young man suddenly came to their front and started yelling like a clown. Not putting him in their eyes, they didn't even bother to respond to what he said and just continued their joyful conversation at the expense of Reynolds. Although they knew the youth looked familiar, they didn't really know much about him. Other than the Darkness Elementalist who left an impression on them, they didn't really remember how the rest of them looked. This is expected since only those who make an impact are remembered. Being ignored, the youth immediately felt outraged, but because he knew how strong Gray and his friends were, he didn't dare to attack them. Instead, he looked in the direction of the Darkness Elementalist. "Stop!" The Darkness Elementalist said calmly and walked towards Gray and his friends. What do you want?" asked Gray. "Hand over your bags. Someone stole the Great Earth Essence liquid, and since you and your friends were part of the group that fought against the Protectors and also the first group to escape, I'll have to check your bags," the Darkness Elementalist explained. "Sorry, but that won't be possible." Why would we hand our bags over so you could search it, just because you think someone stole it?" Gray said emotionlessly. The Darkness Elementalist looked at Gray and his friends clearly a little wary of their strength. He knew all too well how strong they were, especially when fighting together. He had also fought against Gray personally, although there were only 2 exchanges between them, he lost in both exchanges. Hand over the bags, if you know what's good for you." The blue-clothed youth suddenly jumped into the conversation. "And who are you again?" Klaus asked, looking at the blue-clothed youth strangely. He remembered who the blue-clothed youth was, but he only asked this question to irritate him, and looking at the expression the blue-clothed youth was putting on, he knew he had achieved his aim. "You? What? You want to fight?" The blue-clothed youth were about to shout in anger when Klaus interrupted him. Klaus's lips curved upwards to form a smirk, and disdain was evident in the way he was looking at the blue-clothed youth. "You move to the side. We don't have time to listen to an insect." Klaus interrupted the youth again while waving him away like he was a fly. Everyone stared at the blue-clothed youth whose face was turning red from anger. Reynolds could almost swear he was seeing steam rising out of the blue-clothed youth's head. Or maybe it was just his imagination, though. To be honest, he didn't really know. But he knew he was currently seeing something like that. Being riled up so much by Klaus, the blue-clothed youth couldn't take it anymore and immediately attacked. "Ah!" he yelled loudly. "Swoosh! The blue-clothed youth exclaimed unconsciously. Mince surprisingly. He was currently feeling the wind brushing against his body at a fast speed and hearing the sound of something breaking through the wind. He didn't recall the place being windy. Also, all he could see was the blue sky. He was previously in a standing position, so the sky should be above him. He didn't recall looking upwards. How come the sky isn't above me? Mentz, wait, where is that bast? While he was still thinking of what happened, everything suddenly went black and he lost consciousness. Bang. He slammed headfirst into one of the rocks in the valley and immediately collapsed to the ground, motionless. In the previous position the blue-clothed youth was standing, Gray could be seen standing casually. You were saying? Gray stared at the unconscious blue-clothed youth before switching his gaze back to the darkness elementalist. The companions of the blue-clothed youth stared at the handsome, innocent-looking youth in disbelief. Even the companions of the darkness elementalist couldn't comprehend what just happened. Only the darkness elementalist and Alice were able to get a slight view of. Just as the blue-clothed youth was about to explode out with a terrifying attack, Gray suddenly appeared behind him. He held the shirt of the blue-clothed youth from behind and threw him like he was a spear towards the rock. There wasn't even any form of resistance, and it felt like Gray just casually threw a normal spear. Everything happened so fast that the blue-clothed youth didn't even feel it when Gray threw him. Before he could realize what happened, he had crashed headfirst into the rock, passing out in the process. What just happened? Reynolds asked, stunned by his friend's speed. I think Gray just went from there to there in such a short time frame. Adjustments, Klaus tried explaining, by pointing at Gray's previous location and his current one. I know, you idiot. I mean, how did he move that fast? Reynolds cursed at Klaus, and just like that, Klaus and Reynolds started one of their usual cursing sessions. Gray, Alice, the darkness elementalist, and his companions were all left speechless by Klaus and Reynolds. Gray shook his head and a slight smile formed on his face. These friends of yours are quite different, and Void couldn't help but comment. Yeah, they're special, that's for sure. Gray replied before trying to break up the duo. It is quite surprising that even when there was a possibility that they would get into a fight, Klaus and Reynolds could still comfortably start one of their cursing session. This showed they weren't nervous in any way even though they were outnumbered. Guys, we can continue this another time. Gray tried to stop their bickering, and after some seconds, he managed to stop the duo from cursing at each other to cursing at him. Gray smiled wryly and joined the cursing session. And so, the two-man cursing team turned into a three-man team. They truly are fit for friends, Void said. The darkness elementalist and his companions, including the companions of the blue-clothed youth, were stunned by the trio's behavior. Alice could only shake her head before stepping forward to stop the trio. Soon, the cursing session ended with Klaus being the final winner. Enough of all this, hand over your bags now or prepare for a thrashing, the darkness elementalist said coldly. Heh, with the likes of them you don't stand a chance. Klaus pointed at the companions of the darkness elementalist. I'm enough, the darkness elementalist said. Looks like you have forgotten how our previous bout ended. Minsts. Let me remind you, it ended with you running with your tail between your legs, Klaus retorted. When he remembered the last battle he had with Klaus and Reynolds, the darkness elementalist's expression turned sour. You won't get that chance again, he said coldly. Both parties fell silent with the atmosphere turning tense. Chapter 131, Psychopath. Killing you will be an enjoyable experience, the darkness elementalist said icily while facing Klaus. Of the group of four, Klaus was the one he hated the most because the first person to hurt him was Klaus, and he didn't hurt him alone. But he started to rub it in, and from his expression when saying it, it looks like he relishes the experience of hurting him. Hey, blockhead, your opponent is me. We had an unfinished business, remember? Gray called the darkness elementalist while changing positions with Klaus. I'll leave him to you. I don't want to defile my hands with his expired blood. Klaus turned to Gray, fist bumping him as he walked past him. The darkness elementalist almost charged at Klaus when he heard this remark. This was the most annoying person he had ever come across in his life. I'll see where that sharp tongue of yours gets you. After I'm done with him, you're next, maggot. The darkness elementalist calmed himself before replying. I don't think you'll live long enough to see this maggot transform into a beautiful butterfly corpse. Klaus retorted smugly. Klaus, maggots don't transform into butterflies, caterpillars do. Reynolds whispered into Klaus's ears when he got close to him. I know, but you don't expect me to say transform into a fly. Do you think you can leave this place alive? Ellis asked. I don't know about that, but what I know is that you'll die before I do. Klaus laughed after being pushed back. Klaus, Reynolds, and Alice were facing off against 3 opponents each. Things were particularly worse for Reynolds, and he was already planning on summoning his elemental warrior. The reason he didn't summon it at first was because he didn't want to depend on it. If most of his battles were fought by it, how would he grow strong? That should be the exit. A youth said, looking at the portal ahead of him. Without delay, he stepped through it and disappeared. Chapter 133. Unexpected helper at the valley. A youth stepped out of the big black door and was welcomed by the sight of a huge tornado coming his way. He unconsciously froze in shock, not expecting something like this to happen. But after going through multiple fights, he was able to quickly regain his calm and sent a wave of fire that destroyed the attack. When he stared ahead of him, he was greeted by the sight of a heated battle. The battle was divided into 4 parts. There were 14 youths present. 4 of the youths seemed to be ganged up on by the other 10. Other than the most eye-catching battle, which comprised of 2 fighters, the other 3 had 4 fighters with 1 person fighting against 3 others each. How shameless? How can they team up against 4 people? The youth wasn't a fan of this, but he knew all was fair in war. The only person he felt still had a shred of dignity left was the one who was fighting against a single opponent. And both of them looked like they were the strongest amongst the groups fighting, and from the little exchange he had seen, he could tell they both wielded multiple elements. Finally, Gray almost exclaimed out in delight. The inscriptions he had been trying to make were finally done. At first, he wanted to create 1 symbol to fight against the darkness elementalist. But when Ellis and his group joined the fray of things, he changed his mind and decided to create 3 instead. And all of them would be to assist his friends. Since he could still hang on against the darkness elementalist, he didn't need one. Now, he planned to create a chance for them to escape. Had they been fighting against the darkness elementalist and his group alone? Then he didn't fear anything, but now, things had gotten too difficult for them. When he noticed Reynolds was about to summon his elemental warrior, he signaled him to wait a little longer. And if he summoned it at the wrong time, it wouldn't give them the opportunity they needed to run since their opponents were too many. Boom, boom, boom. 3 attacks struck out from the symbols with none of the others being aware of them being above them. This was the first time Gray was using his inscription in front of his friends. Ellis and 2 others who were in the second stage were struck by the surprise attack. Ellis, having a higher cultivation stage, was more sensitive to danger and managed to defend against it. But it still threw him off balance. This presented an opportunity for Klaus that he didn't miss. Sending out an attack, he was able to send Ellis flying. The 2 others didn't have it any better, and the attack from the inscription injured them, although not fatally. Having 1 opponent less in each of their battles, the pressure on Alice, Klaus, and Reynolds would naturally reduce greatly. But the sudden turn of events shocked everyone except for Gray, who was the cause of it, and the battle stopped momentarily due to the fear of them being attacked by others. The youths, as well as the darkness elementalist, retreated and looked around vigilantly to find out who attacked them. Which bastard dares to sneak attack me? Ellis roared after managing to stand up. Blood could be seen at the side of his mouth. And Klaus didn't hold back on the attack and truly wanted to take his life with it. Looking around, the only unfamiliar person he saw was the youth who was standing in front of the door. It's you! Who the hell do you think you are? Ellis shouted, clearly infuriated by the fact that he was injured because of the sneak attack. I'm not that lowly to sneak attack someone like you, and I don't involve myself in things that have no connections with me. The youth said coldly. Then did you see who did? Ellis questioned. But unlike the first time, the youth didn't respond to him. Instead, he just stood at his position with his arms crossed. He's not the cause of it. Just as Ellis was about to yell at the youth, he heard a voice. Turning around, he realized the speaker was the darkness elementalist. If he's not the one, then who is? Ellis asked. Since the youth was the only one present, it was natural that he would be the only suspect. Look above you. The darkness elementalist pointed upwards. What are those? Ellis asked in surprise. If I'm not wrong, those should be inscriptions. There's an inscriber amongst these four. The darkness elementalist pointed at Gray and his friends who had grouped together since the battles were placed on hold. When Ellis heard what the darkness elementalist said, he sucked in a cold breath. He had some knowledge about inscribers and knew they were a terrifying bunch. Means to think there's an inscriber amongst them. They'll all have to die. I can't allow them to leave this place alive, Ellis thought. Now, he wanted Gray and his group dead. But before that, he'll allow them to weaken the strength of the darkness elementalist and his group, so killing them would be easier. So those are inscriptions, to think you'd learn it, Alice said, looking at the flickering symbols in the sky. It hasn't been long I learned it, Gray replied casually. Unknown to everyone else, Gray was secretly creating another inscription. Since the battles have gotten to this extent, creating more inscriptions would make the battle easier for them. Even if they would escape at the end, he wanted to make sure these people wouldn't be left unscathed, especially Ellis if he had the chance. He'll be the first one he kills. Isn't that the guy from your city? Klaus pointed at the youth standing by the side. Yeah, Gray nodded. He recognized Jonas the moment he saw him. When he noticed Jonas's stage, he was slightly taken aback, but when he remembered the legacy, he felt it wasn't really unexpected. Jonas had reached the 3rd stage of the origin plane. When he passed through the door, he was only in the 8th stage of the arcane plane. So what's the plan now? Reynolds asked. We'll have to fight. How long can it last? Gray asked. 5 minutes max, Reynolds answered. We should be able to escape within that time, Gray answered after pondering for a while. Don't give them any more time. Kill them now, but remember to be wary of those symbols. The darkness elementalist ordered and charged at Gray. He was dead set on killing Gray, and since he had the chance now, he wanted to make sure he does. Although he didn't know who was the inscriber, he didn't care. As long as they all died, then he was satisfied. Ellis and the others charged at their previous opponents. But just as Ellis was heading towards Klaus, an unexpected figure appeared before him. I'll be your opponent this time, Jonah said casually. What is the meaning of this? I thought you said you don't involve yourself in things that are not connected to you, Ellis asked in rage. I don't, but you see, I'm indebted to him and I hate being indebted to others. So this is me repaying a favor. Jonas shrugged and attacked Ellis. The battle got more heated with the addition of Jonas. Although Jonas wasn't as strong as Gray or the darkness elementalist, he was a notch stronger than Alice and Ellis, which made him the 3rd strongest person in the battle. He was ganged up by 3 people, and Alice, Klaus, and Reynolds were fighting against 2 people each. But given the damage some fighters have taken, they weren't at their best, so the battle wasn't as pressurizing as it used to for the 3. Being wary of the symbols, they had to ensure to didn't put their full focus on the fight, or else the consequences would be detrimental. Due to the sudden involvement of Jonas, Gray stopped Reynolds from summoning the elemental warrior. For now, though, Gray managed to create a 4th symbol after 1 minute went by, and used it to immediately attack his opponent. Having so many inscriptions up was quite tiresome, so he planned on escaping soon. It's you! The darkness elementalist exclaimed when he was attacked by an inscription all of a sudden. If he still didn't realize that Gray was the inscriber, then he was a fool. Now, he felt more driven to kill him. Gray wasn't just a multi-elementalist, he also had a terrifying physique, and now he found out Gray was also an inscriber. How could one person be equipped with all this? Having one of the 3 things he had would already make one a genius, yet one person has all 3. It was shocking, to say the least. Ray, now, Gray said. Having 4 symbols up was very taxing to his spiritual energy, and if he didn't dismiss them, it would tire him out soon. When Reynolds heard Gray's call, he quickly summoned his elemental warrior. The moment the warrior appeared, it sent out attacks towards Reynolds' opponents and sent one of them flying. Bam! Managing to escape, Reynolds' second opponent wisely created a distance between them and struck out an attack. When the others saw the appearance of the elemental warrior, one of them left Klaus and came to the aid of his companion. With 2 fighting against the elemental warrior, they managed to contain it, although just barely. Klaus, being left with a single opponent, didn't delay and went to work on him. 1 minute later, Klaus had managed to send his opponent flying and sent out an attack to help Alice while also preparing a gift for Ellis. Gray, we're ready, Klaus said after they managed to escape from their opponents. Goodbye. Gray waved and made an attack that consisted of 3 elements and also with the symbols. Attacking 3 people simultaneously, he dashed away from the darkness elementalist. Jonas, Alice, Klaus, and Reynolds also ran into the forest beside him. Although Jonas wasn't aware of their plan, he was able to pick up some things since he knew they couldn't defeat their opponents. And the others were also exhausted from the long battle. But before Klaus left, he didn't forget to throw the gift he was preparing for Ellis. The ice needle was too fast for Ellis to dodge, and it entered his chest. "Consider us even," Jonas said before walking away after the group stopped running. Gray stared at the fading shadow of Jonas. He didn't expect, because he left him back at the secret room to acquire the legacy, Jonas would feel indebted to him. He shrugged and focused on recovering. The mental stress he had from using 4 symbols made him tired. He needed to rest. Chapter 134. Exposed as Gray and his friends were escaping into the forest, the darkness elementalist chased after them, trying to stop them. The attack Gray sent his way slowed him down at first, so Gray and his group had gotten to a considerably far distance before he started his chase. But he didn't want to allow them to escape just like that. But just as he stepped into the forest, his heart skipped and a feeling of danger welled up on him. Without daring to wait and see what was the cause, he quickly retreated as fast as he could. Boom! A loud explosion rang from where he was meant to step next. Although the darkness elementalist retreated quickly, he was still caught by the force of the explosion, which threw him over 20 meters into the air. Bang! Crack! Arg! The darkness elementalist screamed in pain when he landed hard on the floor. His body ached from the hard fall, and he was sure the bone on his left arm was cracked. Although it didn't break, it was still painful. Looking at the edge of the forest, he shivered in fear, and a chill ran down his spine when he saw the result of the explosion. Had he not retreated quickly, then he knew he wouldn't have survived that explosion. His companions quickly rushed over to give him the tonic they had with them. "Those bastards, they better pray they don't cross my path again," the darkness elementalist murmured coldly. But there's something strange about that black cat, he thought out loud. Just before the explosion, he recalled seeing a small black shadow. Only now did he remember where he had seen it before, on Gray's shoulder. From what happened, he guessed this was all planned by Gray. Now, Gray was the one he hated the most, because had he not been alert, he would have died some moments ago. While the darkness elementalist was still thinking about the explosion, Ellis was currently in a bad condition. Klaus used a technique the darkness elementalist was all too familiar with on Ellis, Sub-Zero. Since Ellis wasn't a fire elementalist, the attack was much more effective on him than it was on the darkness elementalist. Ellis was even more unfortunate and was struck by hypothermia. Before long, he started shivering from the intense cold. Soon, he started mumbling things none of his companions could hear. Within 2 minutes, his breathing became shallow and he started becoming drowsy. At first. He tried to use his element to help relieve some of the cold, but he couldn't. Now he couldn't think properly and was also in a state of confusion. "We need to keep him warm. Fire. We need a fire elementalist," one of Ellis's companions yelled, looking around. He realized none of them was a fire elementalist. The only people that he recalled using the fire element here were Gray and the darkness elementalist. Since Gray had escaped, and even if he were here, there's no way he would help. He might even kill him quicker. With no other option, they turned to the slightly injured darkness elementalist, whose face was still somewhat slightly pale. "Please, help him." They came begging, carrying Ellis along. When the darkness elementalist looked at the shivering Ellis, he quickly sensed the chilling cold coming off his body. Being a victim of this attack, he was able to quickly connect the dots and figured out what happened. I have no business with him. He can die for all I care." The darkness elementalist snorted coldly and turned around, preparing to walk away with his group. Since losing the 9 drops of Great Earth Essence liquid had placed him in a bad mood. When he thought he would be able to finally kill Gray and his friends using the excuse of them not agreeing to be searched, they escaped. Not just that, but they almost killed him as well. This was the 3rd time he was facing off against the group, and he had been injured on all 3 occasions. The last one was even more deadlier since he might have lost his life. After taking 5 steps, he stopped and turned back to look at Ellis. "Move to the side," he said, and walked closer to Ellis. Ellis's companions were elated and quickly moved away from Ellis. The darkness elementalist took a glance at his companions before squatting and placing his hand on Ellis's chest. He sent a warm stream of essence into Ellis's body, which quickly started to provide the heat necessary for Ellis. Soon, Ellis started recovering. Adjustment the moment his head cleared up. The first thing he saw was the darkness elementalist squatting close to him. His heart raced a bit, but when he realized that the darkness elementalist was trying to help him, he calmed down. What? Are you surprised I'm the one helping you? The darkness elementalist asked coldly. Before Ellis could reply, he started hearing screams filled with pain around him. Looking at the darkness elementalist, he noticed a grin had formed on his face. Initially, I wanted to let you die from the cold, but then I realized something. It wouldn't be as painful as dying by burning from the inside out. The darkness elementalist said emotionlessly. Please stop, Ellis begged weakly when he realized his previously cold body was starting to burn up. Due to suffering from hypothermia previously, he was currently very weak and could barely speak properly. There's no way he could defend himself against the darkness elementalist. In other words, he was totally defenseless, and his companions who could have helped him had all been killed. I sensed the killing intent you had towards me when you said you wanted to help previously. I initially planned on disposing of you after I was done with them, but since they've escaped, you'll have to suffer for your foolishness. The darkness elementalist increased the heat he was releasing inside Ellis's body. 3 minutes later, the darkness elementalist and his group, could be seen walking away from the wreck the valley had turned into because of the fight that took place here not too long ago. On the ground of the valley were 5 corpses. One of them was particularly attention-grabbing due to how the body looked. Quinn, I think those 4 are connected to the disappearance of the Great Earth Essence liquid, one of the darkness elementalist's companions said to him. Why'd say so? Quinn raised a brow. I remember seeing that cat you spoke of inside the pond, the youth explained. He recalled when they were still fighting against the protectors, he saw a small shadow that fits the description of the small cat that Gray had with him, but due to the intensity of the fight and how things later turned out, he forgot about it. It was only after Quinn spoke of seeing a small shadow did he remember seeing something like that? You mean they have the 9 drops of Great Earth Essence liquid? Quinn didn't want to believe what he was hearing. Since that cat entered the pond, then there's a chance it took it, and since it's the pet of that multi-elementalist, he should be the one who has it. The youth pondered before answering. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Quinn yelled angrily. Had he known Gray and his friends had the 9 drops of the Great Earth Essence liquid all along, then he wouldn't have tried killing Gray alone and would have accepted help. I only remembered about it just now. The youth tried explaining. You good for nothing. This is the reason we came here. Now, someone else has gained the reward of our labor. Quinn exploded and rage and veins started appearing in his head. Calm down. There's no way they can refine it in a short time. And given how exhausted they are from the battle, as well as the slight injuries they've sustained, it'll take a day or 2 before they'll think of refining it. Another one of the youths interjected. Damn! What are you all still standing here for? Go find them! Quinn ordered. Wait, take this. You know what to do, right? Quinn passed a 2 inches long object that had weird symbols all over it. The group nodded and all disappeared into the forest. They all faced different directions since they couldn't be sure Gray and his friends went in a straight line. Guess you all can't escape death? The darkness elementalist said coldly before walking in the initial direction Gray and his friends went, at a ruined building 4 kilometers from the valley. Inside of the rooms, we should fully recover before using them, Alice suggested. Yeah, they'll be better then. The others all agreed to her suggestion. Gray wanted to give them their drops, but since they should wait till they recovered, it was safer with him. After the others left, Void, who wasn't present, appeared on his shoulder. How was it? Gray asked. He's very alert and managed to escape. Although he was injured, it's something he can quickly recover from. Void replied. Oh, what did you use in the attack? Gray couldn't help but ask curiously. When they were running, he overheard the explosion. It's none of your business, Void replied before going to the corner sadly. When Gray was about to escape, he asked him if he could stop Quinn momentarily, which he agreed to. But he never expected he would have to ignite 3 of the lotus petals to generate enough power. When he ignited the 3rd one, his heart was bleeding due to the loss. From the looks of it, it seemed like the attack he did took a lot from him, thought Gray. He shrugged and started his recovery. Chapter 135. Toying with Quinn. Boom. Mensa tree exploded into bits after being struck by a powerful fireball. Ah, where are they? Quinn could be seen with frustration all over his face. He had been searching for Gray and his friends for almost 6 hours now, and the lack of results was starting to irritate him. Since none of his companions have released the signal yet, it meant neither of them have found Gray yet. What was more frustrating was that he was already starting to tire out since he hadn't gotten a good rest since the prolonged battles. Although physically he was quite okay after taking some tonic that helped restore his essence, he was feeling tired mentally, and the only way to solve that was to rest. Walking out of the woods, he saw a ruined building. This was the 6th building he had come across since he started searching for Gray and his friends. It was a 5-story building with at least 25 rooms. If I don't find them here, I'll rest a little after recovering. I'll continue the search, thought Quinn. Getting closer to the building, he didn't sense anyone on the first floor, being too tired. He didn't bother to search all the floors after not finding anyone on the 2nd floor of the building. He randomly picked a room on the 2nd floor before going in. After entering the room, he set up some defensive measures and immediately sat in a lotus position. If he didn't rest for even a little, then even if he finds Gray, he might not be able to even fight against him. After getting into a meditative state, he carefully hid his presence just in case. Unknown to Quinn, Gray and his friends were in this building. Only, they were all situated on the 4th floor and were all fully engrossed in recovering. 2 hours later, Gray was the first amongst the group to awaken from his state of cultivation. He walked out of the room he occupied, leaving the still cultivating Void alone. He initially wanted to wake Void up, but when he remembered how he disrupted Void's cultivation the last time when he refined his body, he dismissed the idea. I remember sensing someone, but looks like the person didn't stay for long. Thought Gray when he was cultivating previously, he sensed the presence of someone walking inside the building. But after some time, the presence disappeared. He initially wanted to go check it out, but after not sensing the person again, he stopped himself and focused on cultivating. He assumed it was probably one of the geniuses who came into the trial land. Although this looked careless, he was very safe. Being an inscriber means he's naturally good with arrays. Since he had placed multiple arrays in not just his room, but also the rooms of his friends. If anyone were to carelessly charge in, then they're in for a rough time. Although the attacks from the arrays aren't strong enough to kill them, they shouldn't have any problems hurting them. With nothing to do, he decided to look through the other floors. In no time, he had already looked through the other 2 empty rooms on the 4th floor and was on his way to the 5th floor. Some steps on the stairs were missing for some unknown reasons. There were holes in the walls, and when Gray got to the last floor, he was greeted by the moonlight shining through the roofless building. The end of the passageway was destroyed, so there was a huge hole in the wall. Gray walked closer to the hole and looked through the hole, observing the compound and also the forest that was not far from the building. Gray saw a familiar shadow walking out of the building. What's he doing here? Could it be that he followed us here? Gray pondered when he saw Quinn leaving the building. Well, since he's here, then I'll play with him for some time. Gray jumped through the hole in the wall. He was bored, and since a prey had appeared for him to have fun with, then he wouldn't mind playing Quinn to death. Using his wind element, he slowed his descent so the impact of the landing wouldn't spread far. He planned to kill Quinn slowly. First, he'll break him down mentally before killing him. Quinn, who just stepped out of the building, felt his ear twitch. Someone or something is following me, he thought coldly. Compared to other humans, Quinn's ears were more sensitive to sound just like that of an animal. Although it couldn't be compared to an animal's hearing, it was better than that of regular humans. So even when Gray tried to be as silent as possible, he still made some sounds which Quinn surprisingly picked up from over 50 meters away. Quinn raised his vigilance and continued walking without looking back. He didn't want to alert whoever or whatever was following behind him. The only thing that made him slightly worried was the fact that he didn't know the strength of his soon-to-be opponent. If he could find out, then he'll know what measures to take. He reduced his speed and focused hearing on what sounds he could pick up. From the light footsteps he was hearing, he was able to confirm it was a human that was following behind him, but he was still unable to sense the plane or presence of the person, to think someone would follow me. I'll know who the person is soon enough, thought Quinn. Had it not been for his impeccable hearing, then there was a chance the person following behind him would be able to successfully sneak attack him. 30 seconds later. Show yourself. Quinn turned around sharply and exploded out with a sea of fire that spread out in all directions. The power of the flame was quite weak due to it spreading in such a large scale, but Quinn didn't plan on using it to kill. He wanted to force out his stalker. He sensed me, to think he knew I was following behind him. Gray casually waved his hand and an earth wall appeared in front of him that blocked the flame. But after blocking it, he climbed up one of the trees. With the aid of the wind element, it didn't take him long before he got to the very top of the tree. It hadn't even been close to 2 minutes since he started following behind Quinn, yet he was discovered. He felt quite embarrassed at how poor his stalking was. He just finished creating the first symbol, but he hadn't made it appear yet. But he knew there was no way Quinn would be able to sense it. Let the fun begin. Gray laughed happily, inside. Bam. Quinn managed to dodge the attack, but after looking around and not finding anyone, his face turned sour. Come out and fight like a man, Quinn roared. Gray wanted to shamelessly retort and say he was a lady, but after some thought he decided it was best to attack him again. If he were to speak, then there's a chance Quinn might figure out which tree he was hiding on. Quinn slammed into the tree that was closest to him and his hair turned into a mess. Another minute went by with him not seeing his opponent, or where the attack was coming from. Only a fool wouldn't realize what was happening. His opponent was toying with him. I'll kill you. He almost dragged his hair out from annoyance. Why was this happening to him? Who was so bored to follow him and start tormenting him? The most annoying thing was that his opponent wasn't trying to kill him and was currently playing with him. He had tried escaping multiple times, but he was met with assaults that had nearly taken his life. The first person that came to his mind when the assault started was Gray. But then after seeing that the assailant was using the wind and water element, he removed Gray and his friends from the picture. He remembered Klaus was a water elementalist, but he knew none of them was a wind elementalist. He tried burning the trees, but the person would put out the fire with the water element. Even though he knew the person was in the trees, there was nothing he could do to get the person out. Who are you? Come out this instant, Quinn ordered. Gray hearing this felt like Quinn wasn't as smart as he thought he was. Does he really think I'll come out? I think he has a screw loose or something. Gray shrugged and continued his assault. Chapter 136, Darkness. Consume. Chapter 136, Darkness. Consume. Another minute went by with Gray not stopping his assault. He naturally has a reason for this. Although he wanted to kill Quinn, he knew it wouldn't be easy. Had Quinn not found out he was following behind him, then maybe he would have done a sneak attack that would end his life, or at the very least, injure him, instead of toying with him. But alas, Quinn was too vigilant, and quickly figured out he was being followed. After being found out, Gray decided it was best to wear him down while also toying with him. This wouldn't only break him physically, but also mentally. Once he's worn down, then the real battle would commence. But there was one thing he had to make sure of, and that was, as long as he showed himself, then he had to kill Quinn at all cost, since he had used 2 other elements. Quinn would be able to figure out he had 5 elements that would put his life at risk if the information of him wielding more than 3 elements were to be disseminated. The first reason for this was because, in the entire history of the Azure continent, the highest number of elements a multi-elementalist had ever wielded was 3. Although, there might be a chance of people having more but not showing it. Then the second, and most important reason was that, if the people from his empire were to find out he could wield 5 elements, then he would be subject to multiple questioning and possible experiments, since when he took the test, he had only 2 elements. After being assaulted for almost 3 minutes, Quinn had finally calmed himself and started thinking. Soon, a realization dawned on him. This person is trying to wear me down. Well, there's also a chance the person is deranged, so there's no way I'm sure this is his plan. But if I'm the one doing something like this, that would be my only reason. Thought Quinn. Placing himself in the shoes of his unknown opponent, he assumed the reason the person was doing this is to wear him down. Although he wasn't 100% sure, he felt he shouldn't be far from it. Having come to an assumption, he stopped trying to escape since it had been futile all this while, and focused on defending mostly. This allowed him to conserve more energy. There's no way you can do this for long. Your essence will be used up soon, and then I'll see where you can escape to. Quinn snorted while blocking an attack. Given the amount of essence an origin plane elementalist can keep in the body, attacking for over 30 minutes straight without taking breaks would naturally dry it up. Only when an elementalist gets to the sage plane will they have an unlimited supply of elemental essence. When defending, an elementalist tends to use lesser essence, but again, this all depends on the strength of the attack the elementalist is defending against. It didn't take long for Gray to realize Quinn had changed tactics. Instead of trying to escape, it looks like he's trying to fight a war of attrition, Although he acted dumb previously, he truly is a great fighter. But unfortunately for him, I can go on for hours without running out of essence. Gray sighed at Quinn's quick thinking, but also felt pity for him since his plan wouldn't work out. When attacking with the symbol, it doesn't require the inscriber's elemental essence. Rather, it takes its essence from the environment. Given how abundant the essence here is, there's no way it would run out. The only downside of inscribing was that if the number of inscriptions the inscriber is using simultaneously is too much, it wears the person down, just like what happened to Gray previously. But for the current Gray, he could keep up a single inscription for just over 1 hour before it starts straining him mentally. Since he wants to play, I'm pretty free, so I don't mind. Gray chuckled playfully and increased the speed of his attacks. He just stayed on his tree in the cover of the night and was enjoying the show Quinn was putting on. Another 15 minutes went by with Gray sometimes increasing the tempo of the attacks and sometimes decreasing it. It shouldn't be long now, once this person runs out. I'll immediately kill the person, Quinn thought spitefully. This was the only word he could use to comfort himself, even though he hadn't been injured. Defending non-stop for almost 20 minutes without resting is annoying. He felt like an animal being toyed with. A terrifying aura was being congealed in his body. He was gathering so much energy that once he sees this person, he'll kill whoever it was instantly. 15 minutes later. How can he still keep going? Quinn's mind was turning into a mess. It had already passed the estimated time of 30 minutes, but the person still hadn't stopped the attack, and the speed of the attacks was still the same. What's all this? It doesn't make sense. Quinn felt confused by everything. He was already starting to get exhausted, even though he hadn't been attacking. The energy he had been preparing previously had already started to slowly reduce, and the stress of having to defend against attacks that would come from unpredictable locations was starting to eat him up. Why are you doing this? Come out, and we can talk things out. Quinn roared, looking like someone who was on the verge of going insane. Anyone facing the same situation would feel that way. The most annoying this was that he hadn't even caught a glimpse of his opponent. It's a shame, a nice young man like him is about to go crazy. Gray shook his head in pity like he wasn't the cause of it. If Quinn were to know what he was thinking, he'll surely curse him and his entire family. But I've had my fun, and watching someone do one thing repeatedly is quite boring. Gray slowly stood up. It's time to end this. Gray prepared himself for the last fight. Ah, you don't want to come out? Fine, I'll force you out, Quinn shrieked madly. Darkness, consume! Quinn spread his arms wide and a terrifying scene occurred. At the back of Quinn, a phantom of some sort appeared, spreading its hand, like it was copying Quinn. Darkness essence soon started spreading in all directions, and the moment it came in contact with any living thing, it slowly started consuming it. When it came in contact with a tree, the tree would slowly start decaying, like it was going through the passage of time. After decaying to a certain extent, it would fall and shatter into bits. Even the ground he was standing on wasn't spared from this attack, and it soon parched up. The earth slowly started having cracks like it would give way shortly. Within 10 seconds, all the trees within a 300 meters radius had all decayed, with the earth also suffering from the same thing. The impact of the attack was dreadful. No one would believe this was the result of an attack. Even Gray, who witnessed it, was having a hard time believing it. Looking at it properly, it felt like it was the natural work of time. Chapter 137, Quinn's Death. Chapter 137, Quinn's Death. Gray, who just prepared to attack, had a fright when the phantom appeared behind Quinn. What is that? He looked at it curiously, but the next moment he turned and jumped from his tree to the next one, trying to escape the range of the attack. The scene of the first tree and the earth being consumed sent a chill down his spine. He didn't even dare to block the attack. He outright ran away. Who would dare to block something like that? The speed at which the darkness essence was eating up everything on its path was frightening. Gray was almost sure if he set up a defense, there was a chance it might also eat it up. Although there was a chance he might be able to successfully block the attack, he didn't dare to take the chance. What if he couldn't block it? Wouldn't that mean he'll dry up like the trees in the earth? While running, he realized the attack was still spreading out. When he originally started attacking Quinn, they were just over 200 meters away from the building. But after Quinn's multiple attempts to escape, they had moved further by at least 100 meters or so. He wasn't too sure about it, though. Now, at this pace, there was a chance the attack would get to the building. If his friends were caught up by it, then the consequences would be detrimental. He quickly ran towards the building at his fastest speed, but the speed at which the attack was spreading was only a little bit slower than he was. When he reached the building, he wanted to send out an attack and disrupt the cultivation of his friends. Even though the sudden disruption might harm them, it was better than dying, right? Just after passing through the fence surrounding the compound, the darkness essence also reached there. But it stopped after moving 2 meters from it. Gray hastily canceled his attack the moment he realized the darkness essence had stopped spreading. When he turned to look at the result of Quinn's attack, he sucked in a cold breath. "Oh my God! How can this be the result of a single attack?" he exclaimed in shock. Every single thing on the path of the attack had been destroyed. The fence had fallen. The few trees still standing looked like they were transported here from 1,000 years ago. Gray was sure if the trees were hit by a little wind, they would fall apart like the others. He curiously sent out a wind attack, and the result was just as he had predicted. It fell apart and shattered into bits. This guy's a monster. Luckily, the attack stopped spreading, or I wouldn't have forgiven myself if something were to happen to the others. Gray sighed in relief. Had he not played Quinn to a state of almost going mad, then he wouldn't have used such an attack. Having this technique and not using it previously meant the technique couldn't be used lightly. Thinking up to this stage, he quickly dashed towards where they previously were. Even though he had predicted the state of the forest after seeing what its outer region looked like after the attack, he was still left speechless when he stepped on a tree that had fallen on the ground, and it shattered. Getting to the location. He couldn't find Quinn. Of course he'd escape, but he hasn't gone far. I can still sense him around. Gray charged towards where he was sensing the darkness essence. 2 minutes later, Gray caught sight of an emaciated-looking young man. Oh my God, no wonder he didn't use it previously. Gray was shocked by the price Quinn had to pay. Quinn, who was slowly walking away, turned around instantly and looked at Gray with eyes filled with insanity. His previous amazing looks were gone. His face and body were all dried up. "It's you," he exclaimed. "Me? I don't know what you're talking about. Also, who are you?" Gray replied, while looking around innocently before he questioned. He knew it was Quinn, but after hanging around with Klaus for so long, he had picked up a thing or two about annoying people. Quinn's anger increased a notch higher when he saw the innocent-looking expression on Gray's face. But on hearing the question, he flared up instantly. "I'll kill you? I know you were the one who attacked me," Quinn yelled. "If I attacked you, you'd be dead." "Also, I still have no idea who you are," Gray said confidently. Quinn was actually slightly taken aback when he heard this. From the little contact he had with Gray, he felt Gray was speaking the truth since he didn't think someone of Gray's caliber, who he even thinks of as an equal, would stoop so low. I don't care if you're the one or not. Hand over the 9 drops of the Great Earth Essence liquid, and I'll leave your corpse intact," Quinn snorted coldly. "Have you seen yourself?" Gray chuckled. If Quinn decided to lie down without moving an inch, it would be very easy for everyone to mistake him for a corpse. There's no bag with him. This means the 9 drops of Great Earth Essence liquid is not with him, but his friends. Quinn thought while placing his hand on his bag and destroying a 2-inch object that had weird symbols. The moment the object was destroyed, Quinn's companions who were in different places felt their own heat up. Taking it out, it floated into the air before moving in a particular direction. "Where are your friends?" Quinn asked. Gray glanced at Quinn before looking around. He didn't miss the part where Quinn placed his hand on his bag and took it out moments later. "I shouldn't delay any further. I almost caused a catastrophe for my friends when I played with him previously. I'm not making that mistake again." With this in mind, Gray attacked. "Don't think you can defeat me even though I look like this. You're a fool to think I'm weak." Quinn laughed and struck out. Boom! Gray's fireball was met with Quinn's attack. The attack exploded, but Quinn's attack surprisingly continued moving towards Gray. Quinn used a lightning attack, but for some reason it had the corrosive effect of the darkness element. While Gray was scurrying to destroy the attack coming his way, Quinn coughed up a mouthful of black blood. "I need to stop attacking. The after effects of this technique are too powerful, although it gives my other elements the corrosive ability of the darkness element. It also continues eating me up." Quinn struck out another attack before trying to escape. "Heh? Like I'll allow you run away?" Gray smirked after once again using a flurry of attacks to destroy Quinn's attack. He had already noticed although Quinn's attack didn't decline in terms of strength, his body looked more dried up. Blocking Quinn's escape route, he attacked him without hesitation. 3 minutes later, Quinn was on his knees panting heavily. He didn't have any strength left to keep himself standing. If you know you're a true genius, allow me to recover and we'll have a real battle with no one else intervening. Quinn tried to rile Gray up. Hee hee. I'm actually a shameless genius, Gray replied with a shy expression on his face. Accept your death, he declared and attacked. It's you! How is this pause? Quinn's speech was cut short. His body fell lifelessly with his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. The element Gray used in killing him was the water element, so he quickly realized Gray was the one who assaulted him, only it was a little too late. Sigh, it's a shame we didn't have a grand battle. Gray shook his head and went to search the bag of Quinn which had fallen some distance away from his body. Chapter 138, Always Check the Corpse. What's this? Gray took out a map from Quinn's bag. Studying the map. He realized it was a map of the trial land, the part that they had explored, that is, how long did it take to make this map? He rubbed his chin while carefully analyzing the map. With the size of the map, coupled with the freshly drawn locations, it was easy for him to figure out they were the ones who made it. Looking closer, he realized the spot circled was where the valley was located. Seems like he was the one who found the door. Gray guessed. Sments from how Quinn acted when the door just opened up. He felt there was at least a 50% chance they were the ones who found it. There was also a chance he was wrong, though, and Quinn wasn't the one who found the door, but he didn't care about it. He had already gotten some massive rewards thanks to whoever found the place. After going through the map, he once again focused his attention on the bag, but at the end of his search, he was left disappointed by what it contained. Giving Quinn's strength, he should have at least gotten some great stuff here, but other than the map, multiple 2-inch wooden objects with array lines all over it, and some tonic, he found nothing else. Not even spare clothes. What a disgrace. Well, I should head back. Shaking his head, he turned to leave, but he stopped midway his turn when something caught his eye. The object was under Quinn's body and only the edge was slightly visible. Oh, he exclaimed softly. Filled with curiosity, he walked towards the body and moved it to the side. Picking the object, he was surprised that it was actually a darkness element technique. Without further delay, he read the content of the scroll. This was unexpectedly the technique Quinn used previously. Although Gray was stunned by its power, he didn't like it. The technique was like a double-edged sword that not only hurts the one being attacked, but also hurts the one attacking. Hence, the price of using this technique was something Gray felt was too excessive. Using the technique not only drains one of his essences, but it also takes a little bit of the user's lifespan. But this mainly depends on how much the elementalist allows it to. If the elementalist wants a stronger attack, the price they need to pay would be higher. It's even stated that an elementalist can sacrifice his entire life to use a one-time catastrophic attack. Hence, if the elementalist is at the Overlord plane, then the attack from sacrificing his entire lifespan can easily destroy one of the 4 empires. It truly was a deadly technique. Unfortunately, it's not something Gray would ever wish to use. No wonder he looked so dried up when I found him. His essence had almost been completely drained for that attack. It would take at least a month or 2 before he could slowly recover. It's a good thing I didn't get cocky and tried to defend against it, though. Gray sighed in relief thinking of the attack. This wasn't an attack the current him could defend against. It would be hard even if he were in the fusion state, but not impossible. He kept the technique in his ring before searching Quinn's body. Note to self, remember to search the bodies of your enemies after killing them. Gray smiled while searching the body. Had he not caught sight of the scroll, then he would have missed such a golden opportunity. Even though this was an attack he didn't plan on using, but who knows what the future holds. Maybe this attack might be of great use to him in the future. When he was done searching the body, he unexpectedly found another technique and a dagger hidden in Quinn's clothes. The dagger was surprisingly a lightning elemental weapon, and the technique was a darkness element technique. Sigh, what a waste of good clothes. Gray shook his head before deciding it was time to leave. He had unknowingly spent almost 15 minutes there. Since he had killed an enemy and also acquired some items, he was in a good mood. The scene of Quinn's death, 10 minutes after Gray left, a young man could be seen walking behind a floating wooden object. The object was glowing slightly in the night. Before long, the young man walked closer to the body of Quinn. His expression changed drastically when he saw the dead body of Quinn. It's Quinn! But he wanted to speak, but he couldn't get the words out of his mouth. This young man was Aaron, of Quinn's companions. He was the one closest to this place, but it still took him almost 30 minutes to get here. When he saw the emaciated-looking corpse of Quinn, he was left speechless. The reason he recognized him quickly was because of his clothes. Yet, he still didn't dare to believe it. Who was strong enough to force Quinn into using his forbidden technique? Not only that, but the person survived it and killed him in the end. "It's definitely those bastards. They must have ambushed him," he yelled angrily. "He wasn't ambushed. I killed him myself." A voice suddenly traveled from behind Aaron. He quickly turned around and saw Gray smiling softly. Although you're strong, you're not strong enough to kill him. Now, hand over the 9 drops of the Great Earth Essence liquid, and I'll forget I saw you." Aaron stretched out his hand towards Gray. "It's okay, I think everyone in this group has a screw loose." Gray looked at Aaron weirdly. He originally planned on leaving, but when he was about to leave, his instinct told him to wait a little longer. He hid behind a tree, and just when he was about to give up and leave, he saw Aaron being guided here by the wooden object. "What's that thing?" Gray pointed at the floating wooden object. He noticed this was what directed Aaron here. It was quite intriguing. Being curious, he asked about it. "It's none of your business. Give me what I asked for before the others get here." Aaron ordered, trying to scare Gray with his companions who were on the way. "Actually, I have a better idea. Why don't I kill you before they get here?" Gray asked playfully. Aaron didn't answer, but his eyes went cold. "Also, I'm quite surprised you're not going to take revenge for him," Gray said. "I don't believe you're the one who killed him. But since you're already an enemy, I wouldn't mind killing you." Aaron said icily. "Sigh, you're even dumber than he was." Gray felt speaking with Aaron was a waste of time. Without delay, he lashed out an attack. Aaron, who was about to refute, swallowed his words and immediately defended himself, but was sent flying from the force of the attack. "He's this strong, I need to stall till the orders get here," Aaron thought. He immediately changed his mind, and instead of fighting back, he only defended, trying to stall Gray till his companions returned. Now, he knew it was stupid of him not to run away the instant he saw Gray. 1 minute later, Aaron screamed in pain as his left arm detached from his body. Hee, I bet you regret not running away the moment you saw me." "Well, it's already too late," Gray chuckled coldly. Aaron looked at Gray and felt he was looking at a monster. He was a stage ahead of Gray, yet he couldn't even fight back. "Please, spare me." "I'll tell you what the object does," Aaron stammered as he dropped to his knees begging for his life. Thud. Aaron's body fell on the ground after being stabbed by Gray's new weapon. "Don't worry. I'll ask the next person who comes," Gray replied. He thought of searching him, but after keeping Aaron's bag in his storage ring, he decided to hide in his previous spot, since searching Aaron would take some time. Another 20 minutes went by, and the body count had increased to 3. Now, of Quinn's group of 5, only 2 were left alive. Gray only took the bag of his new victim without searching the body. He wanted to stay hidden until the remaining 2 from Quinn's group arrived. Once he's done killing them, then he'll search them together. Nathan, a young man, called out to another man who was 100 meters away from him. When the young man turned around, he noticed it was someone he knew. They were the last 2 from Quinn's group. They were accidentally not far from each other, so after seeing one another, they continued the journey together. Before long, they got to the scene of Quinn and their companion's death. They looked at each other with fear in their eyes after seeing the corpses on the floor. They subconsciously took a step back. Just then, a voice came from behind them. "I've been waiting for you two." Chapter 139, Refining the Great Earth Essence Liquid. "I've been waiting for you two." Both youths jumped in fright when they heard the voice. Of the 5 of them, they were the weakest. Seeing the other 3 dead, they instinctively wanted to escape from here as far away as they possibly could. They turned around only to see Gray. When they realized he was alone, they breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Gray was strong, it wasn't to the extent he could kill them, right? What are you doing here?" The youth called Nathan asked coldly. He had striking gold hair, beautiful aquamarine eyes, and a slender body. The only thing that spoiled his looks was his unexpectedly huge front teeth. They were just like that of a rabbit, sticking out no matter how he tried to cover it up. Even though he tried to hide his fear, it was still evident in his eyes. "Killing people," Gray replied casually. "Huh," the other youth exclaimed, not expecting Gray to be this forthright. "You're saying you killed them?" Nathan asked, pointing at the corpse on the ground. Gray was the only one present, so naturally he should be the one who killed them. But Nathan and the other youth couldn't believe he was the one who killed all of them. They had seen him fight against Quinn previously, so they knew he was powerful. But at that time, Quinn suppressed him. So even if he could kill the other two, there was no way he could kill Quinn. Gray couldn't be bothered with their thoughts. He slowly walked towards them. He wanted to end this quickly and return to his friends. He had already spent a long time here. 20 minutes later, Gray could be seen walking away from the forest. 5 figures were lying motionless close to each other. Although fighting against 2 opponents was harder than fighting against 1, given that both youths were already consumed by fear, they couldn't really put up much of a fight. And after killing them, Gray didn't forget to search them properly, along with the others. Unlike Quinn, they didn't have any valuables in their person. He only found some items after rummaging through their bags. From the 4 bags, he managed to obtain 2 earth element techniques, 1 wind element technique, and 4 water element techniques. He also found 3 elemental weapons and about a dozen or so elemental stones. The gains aren't bad. Although I expected more given the strength of their group, I'll have to do with this. Maybe I could rob people. Gray pondered while walking back to the building. The idea of robbing others was quite interesting since he wouldn't need to worry about searching for treasures, but after thinking more about it, he decided against it. Doing something like that would mean creating a huge number of enemies for himself, unless he'll have to kill everyone he robs. But he wasn't that type of person. He might be cruel to his enemies, but that doesn't mean he'll start killing people who didn't even offend him. Had Quinn not tried to kill Alice or tried to search them forcefully with the intent of killing them, then he wouldn't have killed them. All in all, this was something he'll think about some other time. For now, it's time for another upgrade. The others should be up by now. Gray increased his speed and darted towards the building quickly. At the building, Alice, Klaus, Reynolds, and Void were currently looking at the forest in shock. Of the 4, Void was the first to wake up after not finding Gray. He decided to explore the building. On getting to the top floor, he was left dumbfounded by what he saw. The others followed him to the top floor after they woke up and couldn't find Gray. For almost 30 minutes now, they had been looking at what used to be part of a forest. How did this happen? Klaus couldn't help but ask. I don't know, Alice and Reynolds answered. They were just as astounded as Klaus was. How could a well-nourished and lively forest turn into this within a matter of hours? This should be the result of an attack, Alice said with a hint of uncertainty after contemplating for a while. She still had doubts about it though, but since only some part of the forest was like this, an attack was the only thing she could think of. But how powerful can one be to unleash such a catastrophic attack? Gray should know the cause. But he isn't here, unfortunately, Reynolds said. Hopefully he's safe, Klaus said. Normally, given the strength of the people who entered the trial land, they weren't scared for the well-being of Gray. But the current state of the forest frightened them. If there was someone who could unleash such a powerful attack among those who entered the trial land, then there's a chance that Gray wasn't the person's match. And since the attack wasn't far from the building, they felt there was a chance Gray was battling against such an opponent. No matter how much confidence they had in Gray, they still felt fearful seeing the state of the forest. Now, all they could do was hope Gray didn't battle against this person, and even if he did, he should be safe. Another 10 minutes went by before they saw a figure moving towards the building from the destroyed forest at an outstanding speed. It's Gray, Klaus said happily. The others impatiently stood up from their sitting position and ran closer to the hole on the wall. Sigh, thankfully, he's okay. Reynolds breathed a sigh of relief. When the group confirmed it was Gray, they felt like a heavy stone had been lifted off their hearts. They had been worried sick when they couldn't find Gray. Only Void wasn't bothered since he could still feel the connection he had with Gray. Void was able to sense this was a darkness element attack since he also had the darkness element. The first person that came to his mind was Quinn, but he couldn't be sure since Quinn wasn't the only darkness elementalist. Gray was left speechless when he was bombarded with questions by the group. It took him a while before he managed to tell them this was the result of a technique Quinn used. He's that powerful? Reynolds exclaimed in shock. I was also surprised by the power of the attack. If not for my quick getaway, I'd have most likely been severely injured if I didn't die from it. Gray replied, still fearful of what might have happened to him had he tried to block the attack. It's good you've killed those bunch of hateful fellow, though. I'm quite sad I wasn't able to witness it, Klaus said sadly. He wanted to be present when Quinn died, but he was still satisfied since he died under the hands of one of them. Mince, it was better than him escaping, right? We should forget about that and focus on the matter at hand. I think since you all have recovered completely, it's time we refine the Great Earth Essence liquid. Gray said, looking at the others seriously. If they didn't want to refine theirs now, he'll still refine his. Although the Great Earth Essence liquid wouldn't give them a sudden boost in strength and might only push them a stage higher, the benefits in the long run were amazing. Mince, even if he didn't refine anyone, it wouldn't change anything since he could still increase the grade of his elements in the future. But being in a place like this, it was important to increase your strength at any given chance. You can never tell what might happen, so improving further was a must for him. I originally planned on asking about that. It's just seeing the forest made me forget about it temporarily, Alice said. Okay, then it's settled. Mince, we should all head back into the building. I have some essence stones with me. I'll use them to create a protective array around our rooms. Gray passed one drop of the Great Earth Essence liquid to them. Each drop looked like a single teardrop that had congealed over time and formed into a pearl. It was quite comfortable to hold, and just breathing in the air around it nourished the body. After each person collected their drop, they went over to their rooms. Mince Gray quickly went to work to set up the protection arrays before going to his room. The array required him to use 4 essence stones, so he had to collect from Klaus to complete the last array. Gray's room. Here's one for you. Gray threw one of the drops to Void. I thought you had forgotten about me, Void snorted, but was still unable to hide his happiness. I'll improve the grade of my wind element. It's the one with the lowest grade currently. Mince, I still have 4 drops left with me. I'll think of who to give them to later on. Gray thought before entering into a state of cultivation. Since he wanted to improve the grade of his wind element, then he'll carefully guide the drop to merge with his wind essence bead. The bead will then slowly absorb it. Given his speed and absorption, it should take him at least half the time the others needed. Mince Chapter 140, I can't. Chapter 140, I can't. While Gray and his friends were improving the grade of their elements, a heated battle had started between the youths from the Keelan Empire and those from the Azure Empire. This was not unexpected since there was a feud between both empires. It was only a matter of time before they started killing each other more openly. Currently, 2 groups were facing off against each other, and a long sword could be seen in the middle. One of the groups had 7 youths in total, and the other group had 9 people. This weapon was found by our group. I'll advise you to leave here if you want to keep your lives. A youth from the group of 7 said. He was the leader of the group and was someone Gray had encountered previously, the 12th prince of the Keelan Empire. When Gray saw them previously, they were around 10 or so, but now they were only 7. Of the trio from the Starlight Academy, Gray recognized 2 were missing and only one of them was still around. The most likely cause of this might be that they separated from the group, or they were dead. I don't see your name written on it. The leader of the other group said cockily. Even though compared to the other group, their group had fewer people in the second stage of the origin plane, they had more people overall, having an advantage of 2 extra people. Of the 9 people, 4 were in the second stage of the origin plane, while the remaining 5 were in the first stage, while the 12th prince's group had only 2 in the first stage, and the rest being in the second stage. Bullshit. This is ours, and the sooner you leave here, the better for you. The last of the trio from the Starlight Academy said angrily. We're taking this, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. Another youth from the Azure Empire laughed coldly. Mince. Both groups stared off with no one showing any sign of retreating, but from the expression on the faces of those from the Azure Empire, one could tell how confident they were. With both sides disagreeing, a fight soon broke out. Due to the advantage of having 2 men extra, they quickly started oppressing the group from the Keelan Empire. Ha! Since you refuse to leave, you should stay here. The leader of the group from the Azure Empire laughed arrogantly and attacked the 12th prince. The leader of the group was, surprisingly, no weaker than the 12th prince. This further increased the morale of his group. But the same can't be said for the group from the Keelan Empire. With their strongest person tied up by the leader of the other group, their morale plummeted. Their only hope was now placed on the second strongest person in the group, a youth from the Royal Academy. Just like the 12th prince, he was royalty only. His status was nowhere near that of the 12th prince. He was the son of the emperor's brother. If even he couldn't defeat his opponent quickly, then their group was doomed. The strategy the group from the Azure Empire employed was quite strange, since instead of using more people to fight against the strongest people from the opposing group, they rather used more opponents against the weakest. This tactic was actually ingenious since once they killed off the weakest in the other group, their numbers would further increase, giving them a better advantage. But there's a downside to this tactic of theirs. If the strongest person in the other group were to overpower their own and maybe kill him before they killed off the weakest ones, then they would be in danger. Luckily, the people they sent out were up to the task. Hence, the 12th prince was held by their leader, and the second strongest person was only a little stronger than his opponent, so there was no way he could kill his opponent soon. The 12th prince's heart fell when he saw what was going on. He knew once they managed to kill off the weakest ones, then his life was in danger. I need to escape, he urged himself. Hence, staying here was no different than seeking death. His current opponent was on par with him, but if he wanted to escape, this was the best time. Even though his opponent was on par with him, there's no way he could stop him from escaping. Neil, you know what to do, he said to the second strongest person in the group. The only reason he's informing him was that they were related, and given his strength, he could also escape from here. But if he decides to play hero and die with them, then it had nothing to do with him. 3 youths could be seen walking into the compound the battle was currently taking place. They were all in the second stage of the origin plane. Isn't that Finn? One of the youths asked, pointing at the person fighting against the 12th prince. Yeah, those are people from the Keelan Empire, another youth said, identifying the 12th prince's group from their attire. Although the difference in clothing between each empire wasn't that much, there are still some notable differences. For example, the design and fabric used in clothing for the Azure Empire are more appealing than that made in the Keelan Empire. Those are the bastards who attacked my group previously. I was lucky to escape alive, the third youth said with anger visible in his eyes. Then let's go get your revenge, the first youth said, walking towards the groups fighting. Although they weren't as strong as Finn or the 12th prince, they couldn't be called weak either. The 12th prince, who was just about to make a break for it, was stunned when someone else attacked him from behind. He hurriedly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping. After landing, he quickly turned around to see his attacker. Remember me? The third youth asked, grinning evilly. The 12th prince shook his head. He had seen multiple people in the trial land. There was no way he would remember them all. To him, they were all insignificant people. Well, one of those insignificant people is about to make his life hell. Even if you have forgotten about me, I still remember you clearly. You nearly killed me, you asshole, the youth yelled before attacking once again. Fuck, how I wish I could go back in time and kill him. The 12th prince cursed. Although he still didn't recall when he saw this person, he still felt he should have killed him when he encountered him previously. One of the things he hated was being attacked by an already beaten opponent. Finn, who was standing by the side, was also surprised when an unknown youth attacked his opponent. He didn't recognize him even though they were from the same empire. Being from the second best academy in the Azure Empire, he was naturally arrogant. He was about to yell at the youth before he saw the other two. Since they were people he knew, he decided to kill the 12th prince first and reprimand the youth later. While the battle was ongoing, 2 youths were sitting on top of a building in the compound, watching the battle calmly. The youths were Damien and Alan. They were surprisingly together. Are we still going to keep watching? Damien asked blandly. Although he wasn't friends with the 12th prince and his group, he wouldn't just sit by and watch people from the Azure Empire kill them. Being a citizen from the Keelan Empire, he would fight against those from the Azure Empire, although not blindly. The only reason he wanted to stop them was that he was here before the battle started, so he knew the 12th prince's group were the ones who found the weapon. But he also knew only the strong could keep such things. Let them suffer a little longer. You should know how they act towards us, Alan said, nonchalantly enjoying the suffering of the 12th prince's group. Once one of them is killed, then saving them would become difficult, Damien said. It's none of our business. If things become complicated, we can always just sit here and do nothing, Alan said, not being bothered by the already injured group. I can't, Damien said before jumping off the building. Sigh. His lack of interaction with people has made him somewhat naive, Alan said while shaking his head. With Damien already revealing himself, he had no other option but to do the same. Damien was still in the first stage of the origin plane, but Alan had unexpectedly broken through to the third stage. Added to him being a dual elementalist, they shouldn't have a problem lending a hand. It's just left for Alan alone. He wanted the 12th prince, those piece of shits from the Royal Academy, and the scumbag from the Starlight Academy to suffer a little more. Chapter 141, Such a Brave Young Man. Chapter 141. Such a brave young man. Boom. An attack exploded out with the 12th prince being pushed back by the impact. He could fight against Finn without much fear since they had almost the same strength with him being only slightly stronger. Meant it was so small that it was barely noticeable. Shit, where did this moron come from? Couldn't he have just waited till after I escaped before he came over? The 12th prince cursed. This was the worst situation he had found himself in since entering the trial land. He even felt his luck was pretty bad since someone this weak would be the reason for his death. Escaping was currently getting harder, but it's not impossible though. Means so long as the chance presents itself, he'll run away without looking back. He wouldn't even be bothered about Neil. If Neil could escape, then he was okay, but if he couldn't, it was not his problem. What mattered was that he could survive. The 12th prince, who was currently cursing his bad luck and coming up with an escape plan, almost fainted when he saw two more unfamiliar people coming towards where the battle was taking place. His chances of escaping against two people were already low. Even keeping himself alive was already a tough task. If one more person joined the fray, then his fate would be almost sealed. His group wasn't having an easier time either. Neil, who was the second strongest person of the group and was previously suppressing his opponent, was currently fighting against two people. Now, he was already slightly injured. Things were a little worse for the weakest person who was ganged upon. He was severely injured and had one foot on death's door. If he isn't saved, then he would die within a minute or so. And once he dies, then it was over for the group. Who are those? Finn, who was about to continue his attack on the 12th prince, paused and asked when he saw Damien and Alan coming in their direction. People from the Keelan Empire, I think. The youth fighting alongside Finn replied with a little hint of uncertainty. More fools coming to their death. Finn snorted coldly. If these people were truly from the Keelan Empire, then they wouldn't mind killing them too. The 12th prince, whose face was sour, was elated on hearing their conversation. Although there are some differences between the attires of each empire, there are some that are almost identical, and in a place like this, it's easy for someone to wear the clothes of those from another empire, so there's no way to be certain of a person's identity through what they're wearing. Where are you from? One of the youths who was fighting against Neil left the battle and stopped Damien and Alan from advancing any further. Bam! Alan struck immediately without even bothering to answer the youth. Since they came to fight, then there's no need for unnecessary conversations. An enemy is meant to be killed, not talked to. Bang! The youth slammed into the ground hard. He coughed up a mouthful of blood with a few teeth as well. Kill them! Finn roared angrily. There was no need to speak any further. Alan's actions had already given them the answer they needed. And even if Alan and Damien joined the battles, they still had the advantage in numbers. So, Finn wasn't afraid of them. Are you calling that thing? Alan asked, without showing any signs of nervousness. It was like the battle was nothing to him. No, there's no need. I can handle them myself. Damien shook his head and started walking forward. He immediately went to assist the youth who was almost dead. If he didn't move any sooner, then the youth would die. Now, it was 12 against 9, 2 ganged up on Alan, 2 faced off against the 12th prince, 2 faced off against Damien, and the rest fought against one opponent each. Neil and the youth who was severely injured had a little breather, but the youth who was severely injured couldn't fight properly anymore. 2 minutes later, they're strong. Finn was surprised by Alan and Damien's strength. Although he was a bit stronger than Damien, he was sure he stood no chance against Alan. He still didn't know his stage yet, though. Arg, a scream spread out in the battleground, but it was quickly cut short. The others subconsciously took a glance at the cause of the shout, and they saw the previously injured youth in the 12th prince's group lying lifeless on the ground. He managed to hold on for some time, but his injuries were just too severe for him to continue fighting. One out? It wouldn't be bad if another one died, though. Maybe that one from the Royal Academy. Alan thought, looking at the dead youth blandly. He could have saved the youth, but he didn't. He knew just how heartless these people were. The only reason he was helping out was because of Damien. Since he started fighting, he had not used his full strength. He hadn't even used his second element yet. One could see how easily he was fighting even when he was fighting against 2 people. Once Damien looked in Alan's direction, but saw him shaking his head. He smiled wryly and summoned his elemental creature. Although this couldn't compare to Reynolds' summon, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Rawr! The creature roared the moment it appeared, stunning both youths who were fighting against Damien. The golem caught one of the stunned youths by his foot and started slamming him into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. This wasn't the first time most of them were seeing summons. It's just the way it was currently slamming the youth into the ground continuously was excruciating to watch. Even Damien felt somewhat sorry for the unlucky youth who was being slammed repeatedly into the ground. Within 20 seconds, the golem had slammed the youth into the ground a total of 12 times. Crash! The golem threw the youth away and he crashed to the ground. Seeing the appearance of the youth, everyone sucked in a cold breath. How could the creature be this cruel? This was the only question running through the minds of everyone present there. The youth was currently unrecognizable, his legs were broken in multiple places, and some bones on his hands could be seen piercing out through his skin. While the appearance of the youth stunned everyone, the golem dashed towards the second youth. When the youth sensed it moving towards him, he nearly fainted from fear. The next moment, he turned around and ran away. The youth's action left everyone speechless. The golem was in the second stage of the origin plane, just like the youth. But, being scared shitless because of what the other youth went through, he didn't dare to fight against it. Damien was shocked by the youth's cowardly nature. Had he been in his situation, he wouldn't have run away? He wouldn't even stand and look on as his companion was being mauled. Tisk, tisk, such a brave young man. Alan's voice brought everyone back from their dazed state, but the mockery in his words was evident for all to see. The 12th prince and his group laughed lightly. Only 2 of them had long faces. From the looks of things, the dead youth was a friend of theirs. "What are you all standing there for? Stop it!" Finn yelled loudly. The golem, not finding its supposed opponent, turned its attention to another person. Luckily, it knew its allies and enemies. Unlike the first youth who was grabbed easily and the second youth who cowardly escaped, this one stood his ground against the golem. Even though he wasn't its match, he could still hold on for a while. Alan Damien called out he couldn't keep the summon up for too long, so the quicker they ended the battle, the better for them. Alan, hearing his name, could only shake his head and unleash his full strength. With the group from the Azure Empire losing 2 people in quick succession, their morale took a hit. 6 minutes later, the group from the Azure Empire had lost another 2 people, and Damien had dismissed the golem. He didn't dare to keep it up till he became thoroughly exhausted. "Escape!" Finn yelled loudly when realized things weren't in their favor anymore. Staying any longer was no different than a death wish. "Heh! Is that even possible?" Alan chuckled coldly. 10 minutes later, 12 corpses could be seen on the ground. "Thank you," the 12th prince said. He didn't know them, but since they offered a helping hand, he was grateful. "It's nothing," Alan said offhandedly before walking in the other direction. After Damien and Alan left, "That bastard, he allowed Francis to die," one of the youths said angrily. The others knew who he was talking about. After Alan showed his strength, they felt he could have saved their friend, but he didn't. Chapter 142, one more time. The 12th prince's smiling face changed right after Alan and Damien were out of sight. He only put up a facade when they were around to put up a good impression. We'll deal with them later. For now, we need to stay together," the 12th prince said. And although he hated Alan's arrogant attitude, he couldn't allow the others to go ahead and attack them for now. They still have almost 4 more months to stay here, and since the conflict with the Azure Empire has escalated to this stage, they need every single member of their empire. "Which academy are they from?" Neil asked. He too wanted revenge on Alan and Damien. He felt they might have been watching the battles previously but only intervened when things were too difficult for them to handle. The reason he felt this way was because of the direction Alan and Damien came from. This compound had a single entry, and they were fighting close to it. "I recognize the summoner from the competition. He's from the Lunar Academy." Since he's close to the other guy, then there's a chance they're from the same academy. The youth from the Starlight Academy said, "The Lunar Academy, they've been pretty cocky lately. Once we get out of here, we'll put them in their place." A youth from the Royal Academy declared, "They all heard about the incident where Blake charged up to the Starlight Academy and injured their instructors. They also heard about the incident with Chris. They're a bunch of arrogant ingrates." The youth from the Starlight Academy said hatefully, "Had Alan and Damien still been present here, the chances of Alan attacking them all would be very high. But he wouldn't be surprised by how ungrateful these people were, though. Damien was the only reason he even helped them anyway. That's enough. We'll settle this after leaving this place." The 12th prince ordered. The others immediately stopped speaking about the matter after hearing the 12th prince's order. But they kept the grudge in their hearts. the next day. Blue. Well, it's better than purple, so I'm okay with this, Gray thought while staring at the result of his test. He was currently in the chaos space checking how high the grade of his wind element increased. His wind element was originally in the orange grade, but after absorbing the drop of the great earth essence liquid, it went up 2 grades. With the increase in his grade, his stage also saw an improvement, and he had broken through to the second stage of the origin plane. Now, of his 5 elements, his fire element was of cyan grade, his lightning and wind element were blue grades, and his earth and water element were purple. If one has a purple grade in one element, one would already be considered a genius and be vied for by the academies. Having a blue grade would put one at the very top. Yet, Gray had 5 elements. One of them had a grade he had never heard of. 2 were of blue grade, and the other 2 were purple grade. If news of this spreads out, then there's a chance all 4 empires would try to kill him at all costs. The reason the Killen Empire was added to the fray was simple. They wouldn't allow someone they couldn't control to grow too powerful. Chris was enough headache for them. Leaving the chaos space, Gray realized everyone else was still absorbing their drops of great earth essence liquid, Void included. This is expected, Gray said before walking out of the room. Looking around, he felt very bored. It took Gray just over 6 hours before he completely absorbed his drop, so it should take the others 12 hours or so. This means he still had to wait for 6 hours. What should I do? Gray thought, rubbing his chin. Since he had been cultivating for so long, so naturally, he wouldn't want to continue cultivating. The only thing that made him feel slightly better was that after the first round where he recovered, he had some fun with Quinn and his group. He couldn't help but stare at the forest once again. That truly was a powerful move, he thought before bringing out the technique. He decided once he awakens his darkness element in the future, he'll learn the technique. Sigh. It's best I train while waiting for them, he sighed before walking out of the building. Had he been alone, he would have already continued exploring the trial land. At least he would get to face different challenges on the way, but since he had to wait for his friends, he decided to do his physical exercises. Besides, it's been over 2 months since he last trained his body. If not for strengthening it with fire previously, then its strength would have remained stagnant. 2 hours later, Gray could be seen sweating profusely, but his breathing was still light. This isn't that bad, Gray thought, pleased with the outcome of his training. He was currently behind the compound, and for the past 2 hours, he had been training non-stop. Yet, other than sweating, he didn't really feel tired. When Gray was about to take a seat, a thought suddenly came to him. He had only seen the chaotic essence form of elemental fusion, but had tried seeing its physical state. There are some cases in nature where elemental fusion actually takes place. He hadn't thought of it before, but now he suddenly recalled it. Take, for example, mud is actually a combination of 2 different elements, the earth and water element. There are other cases of it as well. Since he could make earth walls appear at will, and also make a ton of water appear, doesn't that mean with his ability to fuse elements he could turn the ground into mud? Thinking about all this, he felt his reasoning was plausible, and since he currently had nothing to do anyway, he'll try to work on it. If he could successfully make it, then he would gain a new trump card. When fighting, all he had to do was turn the ground into mud, and his opponent would sink downwards. The sudden disruption would then give him the upper hand, and also this would make escaping almost impossible for them. The thought of it excited him, and he quickly went to work. 30 minutes went by without Gray getting any results. But didn't give up. He knew what he was attempting wasn't something he could get instantly. So, he was slowly taking his time. My first hypothesis was wrong. Rather than creating the mud element instantly, I should try influencing the state of the ground with the water element, Gray thought while staring at the ground. Normally, before the ground turns muddy, it required being soaked by or in water. So the first thing he decided to do was channel water essence into the ground and see the outcome. When he tried it the first time, the results showed him he was heading in the right direction. Although the ground didn't turn into mud, he was softer compared to before, but it immediately hardened the moment he stopped channeling his water essence into it. Haha, I'm such a genius, Gray laughed happily. The result of his test was very pleasing with this. He knew his theory wasn't wrong. But how come no water elementalist ever thought of this? He questioned thoughtfully. From his current theory, he didn't even need to use the earth element on this. The earth was already available, all he had to do was add in the water element. This was something every water elementalist could do later in the future. I won't think about that for now. He dismissed the thought and focused on his training. Another 1 hour went by with Gray performing multiple attempts. Although he hadn't gotten the required results, he knew he wasn't far from it. The amount of essence I put in is too small, and I also need to channel it in quickly. This is quick taxing, though, Gray said, rubbing his head. After multiple trials, he felt the reason he wasn't getting the desired result was due to his speed in channeling in the water essence, and also the amount of essence he channels in. I still have about 3 hours or so before the others wake up. With my current progress, I should be able to succeed before that time. Well, even if I don't succeed now, I can always continue another time. He tried to keep himself calm. When doing something like this, rushing oneself isn't the best decision. Although sometimes it's quite helpful, it's not always good. 1 hour later. Sigh, I should take a rest. Attempting it too much will not get anywhere. Gray shook his head and went to take a sit. Even after trying for 2 hours, he still hadn't gotten it. Although he tried to stay positive, failing repeatedly is quite frustrating, especially within such a short time. I should try it one more time before I stop. Gray, who just sat down, stood up again, opting to try it out again. Who knows, maybe he could get lucky. Chapter 143, Overpowered Ability at the Back of the Building. Plop, fuck, too much water essence, Gray cursed out as he tried to escape from the spot he was standing on. But due to the suddenness of what happened, he failed and sank downwards. Splash. The sound of water splashing out sounded in the area. Currently, over half of Gray's body was submerged in mud-like water. What differentiated this from mud was because of the excess water, so instead of it turning into mud, it turned into a small pool of about a 12-foot radius that was filled with dirt. Shit. How could I have forgotten about this possibility? Gray's words were cut short when water filled with dirt entered his mouth. Pichui. Gray spat out multiple times. He didn't forget to rinse his mouth with water and spitting it out again. Sigh. How unlucky, he sighed after managing to wash off the taste from his mouth. Due to failing multiple times, he forgot that he was doing the test right under his feet. When he was trying out this attempt, he channeled in way too much water essence, and the result was not surprising. He fell into the pool of water he created. Had he known this would be the result, he wouldn't have attempted it one more time, rather, he would have just rested and gone back to the building. How embarrassing was it to fall into the dirty water? Luckily, no one was present. Gray thought, feeling lucky, just as he was about to step out of the pool of dirt and wash up. What are you doing? Gray heard the familiar small voice in his head. Sigh. Just when I started feeling a little lucky, guess someone was bound to see me in this state. He tiredly shook his head. I'm bathing? Want to join? Gray replied while splashing the dirty water around. Void suddenly disappeared from his previous spot, appearing some distance away. Who baths with such dirty water? Void looked on curiously. People, of course. Who else would? Gray replied while putting on an expression of enjoying his dirt bath. Are all humans just as strange as you and your friends are? Void couldn't resist asking. When he first saw Gray, he felt he was quite weird. This further increased after he made contact with Gray's friends, Klaus and Reynolds to be precise. He felt Gray and his friends were a weird bunch, Alice excluded. How come you're up this early? Gray tried to change the topic while getting out of the dirt pool. I'm already done with absorbing the drop you gave me, Void declared proudly. Oh, that's fast. I thought you'd take another hour or so, Gray said while washing the last bit of dirt off his body. When did you finish absorbing yours? Void asked. About 4 hours ago, Gray said. Void was stunned by how quickly Gray finished absorbing his. It took him just over 10 hours, and he was already thinking his absorption speed was fast, but on hearing Gray's time, he felt a little disheartened. Monster, Void said before looking around curiously. Huh. Gray turned around abruptly when he heard this. But there's nothing here. Gray scratched his head, confused by Void's statement. It was only after some time passed did he realize what Void meant. Since there was nothing left for him to do, he created a pool by using his earth element to create an opening on the ground and used his water element to fill it up. He took off his last surviving wet clothes, spread them on the trees so they could dry up, and jumped into the cool, clean water. Sigh. How relaxing. I should do this more often, he thought. Void came closer to the pool, touched it with his paw, and silently retreated. Gray, who was leisurely cooling off, caught sight of Void's strange behavior. He doesn't like water, he thought. From how Void reacted, Gray guessed there was a possibility that he didn't like water. "Hey, Void, aren't you going to cool off?" Gray asked, trying to confirm his guess. "No, I'll just watch from the side," Void said firmly. "You're scared of water?" Gray asked, raising my brow. "No, who would be scared of water?" Void said, looking at Gray oddly. Mince, maybe he truly isn't afraid of water, Gray thought. After 3 minutes went by, Gray got somewhat bored because Void hadn't been speaking sense. When Gray was alone previously, he would go for hours, and sometimes even days without speaking to others while he was here. But since meeting Void, he would quickly get bored if he's not training, cultivating, fighting, or sleeping. The thought of Void being scared of water crept into his head once again. Mince, since you hatched, you haven't taken a bath. Why don't you wash off now? At least that way you'll smell nice. He tried persuading. Who says I haven't cleaned myself? And I do smell nice, Void said. Gray and Void soon got into an argument. Void stuck with saying he had cleaned himself, but Gray kept telling him that licking himself was different from taking a proper bath. Fine, to settle all this, why don't you just take a dip? Gray said, trying to stop their little argument. No. Void refused once again. There's no way I'm getting into that, he thought, looking at the water. Fine. Gray finally verbally agreed to his refusal. Phew, that was close. Luckily, I stood my ground. Void breathed out heavily while thinking. He hated getting his fur wet, so naturally he didn't want to get into the pool. Gray closed his eyes and his lips curved upwards. Void, catch! He threw a small fruit to Void. This was something he found in one of Quinn's companions' bags. It really couldn't be said to be a great treasure, but its aroma and taste were quite appealing, and it also contained a little essence inside. Void raised his head vigilantly. When he saw the fruit coming his way, he instinctively wanted to dodge, thinking Gray threw a ball of water at him. But the aroma of the fruit shot straight into his head, and he paused in place. He got him. Gray laughed evilly inside, while creating a ball of water behind Void. He initially wanted to use the water alone, but when he recalled Void's space element, he knew he would be able to escape easily. But if he's distracted by something, then there's no way he could escape. Thinking his plan was already a success, he couldn't help but let out a chuckle, but his smiling face froze and the next scene shocked him. The water ball, as well as the fruit which was supposed to hit Void at the same time, suddenly disappeared and appeared on top of Gray. Ouch. Gray unconsciously yelped even though the hit he got from the fruit didn't hurt him in any way. The water ball also fell on top of him, exploding on impact. Gray was very careful when he was creating the water ball, so it didn't have any strong effect. Its only use was to completely soak its target. What just happened? Gray asked while rubbing his head, which took the hit from the fruit. A smirk had formed on Void's little face. Hey, I'm not dumb enough to fall for that trick. Void chuckled, looking at Gray. It still doesn't explain what just happened, Gray said, still confused. This is just an innate ability of mine. I can mess around with the space around me. This way, I could easily return an attack that is being sent towards me back to the unsuspecting attacker. Void explained, not forgetting to omit its limitations. It's not that he didn't trust Gray, but what if after he found out its limitations, he adjusts the water he sends his way? He couldn't take that risk. Gray sucked in a cold breath when he heard Void's explanation. Such an overpowered ability. The space element truly is something else, he exclaimed. Since the ability had something to do with space, then it's surely something of the space element. How great was it to return an attack that was sent your way? It's an epic ability to say the least, but Gray knew such great abilities all had limitations, and in some cases even side effects. Take his fusion state, for example. That was nothing less of an overpowered ability, but it had limitations as well. Gray's curiosity towards the space element increased, and he started asking Void things about the space element, which Void told him what he knew about it. The truth was, other than what his abilities could do, he didn't really know everything about the space element. Just as Void finished explaining, the ground he was standing on suddenly turned into a pool of dirt, just like the one Gray created previously, and he fell into it with a plop. The sudden appearance of the dirt pool shocked Void. But alas, he couldn't escape his fate. After managing to come out of the dirt pool, he was forced to get into the clean pool Gray was soaking in. Haha, I won at the end. Gray laughed when he saw Void's expression when he entered the pool, and so one human and a cat enjoyed the cool pool in the midday sun. Chapter 144. Back to the garden. At the entrance of the building, Gray, who was accompanied by Void, was staring at the fading shadows of his friends. After they all came out of their seclusion, they each saw an increase in strength. Naturally, they'll continue exploring the trial land. Even though the chances of finding something at the level of the Great Earth Essence liquid, there were still other things to be found. Just like they did previously, they were all separating once again. Only, this time, Gray had a companion. So, where are we headed now? Void, who was perched on Gray's shoulder, asked with excitement visible in his expression. Let's see. Gray took out the map he acquired from Quinn's bag and studied it. Although this wasn't a complete map of the trial land, the parts on it were well detailed. There were even some landmarks Gray recalled seeing. It was amazing. Even the places they passed through when they entered the trial land were shown on the map. He couldn't help but feel somewhat apprehensive of Quinn's background. For him to have such a vivid map, and being the one who discovered the black door, not just that, but from the map, it felt like that was their goal of entering the trial land. This meant that they had been searching for this place for years now, and since the trial land only opens up once every 100 years, one can only imagine how long it took them to create this map. In the end, Gray was the one who benefited from their hard work. Even though he was a little fearful of Quinn's background, he's dead now, and there's no way people would know he was the one who killed him, so he threw that to the back of his mind. While he was going through the map, a place suddenly caught his attention. The garden is close to this place. Once I get here, I should have no problem locating it, Gray thought while staring at the familiar-looking landscape. The place he was planning to go to was none other than the garden where he was attacked and then chased by bunnies. We'll be heading to a garden. There are a lot of fruits there, Gray said, showing Void their destination on the map. Oh, you've been there before? Void asked. Yeah, about 2 months ago, Gray replied. Wouldn't others have cleaned it up by now? Void asked. It's been so long, so there's a chance others have found it just the way Gray found it. Had it been any other garden, I wouldn't have wanted to return, but given what is protecting it, I don't think anyone else would be able to clean it up. Besides, there's somewhere close to it, so even if we don't find anything there, it's not that bad, Gray said. He found a place on the map which was marked with a book. So there was a chance it might be a library. Even if it isn't a library, it should definitely be related to books. Since he was quite curious about this place, so he wanted to check it out. Okay, Void nodded, and they soon went on their way. Bang, sigh so weak. Staying on this side of the trial land wouldn't help me improve in any way, Gray said while looking at the wild bull lying on the ground. The bull was in the 9th stage of the arcane plane. Had it been 1.5 months ago, then this would have excited him, but now, it's not even worth speaking about. This was the 8th beast he had encountered since leaving the building, but none of them were in the origin plane. Hey, Void, I've never seen you fight before. Why don't you take out the next beast? Gray looked at Void, who was lazily looking at the dead bull. Not a chance, they're not worth me making a move. Void refused before praising himself. Haven't you reached rank 4? Gray inquired. I have, Void nodded. Okay, so you'll be dealing with the next beast, Gray said, pointing ahead of them. A beast could be seen coming in their direction. It was a 9th stage arcane plane two-tailed fox. Each tail had different colors, red and green respectively, which represented the fire and wind element. This type of fox is quite rare outside, but it's still found in some places. There were reports of it being seen in the magical beast forest. Fine, Void replied grumpily and disappeared. The next moment. Boom! A deep red fire exploded out on the place where the two-tailed fox was previously standing. The fox didn't even react before it was blasted to pieces. Wow! Gray exclaimed on seeing the strength of Void's attack. The strength of that attack could easily rival an attack of a 3rd stage origin plane elementalist. It might even be stronger. Also, how can something like this be defended against? Gray was speechless. Void's attack appeared out of nowhere, not just that, but it appeared directly above the fox. How can that be defended against? The more Gray saw the prowess of the space element, the more he wanted to awaken his own sooner. Happy now? Void appeared in his previous position once again. Gray nodded but didn't speak a word. Attack me, he suddenly said after keeping quiet for some time. Huh! Void was stunned by Gray's odd request. Attack me? I want to check out something. Gray said seriously. Okay, should I use my full strength, or... Void asked still slightly. Full strength? Gray's expression turned serious. I should warn you though, my attack power is stronger than what you just witnessed. Void warned. I know, Gray responded. Okay, if you say so, but remember, if you get injured, this was your idea. Void said. Gray didn't answer and just prepared himself. He didn't want to speak too much. He was currently using his spiritual sense to the fullest. He wanted to see if he could sense Void's attack. Seeing Gray's actions, Void knew he was prepared, so he also prepared himself and disappeared. Since Gray wanted to test out his strength so much, then he'll gladly entertain him. He still held a slight grudge over what Gray did previously, and had been looking for a way to get back at him, who knew he would ask for it himself. Gray steadied himself while keeping his senses as sharp as possible. There. Just as Gray turned around, bang, Gray was sent flying and crashed into the ground. "Shit, do you plan on killing me?" Gray yelled out. "I warned you previously," Void retorted immediately. Gray stood up and thought about what just happened. He sensed a slight vibration in the air, but it was too late. Had my spiritual sense been stronger, I would have been able to sense him quicker. I'll try it again. It's best I can sense it now while I haven't awakened my space element. That way, if I were to chance upon a space elementalist, I wouldn't be caught unprepared, Gray thought. Again, Gray said after clearing his head. No, Void declined. It's not that he didn't want to beat Gray up, but if he accepted it so easily, then Gray would be able to figure his thoughts. I'll beat him up. This will teach him not to put me in water again. Void thought. Bam, bang, boom. In 6 minutes, Void had attacked Gray 4 times, and other than shouting out in pain, Gray hadn't been able to stop even a single attack. Had his physical body not been this strong, and had he not used earth armor, then he would have been injured badly. The only good thing was that he had managed to sense him quicker on the last attack. Only, he was still sent flying. After managing to stand up from the last attack, he decided to stop the training. Just as he sat down, a thought came to him. I should try it one more time before stopping for today, he thought. But then, he remembered what happened the last time he said something like this. Nah, I'll just rest. He quickly dismissed the thought. He still clearly remembered what happened in the morning. At that time, his clothes were only dirtied. Maybe this time, they'll be ruined. He didn't dare to take the chance. Are we stopping now? Void asked when he saw Gray taking a seat. Yeah, we'll continue some other time. Gray waved tiredly. Sigh, well, I had my fun while it lasted. Void sighed. What? Gray asked. Nothing. Void quickly shook his head and appeared close to Gray, resting on his shoulder. After resting for 10 minutes, Gray felt revitalized. Okay, we should continue our journey. He stood up and started walking towards his destination, the next day. We're here, Gray said, looking at the still flourishing garden. I knew it would still be intact. Chapter 145, Abnormal Bunnies. I knew it would still be intact. Gray thought, staring at the garden in front of him. It was almost just as he left it, only there were more fruits and plants present. Wow. There are quite a lot of fruits here, Void said, looking at the garden. Although he wasn't too interested in them since the essence they contain isn't much. But he wouldn't mind taking a few, they look delicious. Yeah, Gray nodded. So what's protecting this place? Void couldn't help but ask. From how confident Gray sounded when he was speaking about the garden's protectors, it meant he knew what it was and also how strong it was. An awkward expression suddenly showed up on Gray's face when he recalled his past experience with the bunnies. Bunnies? Gray said in a low voice. Bunnies? Void asked, just to be sure he heard correctly. Yeah, bunnies. Gray nodded seriously. Had it been when he was still in the arcane plane, he wouldn't have dared to come here. Even though the bunnies couldn't kill him, they could still seriously hurt him. Being familiar with the place, he didn't rush in. Rather, he sent out a light attack on the ground. Boom. The sound reverberated throughout the garden. Soon, what Gray was waiting for started appearing. Pop, pop, pop. More than 20 bunnies appeared within a second of the blast, with more still popping out of the ground as the seconds went by. Damn, that's a lot of bunnies. Void was dumbstruck by the sheer number of bunnies. Although his attack power was insanely high, he wouldn't want to go through the hassle of going against such high numbers. And more bunnies were still popping out. Now he knew why Gray was so confident that this place would still be intact. Who could defeat these guys? Of all the people that came here, only Quinn and his group had a slight chance, and that was in the premise that they worked together. Oh, there's an increase in their average stage, and also in their numbers. Gray suddenly realized that there was not only an increase in their strength, their overall number also saw an increase. The first time he encountered them, he was sure they weren't this many, and the average stage of the bunnies was the 7th stage of the arcane plane. Now, the average stage was the 8th stage of the arcane plane, and of the 3 bunnies that were in the 9th stage of the arcane plane, 2 had already broken through to the origin plane. The most shocking thing was that the leader of the bunnies was still in the 9th stage of the arcane plane. Gray couldn't help but wonder how it still managed to keep its position as the leader since 2 were already stronger than it was. Unlike the first time, Gray ensured he wasn't surrounded by the bunnies. Staring at the leader, he saw it hopping forward from the group. When it got to the forefront, it looked at Gray, and a look of surprise flashed across its face. Clearly, it still recognized the human who had come to disturb their peace once again. A smirk appeared on its face. Squeak, squeak. The bunny leader made some squeaking sounds. Wait, is it trying to talk to me? Gray was taken aback by its weird behavior. According to its arrogant nature, it would have ordered its army to attack immediately. Maybe it's scared after realizing how much my strength has improved, he added. No, if I'm not wrong, it's mocking you, Void spoke after some time. You can understand them? Gray asked, stunned by what Void said. Yeah, you should know. Animals understand each other, we have a universal language, and also species-based languages. Also, the bunny is cursing at your family, Void said, looking at Gray. Oh, I forgot. Gray scratched his head in an embarrassed manner. He completely forgot about this. Sigh. I really need to think more carefully before asking some questions, he thought. The part where animals understand each other was general knowledge, so he naturally knew about it, but due to their situation, he forgot about it. Because Void had been speaking to him since he hatched, he sometimes forgets the fact that Void was an animal. Wait, it's cursing my family? Gray suddenly remembered the other half of Void's statement. Yeah, and it's quite good at cursing, if I may add. It should be on the same level as that friend of yours, Void said. When Gray heard this, he naturally knew who Void was talking about. Other than Klaus, he didn't have any other friend that's as good at cursing. Fuck, I knew it. That damn bunny is no good? Gray cursed. Shit, that's it. I can take it when you're cursing at him, but what did I ever do to you? Void yelled angrily and disappeared from Gray's shoulder. Boom! The next scene shocked Gray to no end. Void, who suddenly appeared and attacked out of nowhere, was unable to hit his target. The bunny, for some strange reason, plunged into the ground the moment Void attacked. How did it sense him? Gray was astounded. From how quickly the bunny escaped, it was easy to figure out it was able to sense Void. Gray had been trying to sense Void previously, but he had always been too late. Yet, a bunny at the 9th stage of the arcane plane was able to sense him easily and also escaped so quickly. This bunny isn't normal? This was the only thought in both Gray and Void's minds. How could a normal bunny be this sensitive? To confirm his thoughts, he once again disappeared and sent out another attack aiming at another bunny. Bam! The attack was once struck the ground. Just like the first bunny, this one also sensed Void and escaped into the ground. Shit. They all aren't normal, Gray exclaimed. What the hell? Void was stunned by what was happening. Are these even bunnies? Given the speed and unpredictability of Void's attacks, Gray felt it was almost impossible for some in the 5th stage or even in the 6th stage of the origin plane to block it, not to mention of escaping it yet. These bunnies at the arcane plane were escaping it so leisurely. Just as Void was about to unleash another attack, Gray quickly stopped him. Don't destroy the garden. I came here for it, he quickly said, stopping Void from attacking any further. How are you going to get it from the sea of bunnies? Void asked. Other than attacking them, there's naturally no other way to acquire the fruits and plants. Don't worry, we'll attack them, just not here. Gray smiled. The bunny leader that escaped into the ground previously suddenly popped out and looked at both human and cat in disdain. Damn. I swear I'll kill that bunny, Void declared. Yeah, it's pretty annoying, Gray added. Now he knew why most of their enemies wanted to kill Klaus first. Squeal. The bunny squealed, stretching out its right paw like it did the first them. Gray came here. The sea of bunny followed the command of their leader and charged at Gray and Void. Even though Gray was in the 2nd stage of the origin plane, he still couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He hadn't gotten to the level where numbers wouldn't bother him, yet without wasting any time, he turned around and started running. Before coming here, he had prepared a place where he would trap the bunnies. When the bunny leader saw Gray escaping, a look of contempt appeared on its face. To think you prepared this because of those bunnies, Void said while staring at the ground of the huge compound they just entered. The building in the compound was already almost destroyed. so there was nothing inside other than the big space. Yeah, I already knew how they act. This time I must clean that place dry, Gray declared before entering the compound. Before heading to the garden, he had created some small-scale arrays all over this compound. After creating the arrays, he made a huge array that hid the other ones. While he was running here, he didn't forget to create inscriptions as well. Minutes after getting inside the compound, Gray looked around warily. He wanted the bunnies to think he was scared. After some seconds went by, he heard the normal squeal of the bunny leader. But surprisingly, it stopped at the front of the compound, not entering. It looked around warily, only after it didn't sense anything before it squealed like a commander once again, only it didn't enter the compound. For some odd reasons, it felt danger, so it didn't dare to enter the compound. Although it was arrogant, it was scared of death. Why isn't it coming in? Boyd asked when he saw the bunny leader staying outside. I don't know, Gray said, looking at the bunny leader thoughtfully. Could it be that it sensed it? Chapter 146, Two-Faced Bunny. Gray was shocked by the fact that even though the bunny leader sent its army into the compound, it refused to enter. Not just it, but the other two bunnies at the origin plane also stood at its side like guards, refusing to go inside as well. So, are we killing them all? Void asked, preparing himself to attack. Of course not. The only one I really want dead is the leader. I think I'll kill 3 more for dinner, Gray replied. He didn't plan on killing all the bunnies. He wasn't a bloodthirsty fiend, so killing all of them didn't cross his mind. Currently, over 200 bunnies had flocked into the compound, inside a 350 square meters compound where the building took up almost 100 meters. There was little room for over 200 bunnies, with each bunny being over 1 meter respectively. The compound suddenly looked small compared to when it was empty. I'll use the arrays to trap them here, then empty the garden, Gray thought. He wasn't too bothered about the 3 bunnies that were outside the compound. As long as he could keep these ones here, then the threat was already removed. Those 2 at the origin plane couldn't defeat him, even if there were 5 of them. He was still very confident in his abilities. Since things had already gotten to this stage, there's no point in delaying any further. Gray quickly made some weird hand gestures, and a small array could be seen forming above his hands. After it completely formed, he struck the ground with it. Squeal! The bunny leader squealed loudly when it saw this, and for the first time, panic was seen on its face with its nose twitching continuously. The bunnies, which were about to attack Gray, stopped on hearing their leader's order, and they immediately turned tails and tried to escape out of the compound. Oh! Adjustments, you're quite alert, but it's already too late. Gray chuckled lightly. Buzz, buzz, with buzzing sounds ringing in the compound, the transparent glass-like wall appeared, forming a semicircle around the entire compound. A few bunnies managed to escape before the glass-like wall came up though, but looking at their entire numbers, they didn't really make much of a difference. Gray couldn't create a single array this large. All he could do was use the help of multiple small arrays and merge them together. The disadvantage of this was that once a single array was destroyed, the entire thing will crumble. Well, guess there's no use for these anymore. Gray thought while dismissing the 2 inscriptions he created while he was running here. The moment he activated the array, he immediately left the compound with Void. Now, instead of facing hundreds of bunnies, all he had to face was just over 6 bunnies. Squeak, squeak, the previously smug-looking bunny leader made some squeaking sounds, putting both hands together and making its already huge eyes turn bigger, except in a cute way. Huh, what's it doing? Gray couldn't help but ask. It's begging, Void said, dazed by how quickly the bunny changed. Some minutes ago, it was cursing them and their entire family. It even chased them for almost 3 minutes. But the second it saw things were stacked against it, it quickly started begging. What? Gray exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the always proud and arrogant bunny to actually beg. It quite cute with its big round eyes, fluffy white hair, twitching nose. No, it's not cute. Gray was almost falling for how cute the bunny looked, but then he recalled his past experience with it and quickly threw its cuteness to the back of his head. This was an evil bunny, a two-faced bunny. He attacked immediately without giving the bunnies any chances, but he was left speechless when the 2 bunnies at the origin plane used the wind element to block his attack. The impact sent them flying, but the bunny leader was still in his previous spot, only this time it looked to be on its knees. I'm actually starting to feel a little sympathy towards it, Gray said when he saw how seriously it was pleading with him. I'm not, Void said, and attacked. Boom! Boom! What's that? Void, who just sent out an attack, asked in surprise. Boom! Boom! The rhythmic sound continued echoing out. It was just like the sound of a giant taking one step at a time. Meant something big is coming. Gray's expression turned serious. After Gray and Void's attention had turned to where the sound was coming from, a smirk formed on the face of the bunny leader. Clearly, it knew what was coming. The sound was surprisingly coming from the south, and that was the direction they came from. It was also where the garden was located. Should we leave? Void inquired. From how loud the footsteps were, it was easy for them to guess whatever was coming their way was something big. Although size isn't might, in a place like this, anything this big has to be powerful. The reason they thought this way was simple. If a creature here is big but isn't strong, then it would have already been killed and eaten by the stronger beasts. Not now. I'll like to see what is coming. And wait, where's the bunny? Mincemeat. Gray's attention was previously mostly placed on where the sound was coming from, so he failed to realize the bunny had somehow sneakily escaped. The fact that the bunny leader could escape right under his nose amazed him, even though what was coming drew most of his attention. He wasn't that stupid to not keep track of the bunny, yet it still escaped. Of all the bunnies present, only the leader escaped. Damn. Meant I can easily fight against opponents 2 stages ahead of me and even kill them. Yet I can't seem to be able to defeat a bunny that's still in the arcane plane. Either this bunny is too incredible, or those people I thought were geniuses are nothing more than rags. Gray felt a little dejected over his repeated failure against a bunny. With the bunny gone, it felt like staying here was meaningless, but he was still left annoyed since he couldn't even take a single thing from the garden. Meant the beast was coming from that direction. So going that way was out of the question. It felt like his entire trip was a waste of time, and he even made such a time-consuming array, yet he couldn't fulfill the purpose he created it. We should retreat to a safe distance. Gray agreed to Void's suggestion of leaving this place, only he was curious about what was coming here. 1 minute later, the beast making the loud step appeared in Gray and Void's view. Meant the beast was surprisingly not walking, but hopping. Coming towards the compound was a huge 7 meters tall bunny, and perched on its shoulder was a smaller 1 meter bunny that had a smug expression. Isn't that the leader of the bunnies? Void asked when he saw the bunnies. Yeah. Gray nodded. Wow, that's a huge bunny, Void exclaimed. Such a large reinforcement. But when did it call it? Gray was stumped by this question. The bunny leader escaped only when this huge one started making its way here, so it must have called it when it realized the odds were against them. Doesn't this mean that it was only pleading to delay time? Shit, the bunny's something else. Gray felt even more dejected. Just when he thought maybe he had something against the bunny, he found out the bunny was only buying time. Sigh, I give up. We should head over to the building with the book. If I see that bunny's face any longer, I might attack. Gray sighed before leaving, heading towards the west. Just as he turned around. Gotcha! The sound of his array breaking rang out. He turned around only to see a strange occurrence. The bunny leader that was perched on the huge bunny's shoulder had its right paw raised, the back of the paw was facing Gray, and the bunny was surprisingly able to keep only the middle finger straight, folding the other 4. What's it doing? Void asked. Showing us its middle finger. Gray replied with a sour face. Oh, what's the meaning? Void asked curiously. Although he acts smart sometimes, one has to remember it hasn't been up to a week he was born yet, so he didn't know everything. Fuck you, Gray replied. Damn, what did I do to you? I only asked the meaning of what it was doing, Void said, a little annoyed. Yeah, fuck you, Gray said again. If you don't want to tell me the meaning, you can just say it outright. Void said angrily. It's fuck, oh I'm sorry, my bad. The meaning of what it did is fuck you. Gray suddenly realized why Void was getting annoyed. Void snorted, still feeling a little annoyed. Gray apologized again before continuing their journey. He knew he was the one at fault since he didn't explain it properly, so he didn't really hassle over it. Their shadows soon disappeared into the thick forest. Chapter 147. The Crowned Prince. Chapter 147. The Crowned Prince. Most of the books here are already destroyed. Gray said while picking up a book from the ground. When he saw this place on the map, he thought maybe he might be able to get a piece of useful information from the place, but unfortunately none of the available books were good. Most of them were already completely destroyed. Sigh, such a waste of time. He shook his head in disappointment. Had he known this would be the result of this trip, he wouldn't have wasted his time. First, he was played with by that damn bunny. Now, he couldn't even find anything good here. But isn't this to be expected, since they had already found this place for a long time now? It's normal that they had already cleaned it up. We should leave. There's still a lot of places to explore, Void suggested. Yeah, Gray nodded. Minutes after contemplating for some time, Gray decided that they should continue heading west. Looking at the map, he never noticed compared to the other parts. The western part had lesser landmarks. This meant that it was the side least explored by the people who made the map. They left the building and soon started heading deeper into the trial land. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Azure Empire, Quinn's family compound at a hidden room. Means things are going to plan. Even if we don't obtain the treasure this time, we should be able to take charge of the Keelan Empire first. A middle-aged man spoke. The middle-aged man was none other than Quinn's father. Other than him, there are two more men in the room. Both men looked to be in their 70s, but their real age is far from that. They were surprisingly identical twins. Oh, really? One of the old men asked curiously. Yes. Remember, I told you I managed to brainwash a young prince of the Keelan Empire 12 years ago? Quinn's father asked. Both old men fell silent for some time before nodding. He is the current crown prince of the Keelan Empire, and from the message I received from him, the war between both empires would start soon, Quinn's father said. I recalled you said there were two princes ahead of him. What happened to them? The second old man asked. The voices of both men were also unexpectedly the same. If one isn't present, one would think other than Quinn's father, there was only one person present here. I helped him get rid of the obstacles. Now, he's the only one who is eligible to take the position as the next emperor. Quinn's father said, with him helping us on the inside, taking over would be easier. You've done well, the old man who spoke earlier said, clearly pleased by the middle-aged man's work. Thank you, Uncle. Father, I'll be leaving now. The middle-aged man bowed, preparing to leave the room. What about the pawns placed on the other empires? The old man Quinn's father called father said, they are all currently placed in high positions in the empires. One of them is trying to urge the Emperor of the Azure Empire to declare war on the Keelan Empire, while the others are ensuring the other empires wouldn't get involved in the war. Quinn's father turned around to reply. Okay, once the war starts, all our hidden power will come forth. The old man, who was called Uncle, said, the family planned to start a war between the Keelan and Azure empires, while slowly taking control of the major powers in each empire. Before both empires would realize what was happening, more than half of their powers would be controlled by them. 2 months later, at the gate of the Lunar Academy, what are you doing here? An angry voice asked a refined-looking, elegantly dressed young man standing outside the academy's gate. Is this how you welcome an old friend? The refined-looking young man asked with a soft smile, not at all offended by how he was welcomed. Our friendship ended years ago, the owner of the angry voice snorted. Blake, at least show some respect for your crown prince, the refined-looking young man said, still wearing the same soft smile. The first speaker was surprisingly Blake, the head instructor of the Lunar Academy, but the identity of the refined-looking young man threw the few guards present at the gate off their feet. They had never seen the crown prince of the Keelan Empire before, but they also never expected to see him like this. Being the future emperor, they expected he would always move with an entourage, being carried around like the king he was meant to be, but other than dressing elegantly and looking a little handsome, although not at the level of Blake, they didn't feel anything special about him. What are you doing here? Blake asked, not showing any respect for the crown prince. I see you're still angered by what happened the last time. I've already apologized. There was nothing I could do at that time, the crown prince said, taking a step into the academy's compound. That didn't answer my question, Blake said, blocking the path of the crown prince. I'm here to see Instructor Delia. I heard she was injured previously, but I had been too busy to come to check on her. The crown prince stated his reason for coming. She's fine now. You can leave if that's the only reason you came here. Blake's angry face contorted even more when he heard the crown prince speaking about Delia. Okay, fine. That's not the only reason I'm here. I'm actually here to seek the guidance of Instructor Chris, the crown prince said, still smiling softly. The more Blake looked at the crown prince's smiling face, the angrier he got. First, Senior Chris is not an instructor in this academy. Second, he doesn't welcome uninvited guests, Blake said. If he knows I'm the one here, he'll come out and see me. The crown prince refused to give in. Even if the emperor comes here personally, if Senior Chris doesn't want to see him, There's nothing he can do. Blake was trying his best not to explode in anger and attack the Crown Prince. Well, you see, I'll be staying here for a while since I have some business here. It'll be best if Senior Chris can spare a few minutes to entertain this little one. Mince, the Crown Prince said, not bothering about how Blake was acting, and walked straight into the Academy's compound. Blake stared at the back of the Crown Prince, and a hint of worry flashed through his eyes. He knew the reason for the Crown Prince's visit wasn't ordinary at Oliver's office. He's most likely here to confirm if Senior Chris is around, Blake said a little anxiously. They're even more eager than we thought. There's still no news of his whereabouts? Oliver asked, rubbing his aching head. No, teacher, Blake replied sadly. He had been searching for Chris's whereabouts for over 2 months now, but there had been no news of him. It was like he just disappeared into thin air. Okay, I'll go see the Crown Prince and see why he's here, Oliver said. After saying that, Oliver stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. You should keep an eye on him while he's here, he ordered before leaving. Blake nodded and also left the office. 1 week went by with the Crown Prince not moving as much as a muscle. What left Blake annoyed was that he spent all his time with Delia. Not being able to contain his anger, he went over to meet the Crown Prince. When do you plan on leaving? Blake asked the Crown Prince, who was speaking with Delia. No time soon, the Crown Prince answered offhandedly. You're not welcomed here, Blake said. This is my empire. I can stay wherever I want. The Crown Prince said, not bothered by Blake. He was already used to the way Blake speaks to him, so he didn't feel annoyed or irritated by it. In case you've forgotten, you're still a prince, not the emperor. Blake looked at him after managing to calm himself. That's the Crown Prince to you, the Crown Prince retorted. You know what? It's been a long time we sparred, Blake responded. Yeah, I really enjoyed beating you up. The Crown Prince chuckled. Heh, you wish? Blake laughed lightly. I'll beat him up every day till he leaves this place, Blake thought. Since the Crown Prince was searching for entertainment, he didn't mind entertaining him. In fact, he'll entertain him every single day. His plan was simple: beat up the Crown Prince until he leaves the Academy voluntarily. He was already tired of seeing his smiling face repeatedly. If he had the opportunity, he'll beat him up until he loses a few teeth. Delia looked at Blake and couldn't help but let out a small smile. She could sense he was jealous because she was spending time with the Crown Prince. Although she didn't want to spend time with him, she couldn't refuse it when the Crown Prince summoned her since. Unlike Blake, she couldn't disrespect him. Chapter 148, Blake vs. the Crown Prince. Chapter 148, Blake vs. the Crown Prince. Chapter 148, Blake vs. the Crown Prince, at an open field behind the Lunar Academy. Are you sure you want to do this, old friend? Adjustments. The Crown Prince asked with a chuckle, standing on the small earthen platform he created for the battle. Unlike normal Earth, this one had a silvery color and was much stronger. If someone at the peak of the origin plane struck it with their full strength, it wouldn't be damaged, not even a crack would appear. But in front of someone as strong as Blake, it wouldn't last long. Heh! Blake smirked as a response. If not for the fact that he didn't want it to look like he assaulted the Crowned Prince, he would have already attacked him by now. Okay, just to be clear, I won't go easy on you just because we are friends, the Crown Prince said while stretching his arms. We were friends, not anymore. I've been waiting for so long for this day, Blake said with an evil grin appearing on his face. Oh, why didn't you come to find me in the capital? You know I'm always there. The Crowned Prince smiled lightly. When Blake saw the smile, he wanted to rush up and beat the Crowned Prince. The truth was, although he was angry at the Crowned Prince, the main reason he was finding trouble with the Crowned Prince was that he felt disgusted by what he and his father were currently doing. He was friends with the Crowned Prince when he was younger, so he knew him all too well. The Crowned Prince is a cunning, evil snake. He would wear a smile while slowly killing off his family. Enough nonsense, Blake said, preparing to attack. Seeing that Blake was about to attack, the Crowned Prince shut his mouth and also prepared himself. Since he's quite familiar with Blake, he knew he would attack him even if he wasn't ready. Buzz lightning danced all around Blake's body as well as within a meter of his body. Ah, the lightning element. So beautiful. The Crowned Prince looked at the lightning, and a glint flashed past his eyes. Earth slowly revolved around the Crowned Prince with an armor gradually covering up his entire upper body, leaving just his head open. Swoosh. Blake disappeared from his previous spot and shot towards the Crowned Prince like a bolt of lightning. Bang! A huge earthen fist appeared and clashed with the bolt of lightning, causing a loud banging sound. Blake appeared once again. But this time, he was midair staring at the Crown Prince with listless eyes. He naturally didn't expect to take out the Crown Prince with just this attack. The Crown Prince looked at Blake, who was midair, and his smiling face slowly turned serious. "Sai, my friend, you're still so powerful. No wonder none of those morons at the Starlight Academy could stop you." He sighed, remembering what he heard about Blake charging over to Starlight Academy to cause a ruckus because of a woman. "I must say, she isn't bad," he thought, looking at Delia. Other than appreciating her beauty, he didn't have any other thoughts towards her. Unlike other people his age who wanted to frequently enjoy the pleasure of being with a woman, he knew otherwise. There were bigger things he had to do. He couldn't waste his time fulfilling lustful desires. "I'd have killed that fool if not for the intervention of the principal," Blake said icily. When he remembered the man who attacked Delia, his anger shot upwards once again. The battle soon started with Blake mostly being on the offensive. Watching from the side were Oliver and Delia. "They're both strong," Delia said, looking at the ongoing battle. "Yeah, but you should know they've not gone all out. Else, this wall of yours wouldn't be standing," Oliver said, looking at the transparent ice wall Delia used to isolate this place from the academy. Oliver suggested this since he didn't want to cause panic in the academy. If the sound of the battle between Blake and the Crown Prince were to be heard by the students, no one knew what the students would say. Delia smiled lightly when she heard this. Of course, she knew if the battle turned serious, even standing this close wouldn't be good for her. "Who do you think will win?" Delia asked while watching the battle. "I don't really know the full extent of the Crown Prince's power, so I can't really say for sure, but I think your boyfriend will win," Oliver said with a smile. "Yeah, me too," Delia nodded. Some seconds later, she suddenly realized what Oliver said and blushed. "He's not my boyfriend," she pouted. "Okay, so does that mean he'll lose?" Oliver inquired with a light laugh. "Of course not. He'll definitely win," Delia said seriously. "Why are you so confident he wouldn't lose?" Oliver asked curiously. "Because I believe in him." Also, he said, amongst his peers, he was undefeatable. Delia replied, "He told you that?" Oliver asked, with an odd expression flashing on his face, which he quickly hid. "Yeah, you're his teacher, so you should know. Or could it be that he was lying?" Delia asked, raising a brow. "No, amongst his peers, he truly was invincible," Oliver replied, lying through his teeth. He was so professional when lying that even he wanted to believe himself. "Invincible my foot," he thought. But he wouldn't tell Delia that when Blake was younger, he was a scared, antisocial, bullied young boy. That would sully the image he had managed to build for himself. Most of his peers at that time still felt strange whenever they hear about Blake's current actions. They never once expected he would turn out to be such a hot-tempered person later on. After exchanging moves for over a minute, Blake stopped midair and looked at the Crown Prince. "Still acting like a turtle," Blake said, looking at the multiple defenses the Crown Prince had set up. The fight still hadn't gotten serious yet. Blake was still holding back, while all the Crown Prince was doing was defending while attacking once an opportunity presents itself. He was a clever person and knew Blake was only looking for a way to beat him up, so he didn't want things to get too serious, although he was still very confident in his abilities. "Okay, we should stop playing around. Why don't we take things seriously this time around?" the Crown Prince asked. "I thought you'd never ask." Blake smiled. A huge lightning bow suddenly appeared 3 meters away from him. Thang, swoosh. The arrow shot straight at the Crown Prince with lightning-quick speed. Fuck, I love this element, just as much as I hate facing someone wielding it. The Crown Prince scurried to set up a defensive wall. 9 6-meters thick walls appeared in front of him, each separated by 2 meters. Bam. Crash. Crack. The lightning arrow went through the first 4 walls like a hot knife through butter. Adjustments. One has to remember this was a wall that could stop an all-out attack of a peak origin plane elementalist. Yet, 3 couldn't even stop a single attack. The arrow didn't stop after passing through the first 3 walls. It went on the 4th one with its momentum still at its peak. After it went through the 4th one, it slowed down a little. But the 5th, 6th, and 7th one couldn't stop it. It continued to the 8th one, but its speed had reduced greatly. And yet, even after being disrupted by the previous 7 walls, it still forced its way past the 8th wall, and it soon slowly started penetrating the 9th wall. In the end, only the arrowhead managed to appear on the other side of the wall, but it couldn't move an inch and just stayed put. That had me scared for a minute. The Crown Prince breathed out a sigh of relief. "Hey buddy, this all you got?" he asked Blake, who was still floating midair. Blake only smirked as a response. When he saw Blake's smirk, he suddenly remembered something and quickly retreated. "Shit, I hate this guy," he cursed as he retreated, but alas, he realized it too late. "Explode," Blake said internally. Boom, the arrowhead, which was the only thing visible on the wall, exploded out, causing a massive white light to cover the area of the battle. Does he plan on killing him? Delia couldn't help but ask when she saw the powerful explosion. Haha, of course not. Do you think Blake is foolish enough to kill the Crown Prince here? Besides, even if he wants to kill him, it wouldn't be this easy. Oliver laughed while dispersing the impact of the attack that was coming in their direction. Yeah, you're right about that. Delia nodded, remembering this was only a spar. She had always known Blake was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. This was the first time she was seeing Blake fight, and she couldn't hide the shock and awe in her eyes. The most shocking thing was that Blake was still holding back. How strong would he be if he really went all out? This question ran through her mind over and over again, making her heart beat faster and faster. Cough, cough, cough. Blake, do you plan on killing me? The Crowned Prince coughed while walking out of the dust after the explosion had settled down. Heh, stop pretending. You should know we're just getting started. Blake smirked, looking at the dust-covered Crowned Prince. My friend, why don't we stop here? The Crowned Prince asked with a soft smile. What? Are you scared? Blake asked mockingly. Not a chance. I just don't want to beat you up. The Crown Prince chuckled lightly. You see, I want to beat you up. Blake shrugged and attacked once again. The Crown Prince quickly sent out an attack, blocking the attack Blake sent towards him. Boom. Both attacks collided, sending out a huge shockwave. Since the Crown Prince, being an Earth Elementalist, preferred staying on the ground while fighting, since he's much more comfortable there. But since Blake had already taken to the sky, he also had to fly up, else he would be at a disadvantage. I miss the days when we used to fight on the ground, the Crown Prince said while appearing mid-air. Those days are long gone. Blake attacked once again. Bam! Boom! With both fighters flashing through the air, sending out multiple attacks, it was impossible for low-leveled elementalists to keep track of their movements, especially Blake's. Even for a lightning elementalist, his speed was unbelievable. Another 2 minutes went by with none of them gaining the upper hand. I hate this element, the Crown Prince complained. What he hated the most about the lightning element was its speed. This was also what he loved about it. When he was younger, he hoped he would awaken the lightning element, but alas, when he went for the test, he awakened the earth element. For the past 2 minutes that the battle was ongoing, he couldn't get a clear view of Blake due to his speed, but being a master in the art of defense, he had been able to block most of Blake's attacks while also counterattacking. But cracks had already started appearing on some parts of his armor after suffering from a few hits. Wow, he's fast. Delia exclaimed while watching the battle. Her eyes could barely keep up with Blake's movements. There were even times where all she sees is a blur. Before she could see the figure properly, it had already disappeared. He's a lightning elementalist. He's meant to be fast, Oliver said, not surprised by Blake's speed. He even felt he could go faster. I'll have a little talk with him after this battle. Looks like he's been slacking off lately, he thought. But he knew in the entirety of the academy, if Blake said he was the second fastest person, no one would dare say they were first. Well, except for Chris. But Oliver wasn't counting him as part of the academy. Most of the time, he just goofs off. Then, when he gets bored, he'll go out as a representative for the test and would rarely bring back any new students. But when he does, they all turned out to be extraordinary. He had been friends with him for a long time and didn't really know much about his background. He also knew the only reason Chris was staying in the academy was because of him, and he was grateful for that. When the previous emperor was still on the throne, he invited Chris over wanting to make him an official, but he refused without a second thought. The emperor even went as far as promising to make him the second highest ranking individual in the empire, being below only the emperor, but he still refused. I heard you wanted to challenge him to a battle. Are you still confident in defeating him? Oliver asked, looking at Delia. Give me another 3 years. No, wait, 5 years, and I'll surpass him, Delia said confidently. And what would he be doing in those 5 years? Oliver chuckled. Delia paused, not knowing what to say. Due to how strong Blake was and since he was a head instructor, She forgot the fact that he was still young and would continue growing in strength. If he's this powerful now, how powerful would he be in 5 years' time? She asked herself while in a daze. Oliver smiled as a response before focusing his attention back on the battle that was going on midair. The Crown Prince isn't as simple as he looks. He narrowed his eyes. He had been watching the battle since it started, and could tell the Crown Prince was just as strong as Blake. The only reason he was at a disadvantage was because of Blake's insane speed. If he were facing off against some other head instructor, then he would have won the battle already. He also realized that since the battle started, almost every time the Crowned Prince counterattacked, it was successful. How precise must one's timing be to have such a high success rate? Especially when facing someone this fast. He's like a patient hunter, waiting for the perfect time to strike, he thought. There had been cases where even he felt the Crown Prince had won the battle, but Blake's speed would help him avoid the attack. I hate this element, Blake complained. Although his attack power was strong, due to the high defensive properties of the earth element, it has managed to block them. The only way he can break it is to use a high-leveled attack. But whenever he does, the Crown Prince would also bring out a high-level defensive technique, making his effort useless. Although there are times where he had struck the Crown Prince, the effect isn't as high as he wanted since the Crown Prince's defense would take out most of its power. Hey, how about a close-range battle? He suggested. Okay. The Crown Prince agreed to it. It's been so long I had a heart-racing battle, he thought. This was the main reason he agreed to spar with Blake, being the Crown Prince. Even if people fought against him, they would hold back in fear of hurting him. Either that or his opponents weren't strong enough. But he was friends with Blake, so he naturally knew he was just as strong as he was, if not even stronger. And given the anger Blake had towards him, there was no way he would hold back. He knew why Blake hadn't used his full strength was because they didn't want to alarm the people in the academy, or a battle between two Overlord Plane elementalists could easily destroy a city, much less an academy. Blake stretched out both hands, opened his palms wide. The second he closed them, 2 lightning swords formed on them, each reaching 1 meter in length. Holding them by the lightning-formed hilt, he pointed it at the Crown Prince. Damn, I never get tired of seeing this trick. The Crown Prince laughed and created an earthen spear. In close combat, he preferred using the spear. Although he rarely gets the chance to use it, he still practices with it, so he's quite good with it. Swoosh! Crash. Blake disappeared from his previous spot and appeared close to the Crown Prince, slicing his lightning swords at his side. The Crowned Prince blocked with his spear, pushing him back. This was the advantage of the earth element, its pure brute strength. After pushing him back, he thrust his spear at Blake's shoulder with unexpected speed. Blake used his sword to deflect the thrust of the spear by hitting its side. Before long, they had exchanged more than 50 moves with no one obtaining the upper hand still. Looks like their strength is on the same level. Delia spoke after seeing that even after trying multiple fighting styles, none of them has been able to gain the upper hand. Not just that, but they are too familiar with each other. Hence, they could guess what the next move of the opponent would be. Oliver added, of all the people in Blake's generation for the first time in Oliver's life, the Crown Prince was the only one who could fight him to a draw. This alone made him think highly of the Crown Prince. If only he and his father isn't trying to take control of all the academies, then he wouldn't be a bad ally, he thought. You see, you still can't defeat me? The Crown Prince said while panting heavily. Blake looked at him while also trying to catch his breath. It's only because I'm holding back, or else you wouldn't be standing, Blake snorted, not pleased with the draw. They soon fell into silence, staring at each other. You know what? The Crown Prince suddenly said after a moment of silence. Blake raised a brow, looking at the Crown Prince. I did come back that day, it's just that I was too late. I'm sorry for leaving that day. The Crown Prince said in a low, apologetic tone. His armor and spear disappeared, and he turned around to leave. After flying some meters, he turned around and smiled. Also, I hope we never get to fight against each other. The Crowned Prince flew towards the ice wall. He stopped and looked at Delia, only to see her staring at Blake. With no other option, he created a hole in it which he used to leave the area, heading back to the academy. Blake remained mid-air staring at the Crown Prince. He knew there was a hidden meaning to what the Crown Prince told him before he left. Looks like he's giving me a heads up, but he should have already known there's no way we would accept to be their puppets. He thought before landing close to Oliver and Delia. Being lost in thoughts, he failed to realize that she was staring at him intensely. Only after a while did he sense it. Is there something on my face? He asked while touching his face. What? No, the dazed Delia asked, showing confusion before answering. Oh, then why were you staring that hard? Wait, could it be that you want to imprint my impeccable appearance in your memory forever? Blake asked with a cheeky smile. Mence, you wish. Delia rolled her eyes before removing her ice wall. They soon started bickering while slowly making their way to the academy. Looking at Blake and Delia bickering, Oliver chuckled lightly and told Blake to come to see him when he was done before leaving the duo. Some hours later at Oliver's office. The Crown Prince is something, Oliver said after dropping the book he was reading. Mince Blake looked around and was surprised there were no files in the office today before nodding to what Oliver said. Seeing that Blake was looking around, Oliver guessed the reason and smiled lightly. What do you think we should do? He asked in a serious tone, placing both hands underneath his chin. About? Blake turned his attention back to Oliver. The Emperor's motive. With Chris nowhere to be found, fighting against them is suicide. Oliver said, I don't know. Mince. Blake paused before answering slowly with furrowed brows. He too was confused about the whole issue. Once the kids get back from the trial land, I've decided to step down as the mayor of Lunar City, as well as the principal of the academy. Oliver said, looking at Blake without any changes in his expression. This move looks cowardly, but it's actually the best decision. Mence, Klaus, and Blake are his only family. He wouldn't foolishly give his life away while putting theirs in danger just because he wanted to go against the Emperor. He had invested a lot of his time in both the city and the academy, but the life of his son and student mattered more. Besides, even though Chris is powerful, he's just one man. He didn't expect him to go against the entire empire because of him. Blake knew, since Oliver has made this decision, there's no turning back. Mence, I'll step down as well, he said, not angry by his teacher's decision. Oliver looked at him and sighed. He had previously thought of making Blake the next principal, but given the current situation, there's no use in doing that. What he wanted to do right now was to keep a good distance away from the Emperor and his people. This was why he also wanted to step down from his position as mayor. What about Senior Chris? Blake asked. Stop worrying about him. Since if he comes back after we've left, he would be able to find us. Oliver responded, Okay, teacher. Blake stood up and walked towards the door. On getting to the door, he stopped. Should I inform the Crown Prince so he can leave? He turned around to inquire. There's no need for that. I'll head over to the capital in 2 days' time, Oliver said before picking up the book he was reading. Okay. Blake bowed and left. After Blake shut the door. Mince, I promised your mother I'll never put you in harm's way. I just hope they'll let us be. Oliver thought with a sad look appearing on his face when he remembered his late wife. The sad look was quickly replaced by a smile before turning into a worried expression. I hope that little rascal is all right, he thought. At the trial land, a young man could be seen running at the fastest speed he could muster through a forest. And on his shoulder was a strikingly black cat, staring behind them with a hint of worry. Run faster! A small voice sounded in the youth's head. I can't go any faster. Shit! Why did you go and steal their treasure? The young man asked angrily, only his voice was only heard inside the head of the small cat. It was shiny. The small voice replied, Fuck you, return it, the young man ordered. No, it's mine, the small voice replied. Damn it. Mince, get off my shoulder, so they'll chase after you. The young man tried to push the cat off of his shoulder but missed. The cat disappeared from the left shoulder, appearing on the right shoulder within a second. Damn it, I shouldn't have allowed you to come with me. You have the space element, aren't you faster than I am? The young man asked, slightly frustrated. I can't travel long distances with it yet. Also, you should know how exhausting it is using your elemental essence constantly. The small voice said, while the cat dodged the hand coming its way. Damn you. Of course I know. I've been using mine for almost 30 minutes now. The young man cursed while trying to catch the cat which had appeared on his left shoulder. He threw his left hand towards his right shoulder, while his right hand towards his left shoulder. The cat disappeared from the left shoulder and appeared on the right one, only to be caught by the waiting hand. Ha ha ha, got you. Mince, if you don't want to return it, run in the other direction. The young man said after managing to catch the cat. He threw it towards the opposite direction he was headed. Fuck you. How can you betray me? The small voice yelled out. Betray your head. Don't run in my direction. Fuck, the young man yelled when he saw the cat coming his way, and for some weird reasons his speed was faster than the first time. Stop. Where are you going? The small voice screamed as the cat disappeared, appearing closer to the young man. Somewhere without you, the young man replied. Okay, but take me with you, the small voice said. How would the place be without you if I take you along, stupid cat? The young man replied. The young man and the cat were obviously Gray and Void. Behind them was a horde of angry-looking giant white ape. Each ape had a silver horn at the middle of their heads with silver lightning snakes dancing around their bodies as they gave chase. Of all the apes, 5 of them were more eye-catching because instead of having silver horns, they had purple. Purple lightning danced around their snow-white hairs. Roar, creak. One of the 5 purple-horned monkeys roared and sent out a lightning bolt towards the running Gray. Boom. Fuck. I wasn't the one who stole your treasure. Gray yelled out after dodging the lightning coming his way. Don't try to explain, they'll still chase after you anyway. Void said while capitalizing on the small time. Gray slowed down and jumped on his shoulder. Damn you, return their treasure to them. Gray yelled at Void. No, I believe we can escape this chase, Void said confidently. Yes, if you return their treasure, Gray said. How can you be so cowardly? I thought you enjoyed fighting. Why don't you take out that one that almost blasted you? Void said, not forgetting to take a glance behind them. After training for 2 months, Gray had already reached the 4th stage of the origin plane. He felt a little dejected about it when he thought about how quickly he advanced from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage. But then again, he knew had he not acquired those treasures, there was no way his strength would have increased that fast, and compared to others. The essence he needs for each breakthrough was humongous, so he was happy he managed to advance 2 stages in 2 months. This should be the speed of a few others as well, so his speed wasn't that bad. He had ventured deeper into the trial land and had faced multiple beasts as well as humans. He also encountered Jonas on one occasion, but they didn't speak. Other than that, he has faced off against some youths from the Azure Empire, killing those who tried to kill him. Of the 8 he encountered, only 2 were left alive, and the reason for that was because they didn't try to kill him. Even though the Keelan Empire was enemies with the Azure Empire, it didn't mean he'll kill every one of them. So far, for the last 2 months, he could say his journey had been quite enjoyable. And just when he thought his luck was changing for the better, Void stole the treasure of these horned lightning apes. He initially went to their territory in search of a plant. According to a book he read, wherever there are horned lightning apes, a lightning attribute plant would be present. But who knew Void would go crazy and steal their treasure? He had always known Void loved shiny things, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. He could be said to be obsessed with them.